one under your cage. Let me see. All right. Let's see, what time is it? It is 9:13. A few more minutes. got you, AC. No problem. It's so weird how Discord does that, honestly. I don't think I've ever stopped to think about it for a second. Yo, Connery, where do you get your carbon fiber pieces from? Is there like a trusted source?
What do you mean? Like the actual cheats?
Because like I want like actual carbon fiber pieces for the car. So I'm like looking at everything, but like it's just like it looks like you know how you have like the cheap carbon fiber, where it's just like not real. That should be peeling, breaking.
Oh, the fake stuff.
Yeah, I feel like that's all on Amazon. Like it's not. I don't think it's real.
I make my pieces.
But like if I wanted to get something from a website, is there any that you know?
Me.
Let me see.
Only person I can really point you to.
Oh, it's you?
Yeah. Picture me promoting somebody else.
I understand.
Nah, I mean, whatever car it is, um, look up carbon fiber parts.
Got you.
Whatever they have available. Because not everybody has ready-made parts available. Unless it's a common car.
Yeah, this is pretty common. Yeah, this is what I would expect. Like right here, carbon fiber, like the new steering wheel with like the heads up display. Not the heads up display, but it has like the RPM on it.
Oh,
How?
yeah.
I think I don't. I could be wrong, but I feel like
That's been
Hellcats
out
was
for
like the
a while,
first.
though.
Say that again.
I said that's been out for a while.
No, no, yeah, yeah, yeah. But like the price. The price is basically. I mean, not just because it's expensive, of course, but if you're getting a steering wheel and you're paying $200 versus a steering wheel and you're paying 1,000, there's obviously a difference there.
But yeah, it's carbon fiber.
Yeah, like real carbon fiber. Because that takes a long time to make. Put the molding, pull all those
It's
chemicals.
not so much the time, it's just it has to be custom made.
Yeah.
So it's like, and depending on what the dimensions are, what the shape is and all that other stuff,
Mm-hmm.
all of that plays a factor into it.
Nah, yeah, that makes sense. I gotta start learning how to put cars inside of Blender, inside of here, so I can like make my own like body kit ideas. I want to have like my own concept. Lower splitters. See, I didn't even that. See, that's a little that's gonna get real pricey. Just for all the pieces that I would want to get when I get the car, it's like this is insane. That's like five, ten
Yep.
thousand dollars in extra parts.
And it's only probably two parts, two, three parts.
That diffuser looks crazy. Nah, yeah, that diffuser looks wild. Why is my computer having a stroke right now? Let me close Blender. I think I have too much things open. You think? I know.
Just for
100%. You know, recently I've been into a lot of MF
my
Doom.
splitter and diffuser.
I've been into a lot of MF Doom. West Side Gun.
I'm looking at around,
He's so talented, so incredible.
and this is without the carbon fiber, around 1500.
What the hell?
Because there's certain other pieces, there's certain parts that go into that.
Right.
I mean, I could go cheaper, but like for the splitter, yeah, the front splitter, they can either use wood, aluminum,
Mm-hmm.
this other, I forgot what it's called, but it's more of a softer, sturdier piece that absorbs the resin, which makes it a harder piece because it's light. And it's like I said, sturdy. Just for that piece alone, for the front of the car, is about 500, and it's basically a big ass piece of foam.
Right.
Yeah, that stuff gets expensive. No joke.
Okay, so I think I crashed my computer, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just give me 1 second. Let me close. Oh, there goes all my tabs. Well, alrighty. That's one way where you can go about doing stuff. Yeah, that steering wheel looks nice. It looks like it has like, what is it called? Alcantara? That's what they call it, right? I think that's what they call it. Some shit like that. Close out everything. I just had an idea. That's actually not a bad idea now that I'm thinking about it. God damn. It's so loud. Okay, these are all these tabs are open now. Now I gotta open this account. Restore. I should have restored all my tabs, right? Alright, excellent. Create a chart for SPY that specifically looks at the quarter points as well as create buying and entry points, or buying and selling points, not entry points, buying and selling points. I could probably track this flow down a little bit better. It looks so similar to this right there though. $628. Yeah, this is gonna be insane. Last time you had a downtrend, how much did you fall? You only fell around $9. And then before that you fell $15. And yesterday you fell too. Over here you fell from 631, 626, that's 5. So you went from 9, 5, 2, 9, 5, 2. Yeah, until we get above 639, 640, we're not playing calls. I'm just letting everybody know. You need to get above 639. Alrighty, what time is it? Oh, 6:30. Go, go, go. Let's look at the weekly range first. Let's go ahead and average down on some of these plays. again, we're just averaging down on the plays first. After that, we're going to see what we could do next in terms of just getting into a few more different contracts. We bought NVIDIA puts for a couple days out, 18 days out. We have another one for a couple days out. We have the SPY puts for today. And then we're going to buy another SPY put once we hit 641, 644. And those are going to be for a couple weeks out. Okay. The next thing we want to do here, since now we're looking at that, we're pretty much done with this for now. Chart number 1. These are your weekly ranges, of course, right? I would say they're kind of your bigger ranges as well. I would say 626, because some of them I used, let me see. Like this chart specifically, I use 626 too. Yeah, so I use that same low. The one thing I don't like that I did here is I used that low from over here, 617, so that's a little different. So this would be the much bigger range. I would say. That's the much bigger range. 617. Let me think. This is the other range. That was a smaller one at that time. So if we use that range now, it becomes this here. Let me make it smaller. So the midpoint is still very close to that one there. They're very similar to each other. In fact, they're only off by just that one high right here, which is from Friday, because we were trying to grab Friday to basically Tuesday. So that's about, let me see, Friday, Wednesday, where's Monday? Monday's right here. So yeah, that's like last week's low, or this week's low. No, that's last week's. This week we're still waiting for it to trend. You pretty much haven't done nothing new. So if that's the case, what we could say is, in terms of creating a diagram with these levels for the ranges, right? Like the weekly ranges, monthly ranges, and all that. So since that's the 7th, and today is the 29th, that's about 2 weeks ago, pretty much, right? Is that correct? 7 days, 14. That's about 21 days now. So it's about 3 weeks ago. So that's your 3-week range. Last week's range, of course, is from the bottom of down here to the top of up here. So this one right here would be, what I would have to do with this box is basically do this. click this. So what I basically just did right there, let me explain it again, was take a concept and build upon it, right? So the original concept is weekly ranges. Taking the bottom of a range and then basically just using it for the new high. Kind of like that right there, right? But this one, you'll see what I'm going to do right now. Actually, you know what I could do? Yeah, that's better. I got an idea. Watch this. Watch this. So boom, that's one range right there, which is, we'll make them yellow. That's the yellow range. Now the yellow range is going to have two versions of it. It's going to have it from the high, which is Monday, and then there's going to be a version from Friday. That version from Friday now needs to get a midpoint or quarter point, not really a midpoint. And then this right here, we're going to leave that there, move it to the right. I'll just make it quicker. Let me just bring this over. All right. Copy it on top. And just leave it like that for now. Just so we don't complicate things too much. Now, we're going to go back to this one right here. You already have this done, so that's done. All right, so next thing is to go further, right? Further as in this bottom down here. Meaning one low is from Wednesday of last week, which is the 16th. Because the 15th and the 14th were much higher. So we're not going to count them. But we're going to start with the 16th because it's the low. Drag that up to Friday. That's one box. That's this box. It's already done. And honestly, you know what I'm going to do here? Just so we can actually see something. Because I want to see something real quick. I'm pretty sure this is the reason why the market even enters into areas where for 3 weeks in a row, 4 weeks in a row, we perfectly transcribe what levels the market's hitting. But then there's like this 1 week. There's like this 1 week where it's like in the middle of everything. And you kind of get weird price action, weird levels being hit. And sometimes it's, very hard to kind of see how you could predict that until you see it happen. And then you're just like, all right, now I could predict this going into the future. So for right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to bring these boxes down a little bit in terms of their size. Actually, more like that. I'm going to put it like that. Should I put it like that? Let me think. I think that might have been a little too much. That should be good. Now what I'm going to do is pretty much just copy everything, but unselect everything I don't need to select. And then now I could just move it to the left. So I don't have to remeasure all these boxes or move these boxes. Might as well just move the whole thing. Cut the size up. Bring it to the left. And perfect. That's exactly how I wanted it. Look at that. I wanted it just to be a little far away from those yellow boxes there. Now with this yellow box, I'm going to move it to the right. The next thing I'm going to do now is, and again, I'm making this all up on the spot. This is the same way I go about teaching my other classes. So the cat keeps jumping on the damn computer and I'm just like, she better not start dropping stuff. I don't know why cats do that. Alright, so like I was saying, the way I normally teach the other classes is basically to, first of all, you find something, have an idea, have a concept, right? You have a certain pattern maybe that you found. And now the next thing is to find all the various ways where that pattern exists, right? So We went from the boxes that were just looking at a random low and going to a high to now the boxes basically finding every low and every high, as well as creating a system so that you can continuously create these boxes going into the future. You got that, everybody? That's the most important part. Because if you could see what's on my screen and we could see how it could work going into the future, whether it's at a higher point or a lower point, doesn't really matter. The point that I'm trying to make is if we could use these boxes to understand market movement and trade off of them, right? And we can also create a system so that going into the future, you always but you always know what happens throughout the week. I think that right there is going to be a perfect system because we've done that for all the other trading styles. I would say this one right here is the only one I haven't really improved. And this is like the most simplest, form of charting. It's just creating boxes on the weekly. You see everybody do it. People do it on YouTube all the time. It's just there's no consistency to it. There's no order to it. There's no what I'm trying to do right here, which is create an actual way where you can see all the ways that you can create different boxes. So no matter which way you choose to create a box, you understand it has to be done a certain way. You know what I mean? All right. Anyways, let's get into it. So the next thing is we got this low. We measured it from Friday. Perfect. That's all done now. Now, of course, I'm pretty sure you understand what's going to happen next. And that is now I need to create the same box, which is this pink one. Undo it. And I need to go to the last high, which was from Monday. So that's including this week now. Since I include Monday, it now includes the whole entire week, which is this week until we make a new high or a new low. Then that's going to have to be done with a new box. You understand? So for now, let's take this box here and let's kind of move it a little bit. I want to move it here. This is what's going to match up logically in everybody's brain perfectly, I feel. I feel like this is going to be like the perfect first start. So because the yellow one is actually, no, that's not the best way to start. The best way to start would be to leave the yellow close and to make sure the pink is further because the pink is bigger. Yellow is smaller. Yellow here. We're going to put the stuff right in the middle. I'm going to have to put these to the left like this one is. All right. So let's just create the whole grid here. And this one right here is just a copied version of number one. So these two pink ones are the same thing. Maybe I should change this one then. This one, I'll leave it blue. So you have something blue. This one over here, I don't know. We could leave it white, I guess. These here have to be pink because they match up with that one. Okay, so now everything matches up. Now everybody can see what's going on here. Yellows are from the same low. Actually, I'm going to have to change this blue one, and I'm going to have to make it like purple. I'll make it purple. Yeah. That's perfect. So the purple and pink are very similar to each other, right? The yellow and the yellow, you could obviously tell it's very similar, but different size. So now the next thing I want to do is basically create the boxes for the purple one now. Why is this off? These should be from the same highs. Oh yeah, I moved the low. That's why. I can see it now. Wait, did I? Yeah, that's what I did. Okay, we fixed it. What is this right here? Oh, that's all the colors just matching up with each other. Let me bring this to the right so you don't have so much colors just merging with each other, because now I'm just creating different colors. All right, so now I'll take this box, go to the top. There you go. Go to the purple halfway point, just like that. Leave this here. Now take this purple box and put it below you. Just like that. Now because we're going to have to copy the pink layout. Where's the midpoint? Is that the midpoint? That's the midpoint for the yellow. Where's the midpoint for this one? Oh no, that is the midpoint for that one. I'll show you right now. You gotta move this over first. Okay. Actually, no, I gotta do it the other way. Let me think. Nah, I'm gonna do it this way. I have an idea. Let's test this first. We're gonna test a couple different things. So that's the part that sucks when you're creating a new style, as well as when I'm trying to teach it. Like if I ever try to teach something, I usually have to go through around like 100 hours, 50 hours of toying around with the best ways to do it. Or if there's no best way, let's just say I need to get the style out, kind of like how I'm doing it right now. I'll kind of do it like this, where it's kind of sloppy, honestly. It's a little sloppy, but at the same time, it's like you're getting the base idea out there, which was, remember, the base idea, it started with this right here. Let me find it first. So this right here is the base idea. One box from that last low, which is like the sharpest low. Then we went to Friday's high. And then yesterday you simply fell to the 1/8 point. That's like the simple interpretation of it. And then right now you're just outside the box. So the reason why I told the whole entire Discord to simply average down on those options that I bought yesterday was because the option that I bought was over here at the top and it was around $80. Down here, this option went to around $170. Now the option went to around $20. Average down, now they're both at $32. So if we see a continuation of this break and you fall into this box, you fall into this range, sorry about that, Monza. I just realized. So again, when you see this market break into this box here, you see how like right now you just fell on top of it so fast. I'm just letting you know, if you break into this, everybody, there's a good opportunity for you to either hold here. So you're going to break right back up. You're going to run up again. Or you're just going to fall straight into this whole entire box here where you're potentially going to hit the 1/4 point, which is 634. So right now you're holding on it, as you all can see. And remember, the market is going to listen to this box because it's the most recent box from that low to Friday's high. The Monday price action, like you see how you went above it a little bit, you would start making a new box, right? But you would have to do it the way I'm doing it right now, which is like this. Because there's multiple boxes, so you basically had to draw all of them. Because once you have all of them drawn... Stop. Are you climbing on my bed? What are you doing? She's tweaking out in the corner. So yeah, you have to have all the boxes. That's the only way for you to actually see what the market is listening to the most. That's what I'm concerned with right now. So it's like I'm on my own little treasure hunt here. And I'm trying to figure it out because I'm not too sure, honestly. I can't tell you. And if I can't tell you, that's not proper because then I can't teach it. So at least now if I, draw these boxes and I do it for the next month or two, one, we're going to be trading phenomenally, right? I'm going to have one box for each screen. So I have something like this where I can kind of tell a person what to do on the weekly. But at the same time, like I need that new box from the new high. So then I think I created another chart around here somewhere. Oh, I forgot about the reversal points. Give me 1 second, everybody. Let's go ahead and draw these real quick. I guess you're not really drawing nothing. You're just copying and pasting it. So boom, group it before I forget. You're simply at group 1.5 or reversal point 1.5. The options that we averaged down on at 20 are now at 40, so they just went 100%. So that's the reason why I told everybody to sell out the options yesterday. I couldn't sell out the options yesterday, so in terms of the grand scheme of things, like what is the best thing you could have done in that moment? And it was basically stop loss once you were up 70 to 80%, which many of you did. And I'm very happy about that, honestly. You literally did what I wanted you to do perfectly. Now, if I had a Webull account, I would have sold it. Just like you. Because I couldn't sell it, I told you we're going to average down in the next day. Which means that you could have been buying these contracts for 80. You could have sold them for 150 to 140 yesterday. And then you could have bought them again this morning for $25 and sold them for $40, 100% again. And that's why I want you guys looking at my trades, because then you could use them and then create a system where, because you're looking at the way I'm trading, the way I'm looking at flow, and the way the flow is actually hitting my contracts in terms of value, you can actually create value by looking at my value. You understand? So you can see how my option went from 80 to 20, and you can then jump into a cheaper option for the first time. There was like this funny little dynamic when I was, like in the beginning when I was first teaching, and the dynamic was, if I tell you to average down on a play, usually that should be the first time you enter into a play. Usually. Those plays right there, the plays that I tell you to average down on, the profit associated with them, as well as the likelihood of it working out, if it didn't work out the first day or first 2 days, so we needed to average down, right? The idea of that creates a system where the trades are so very specifically traded, you could say, that at that point, if that's your first buy, your rate of profitability just jumped up from like 80% or 90% of you potentially winning that trade and it going your way. And that thing just jumped up to like 110%, 115%. So now you're breaching through normal standards. And that's the crazy part. Like right now, the option, they dropped back down to 32. I think the high was like 44 each. And again, I'm not going to sell it. There's no point for me to sell it because I'm looking for this to fall to the 1/4 point. So my exit point is way lower than where we're at. So yeah, let's just say the market continues to run up. How do we trade it? Simple. Wait for it to actually hit the high that you were at a couple days ago on Monday. Basically yesterday's pre-market. And once we get above it, because that's not that big of a jump, right? We'll see if the market's going to retrace down a little bit once you hit that level up there. If it doesn't want to retrace, we're just going to play calls to this point right there. Let me make sure that you can all see that middle point. So everybody, you see that little dotted line right there? I'll also put a price on it. You know what I could do? Oh, yeah. I was just about to say that. I could literally go like this. That's basically where they would be at. Actually, you know what I should do? I should make them the same size as this box here, because I need to have all the points on them, actually. 1-4. 1-4. 1-2. 1/2, 1/2, 1/4, 1/4. Excellent. So now we can obviously see that that box is the same thing as that one. They have the same color scheme. I can actually go like this too. So this is how we're going to play the upside, by the way. So it literally tells you how to play the future. That's the one thing that you're going to recognize with this trading style. So it's already overpowered. Like this right here is like 6 trading styles in one. If I had to think about the opportunity that presents itself when you look at it like this. So again, you have that low from over here, which is even lower, which is this white box. So I think you all guess what I'm going to do here. And no, yeah, you're completely correct. This white box is technically the even bigger range because the low was actually lower than this one. And then the even bigger range could be from this low. But since this one looks like a better low, like you see how you were up here and then you fall down around $13, that's a really good low. This is also a really good low. But I think this low would translate to this week. So like if I was charting this week, I would have made a box like that and then like that. And then look at how amazing this box was. This is basically what we did. I did this by myself. And I think I was showing you guys this. But this is before I started teaching you guys how to create the box in general a couple days ago. That's what happened. So I first started showing you guys how to do this. You could say this week right here. So when you had fallen from or ran up to this high, So when you had ran up to this high here, and then you had fallen, let me measure it. Give me 1 second. Boom. So then down here like that. I basically drew this box for everybody. And look at how amazing it was. So just this box from over here to down here. We were playing calls from this midpoint or quarter point to the midpoint. Then this midpoint to the quarter point. Then we played calls from the quarter point to the top. Then I told everybody to play puts overnight. We had like 5-day puts. Woke up the next day. We were up. I forgot how much we were up actually. I think it was what, like 80%? 50%? It could have been more, but the market started running up instantly. So we started losing some value. And then you ran to the quarter point, midpoint, quarter point, top point, quarter point, midpoint, bottom quarter point, almost to the exact low, which got me a little angry because you already know I sold out at the quarter point. So that extra little drop that would have been the icing on the cake, but that doesn't normally happen. That's the problem. That's the one thing that's very risky. I think it happened here because simply the price action was just too aggressive. But you didn't break outside the box, so that's what basically told me that this is actually still very bullish. Because if you would have broke below the box, that would have applied more bearishness, which is probably the reason why you even fell this low in the first place, breaking through the quarter point, almost hitting the bottom perfectly. And then the bearishness just took, the bullishness just took over again. Bought the market up. And you know what's so funny? If you keep bringing this box down, you literally hit it again a couple days later. And then you start holding on it, double point of confirmation for a new high. So previous boxes, they always work going into the future. And then watch this. If I copy this box on top of itself, which is the box from a couple weeks ago, you're still listening to it. Full point, quarter point, beneath the quarter point, middle point, quarter point, and the bottom point. It's just a little bit more wonky, honestly. Middle point, all the way up to the full point. It's more aggressive, I would say. So we could still use this right now. I don't have it on this screen, but I have it on... Honestly, I don't even know. I'll be honest with you guys. There's stuff everywhere right now. I think I have it on this screen here. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. But I don't have the boxes duplicated on top of itself, do I? Unless I have it on these charts here. Let me check. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah, I do have it here. But no. No, yeah, no. Oh, wait, I remember now. Let's keep looking through these. This chart right here, I was just selecting the biggest lows and going to the biggest high. Biggest low, biggest high, biggest low, biggest high. That's basically what I did with these boxes. So for this chart right here, every single time we make a new high, I literally had to fix like 5-6 boxes. Which is, you know, it's way harder. That's a lot more work, honestly. You're going to see something kind of funny, but the way I made the new boxes and I'm trying to teach you how to make them, it's so that you don't actually have to make them all the time. Because let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, do you really think people are going to consistently keep making boxes every week? Obviously, no. There's only going to be 1% of people that actually do that. People are usually just going to try to use previous boxes, but then the one problem they're going to have is eventually the newer boxes are going to start working out more. And your box is going to be the old one. So that's the only part that sucks about this. That's also why I did the other trading styles, the bigger trading styles, was because, like, for instance, with this chart right here, let me show you all something. Like with this chart right here, for instance, we have SPY's levels done all the way to 680 and 740. So the main reason why I want you guys learning the DARP strategy on the Discord is because I know if you just spend one day and you don't spend the next 2 months charting, that one day is good enough and it's going to last for the next 3 to 6 years. Because my chart right here, this one's going to last till August. And this is just a newer one. If I go to my bigger charts, I'm pretty sure you understand that they last for the next 20 years, 30 years. So I don't really need to chart no more, honestly. The trading styles, they work. The weekly trading styles, they work. The one thing that I don't have that really works too well is a weekly box range. Like this right here that I'm trying to create right now, I don't have the best weekly box range. It cycles between being really good on one week and then kind of being terrible the next. And that's not good performance for a box trading style. Like basically what I'm trying to tell you is every one of my trading styles has a certain specific just metric of profitability. So like the percent that it works out, it's like it ranges. Some trading styles that I've built, they work out 100%. Some of them only work out around 25%, 30%. But again, when they work out, you have to understand a trading style is not just one indication of where the market's going to go. A trading style is a couple different steps. It's like 6 different legs is what I'm referring to. If you just get one direction correct, that's not really a trading style. You understand? You have to be able to play multiple legs. So one leg up, 2 legs down, which maybe that one leg up is, $3. The 2 legs down are $4 each. Then you have one leg that's maybe like $10 right back up. So if you can get to that level where you could predict the market going into the future like that much, by the way, we're able to do that. And I'll show you. I'll show you in a period where we were doing it nonstop. And I stopped doing it because I wanted to actually build the videos for it. And it's honestly a lot of work. But yeah, it honestly is a lot of work. Like the thought process is going to take you like 2-3 hours just to make the grid for like the next 2 weeks. And this one right here is your monthly one, right? So this is your more important one. Just because of this chart here, it basically made me want to continue to play the downside because it looks like this thing is going to hold at least down here. Most likely going to hold on this previous high of 613. So you're probably going to fall down to first 625-ish, like half that point. Then you probably might hold and run up to a new high maybe. So I could definitely see you holding at 626, but I definitely see you falling down to 626 100%. And that first day that we go down here, we're getting 1,000% across the board. That's why I'm telling you specifically for today, I am not selling out of my puts until you hit the 1/4 point. Yesterday, you almost did it. If we did it yesterday, I'll be honest with you guys, I would have just locked the account. Because, I have like 30, 40 accounts. One account working and getting restricted for 3 months doesn't really matter. The reason why I didn't do that was because it wasn't what I wanted in the first place. So now today, watch. If I bought for $20 and we fall straight down, these options are going to be $2 in the money. $2 in the money right now would be, basically, I would be selling out of each option for $200. So I can go from only making $150 from yesterday and locking my account, or not having to go through the process of locking my account, and my account is now at $400 from just, again, $50 yesterday. And then the 25 that I added today, of course, right, to average down. So technically $75. From 75, we're going to be at 400 potentially. If we only hit 635, our options are going to be at 130 each. So we'll be at 260. And even if we go one away from being in the money, right, everybody? Wait, actually, let me check something. Yeah, so I would have to decrease it. So no, yeah, you would actually get 150. And if it just goes one in the money, meaning you just go to 35, our options are going to be around $90 instead of 130. So the peak is going to be 150 each, which is going to be for a total amount of, well, it depends. It depends, because if IV increases as you're falling, these contracts, like when I give you a range, when I tell you something can go from 20 to 40, you need to understand that the first thing you should think of when I tell you something can go to from 20 to 40 is this thing might also stop at $30. It might stop at half of that or double that, like 1.5 times that. So again, if I tell you something could stop at 40, you should instantly put your stop loss at 30 and put your limit to sell it at 60. You know what I mean? Like $10 below it, maybe another $20 on top of it. If not, just do it at 50. So your stop loss is at, again, 30. your selling point, or no. So you buy it at 20, right? You buy, let's just say one of them at 20. Your stop loss would basically be around 10, because that's where it could fall to. Or your take profit could be $40. So you would put it at 50. Now, let's just say you bought it at 20. The goal is 40. How would you then put your stop loss? Like if you're not trying to put a stop loss and get stopped out for a loss. If you're only trying to get stopped out in the green, you would wait for your options to go from 30 to 40. Place it at 30 because you're going to be up 50% at that point. So you place it at the 50% area. And then your take profit is going to be 150%, basically, is what I'm trying to tell you. So whenever I'm up 60, 70%, the first thing I always do is stop loss at 50%, take profit at 150. Because sometimes the market speeds up. That thing might just snap to 200, 300, and you're trying to take pictures and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And it gets so annoying. It's just like stuff is everywhere. So what I like to try to do is by the time I'm taking my pictures and it hits the peak, it automatically stops me out because of my stop loss. Whether it's down or up doesn't really matter to me. And that's pretty much all. That's how I think with the options. I usually only put a stop loss whenever I'm actually profitable. So whenever I'm in the green, because too many times I've got stopped out and the market went my direction, I trust myself at this point. I know I need to give myself and the market some time to actually trend, to see if my idea is still working out. So there's no point for you to get stopped out instantly. You just can't do that, you know? It's point. You're literally just wasting your time. And it's kind of terrible because a lot of the students that I taught in the beginning, they would consistently keep trying to put a stop loss. Because all they hear is YouTubers say stop loss, stop loss, stop loss. But the YouTubers, they're not telling them that that can actually still make you lose all your money. If you get stopped out 100 times, you're losing everything, you know? Even if it's 5%, 2%. So how do you actually trade, right, with a stop loss while actually never having to deal with too much risk? And the first thing I need to tell you is until your account is 1 to 5,000, all you could do is actually play risky. Of course, you could do it different ways. You could buy a leap trade for a company that everybody loves, right? And they just had bad news that week or that month. You could buy a leap trade for them 6 months out, very cheap, $100, $150, and I think could go up to $600, $700. You could do it like that, but no, I don't want that. How do I do something here, now, today, this week, and actually turn $100 into 1,000 to 5K so I can actually play it slow? How do I make that happen quickly? The only way is to actually play risky. You need to play risky options, which are usually options on the weekly, right? Like weekly, 2 days, 3 days. The 0 days are simply a component of the weekly. If you're looking at the weekly range, you're always going to know how to trade 0 days because the 0 days always react to the weekly range. And if they're not reacting to the weekly range, ladies and gentlemen, guess what they're reacting to? Let me go ahead and show you. To the reversal points. Take, for example, how you held on the new reversal point that I added, 1.5. It looks like it's working out pretty well. Yesterday, we bought on 1.5. Today, look at that. 1.5 worked out as well. So now I'm going to add that to my notes. Add that to my little book. Why? Because now this is going to be another instance where I can use to actually understand where does this trading style lie in terms of profitability. Is it 90% it works out, 80%? And in the midst of that, what I can then do is be like, all right, let me fix, at number 1.5, you're going to only use $15. And then when you go back down to 2, you go back to only using $10. Why would I do 10 at number 1 and 10 at number 2 and 15 at number 1.5? Because it happens more often. You understand, everybody? That's basically what I'm trying to figure out here. That's the hardest thing to figure out for any trading style. And most people, they stop at just having something that works once a week, once a month. But no, as you can see, I aggressively try to learn this and try to push the boundaries of it so that we actually get the perfect trading style. That's why when I actually shift between all these charts, they're all perfect already. Like, for instance, this one took me 6 months to make it perfect. And look at it now. I mean, just look how crazy this is. You know how the market fell the other day? The reason why the market fell was because of you hitting your perfect consolidation zones. You're basically 10 cents away from that. 14, 12 cents. 12 cents away from it. So 12 cents away from this zone at the bottom, and you fall from it. You know what's so funny? You always do that. Sometimes you go into it a little bit, hit the midpoint, and then you fall from it. Or sometimes you just hit the bottom of it. Sometimes you run up to the next midpoint, right? Look over here. You're hitting the midpoint, right beneath it. Slightly beneath it, actually. The midpoint's like right here, right where my cursor is, if I had to visually say. Let me see if I'm correct about that. Yeah, so it's right around the midpoint of 607. Falls from right here. The next couple days, you hit it perfectly. Fall from it again. Now you're getting on top of the midpoint, and now you're running up to the next color, where you then go to the next midpoint, fall down to the bottom here, go back to the midpoint. Now you're at the next color, back to the midpoint, fall down to the bottom, almost hitting this bottom midpoint, back to the midpoint, back to the bottom, almost down to this midpoint as well. Back to the midpoint here, holding on the midpoint, back to the color, midpoint, color, midpoint, color, midpoint, and right now you're holding at 638. So if this market holds here and the market wants to run up higher, you're just simply going to run up, just like how my drawing says from a couple days ago. You're going to hold here, probably hit the midpoint, maybe fall from it a little bit, and then run up to 644. You got that, everybody? So that's how easy it is for me to use my other trading styles now. All I got to do is look at them, see where you're at, and then create the paths. That's it. Now you can move on. Because the buying and selling points, as you can see, calls above, did I fix this? Yeah, calls above 630.50 to call 632.70, and then calls to 636. So let's look to see if this actually worked, everybody. The first thing I said was above 630.50, so where's that? Right here, right at the blue line. Calls to 632.75, which is, it looks like it's the top of the box. So right there, you see how it hits the midpoint, falls massively outside? Unless I had a 5-day option, my options would have been destroyed. Or unless I bought a 0-day, the second you got above the blue box, I would have been fine. So it depends. Do you see how that right there creates a situation where it's kind of like a, okay, so what is it? What do we actually do here? That right there tells me this needs to be fixed. So even though I just said this was all perfect, now I can see how I can fix it. And sometimes I don't realize that when I'm actually creating it. It's only a couple days after when, you know, things are just a little bit slower, I guess, or I'm not really doing much charting. But the last week, I feel like I've been doing a lot. So I have no idea how I just spotted that right now. But it also has to deal with new price action, you know, because the price action down here, let me show you. Like right here, it says above 620.80, calls to 623, and then I think I meant 626. I put 616. I probably meant 626 because 620, 623, and then 626 because it's calls. So 620.80 to 623. So it hits the midpoint again and falls down. The first time you run into it, you do run above, but there's times where you hit the midpoint and fall away from it. That would kill our contracts. So what I would say here is we need to be buying at these points, these quarter points instead. But since you fell down to the midpoint yesterday, buying at this quarter point is kind of terrible. You're kind of buying at the top of the range. So listen, everybody, if SPY could fall down to 632, one, I'm going to be very happy, right? I'm sell out for like 100 to 200% here. Two, I think we should buy calls down here. If not, the next better plan is probably to buy calls at 628. I think calls right here would be really good. Just me looking at this trading style. So just because I need to fix these all these prices on the side here, which is a lot of stuff, by the way. Look at how many things I had to fix. I had to fix all these things right here. All these arrows, all this stuff straight down here. I had to fix all of this. So yeah, it's gonna take me some time, but I'm thinking that in the middle of me fixing it, at least we have our next better buying points. So again, we're gonna buy down here at 628. I think that's an awesome idea, honestly. We're gonna buy down here, and then the next location we could probably buy from, honestly, is maybe. I don't like 634 though, because oftentimes when it hits the bottom of a blue box, it's gonna fall down to the top of it, of the next one. So it might actually fall down to 632 here. But then again, for today's price action, that's probably gonna be like later this week. For today, you could probably fall down to 634. Also, tomorrow is FOMC. So what I really want here is us to fall down a little bit lower, hit one of these lows at 634 or 632 or 631, somewhere down here. And then overnight going into FOMC, I want it to gap up, putting you right back into the price action at the top. If it could do that, what we're going to do on FOMC when you open up is we're basically going to play puts from the top. So we're going to play puts at 9:30, which is at the morning open. We're going to play puts at 11 o'clock tomorrow. And then we're also going to play puts at around 1 p.m. tomorrow. So again, 10, 11, 1. 10, 11, 1. If we crash, depending on how much we crash, we're going to get calls for the next day at the end of the day. But for now, me looking at this price action here, I could already tell you what to do on FOMC. Of course, there's going to be different 0-day options, right? Like, we're going to be basically playing calls, puts, calls, puts. You're going to see how crazy it's going to get tomorrow, because I think tomorrow might be one of the biggest meetings, just due to the fact that we're not going to have another report until September. So they're, again, skipping August. They do FOMC usually every month, besides a few months, like in February. Was it February? Yeah, I think it was February. February they didn't do it, and then they don't do it on August. Usually, every year. Well, no, yeah, but then again, Meech, if your idea is well-y crafted, meaning if you're looking at the weekly ranges like this right here, like look at this box, right? There's only one box on my screen. That's where it is. No wonder. I was looking for you. It was right in front of my eyes the whole entire time. So yeah, as you can see, using this range from over here, from like 2 weeks ago, you just copy it on top of itself, and you pretty much get all the actual price action for now. I can move some of these down a little bit. So look at where you're currently at, and then look at this box over here. So where you stopped out on Monday, as well as this morning's pre-market, was the 1/8 point. Actually, no, it was the bottom. Yeah, you perfectly stopped at the bottom. And then where you fell to was almost perfectly at this week's 1/4 point. So remember, this was the older one. This box right here is the newer one. And the reason why I stopped making this box on Friday's high was because it counts as last week. Does everybody agree with me? So this is last week's box that we're currently using to trade right now. And this is how you should go about buying and selling with last week's box. So as you can see, I put a lot of time into this. That's the reason why the simple fact that I had to do this 6 times every single high and low that we have is frustrating me right now, because you guys think that I'm going to do this every time? Absolutely not. That wastes a lot of time. I mean, I could do it fast. I could probably do it in 5 minutes, honestly, if I'm focused, but I probably won't do that. I have way more trading styles that allow me to not need to touch stuff. So I'm giving myself a little bit of a handicap here. But for you guys are going to have to do that, because you guys don't have these other 70 trading styles. Sounds like a plan? I sounded a little bit unsure when I said that. But no, yeah, sounds like a plan, everybody. You got to do this trading style, this one right here, the box one, at least 5-6 times every week, until I tell you to stop, basically. So your screen's gonna look something like this here. But I'm gonna create a system where it looks better, so it's not just stuff everywhere and all over the place, because I don't like when stuff looks like that, honestly. It doesn't look good to me. And if it doesn't look good to me, it's not something I should teach. As well as you guys. You guys have helped me out a lot with the color coding. Like, the only reason why I started color coding my charts was because of people teaching me how to do that from the Discord that I was teaching. So it's kind of funny. Everything always comes full circle, you know? Again, you might be breaking below this high here. I don't care about the small term price action, so I'm not even trying to bother with it. No, yeah, exactly. Like I'm telling you, once you actually start making a plan, that's the reason why I'm like on your neck about doing the notes. Because if you do notes from yesterday, right, and you were just using this box from last week, you already know what to do for the next 2 weeks. You should be able to actually create a plan where it shows you how to trade for the next 14 days, let's say. And when I say plan, I'm talking about 0 days. I'm talking about 5 days. I'm talking about quickly buying and selling, getting high percentages nonstop. How would you go about doing that? What points would you buy from? Right? And as long as you can actually draw the box from Friday to last week, you'll actually have the price action for now. Take, for example, the blue box that I made on this chart over here. Look at the blue one. It goes from the previous low to the new high. And if you look at where yesterday fell to, it fell right here into 636, which is perfectly in between the 1/8 points. And then you slightly fell to the 1/16 point, which I don't have drawn right now. But again, give me like a week, give me a couple days, and I'm going to have a perfect way for you to actually create these trading styles, these boxes. For now, what I want you to do is simply just grab a low, grab a high, and as long as the price action's near it or next to it, just use that one box. So use, like, for instance, like right now, you would make a box from Tuesday's low to Monday's high on pre-market, and then you would chop up that box a couple times, and until it gets above it, just keep using that box. Once it does get above it, you copy and paste the box on top of itself with all the stuff you added on the inside. So that's how you know how to trade the future. If it runs up and the market wants to go higher, let's say. Now you know how to trade the bottom if it wants to fall out the sky. Now what you need to do is, once you actually have that understanding where you see, all right, I can see how to play calls, I can see how to play puts. It's simply the 1/4 points, 1/8 points, and that's it. Once you can actually see that, then the next thing you need to do is go in your notes and create a plan to play the calls and to create a plan to play the puts. As long as you can create a plan to play both sides, all you're waiting for is for the price actions to start slipping into one of those ideas. You know what I mean? Like, what if it starts slipping into the call side and you buy a call, but then the market tanks out the sky? Write that down. Next time, I need to have not just the call plan, not just the put plan. I need to have a plan for the middle to play the consolidation. That's how I started to learn that I needed to have a consolidation plan. But usually what I tell people when they're new, or let's just say I know somebody's being lazy, I would just usually tell that person, just create a plan for the call side, create a plan for the put side, and that's it. You're good enough with that. Like, that's suffice enough for you to actually grow and consistently learn. But if I'm being honest, you got to create a plan for the call side, put side, and consolidation. 3 different metrics. How do you do it? It's all dependent on how you look at the market. Some people look at the market differently. If somebody asks me, how can I do it right now? And I had to tell them, you know what? Let me create a new system so you could do it. The first thing I would tell the person is very simple. Just like this. If I'm trying to create a plan for the put side, I'm trying to play puts to 636, 634, and 633. You got that, everybody? Very simple. 636, 634, 633. If I'm trying to play calls, watch this. Because there's no price action up here, as well as I need some new price labels, as well as this could be copied. So watch that. If I'm trying to play calls, very simply, once it gets to 638, I'm going to wait for it to get here. I'm not going to buy calls right now. I'm going to wait for it to get here. Once it gets to 638 or 630, 850, 40, it's going to look like something like this. It's going to get above it, and then you're always going to get a double point of confirmation. It always happens. It always happens. If it doesn't happen this day because you're very bullish, so be it. At that point, then you need to create another plan for the next day because the market is very elevated. And I'll explain that right now. But let's just say we're going with a double point of confirmation for you to buy in. You buy in here. It hits 639. You sell out of 80% of your plays. Why? Because since 639 is a more important level than 638, you can actually crash right back down. You could lose everything here, even though you're still at the top. So again, I would sell like 50%, 80%, get out the play. I might even sell 100% here. If it falls down again and hits near this area or somewhere in the bottom, like the bottom here, I would buy the call again. And this time, now since it hit this area, now since it held prior, now I'm actually playing calls for this to run up higher. That's what makes me keep my call longer. You guys understand that? But it changes. Tomorrow it might be a different situation, but the conceptualized idea, the hypothesis you could say that we have right now is that because you hit 639, because you held at 638, now since you're stuck in the middle of them, you're just wedging, you're compressing, you might actually explode out of this range. Which direction you might explode, that's where you start to, again, create another dynamic where you could do something like that instead, right? Probably straight down to 636, and then this one could run straight up to 641. So one of these is going to be the winning price action. I would, in this situation, probably choose calls because the market right now is very bullish. So this is how I would play calls. 638, 639, let it fall down to here. Buy another call here. See if it can hold. See if it can blast up to 641. Sell out of everything again. If it just keeps running to 643, so be it. Don't be impatient. Don't be angry. Don't be emotional. And do not say, oh, I should have held it. Because then the next day, the universe is going to screw you over again. And then you're going to keep saying, I should have done this. I should have done that. Come up with a plan for it next time. There's no I should have's. You have to have a plan for it. Because if you don't have a plan for it, you will never say, I should have. Because again, when you actually have a plan, it always occurs your way. One of your plans might fail, but the other plan is most certainly going to work out. So if I have 10 plans, let's just say 8 of them fail. If 2 of them work out, did I really lose that day? No, because I was actually playing the plan. Let's say if I try to marry a plan, though, and I used to do that a lot. I'll be completely honest with you guys. I used to marry a plan sometimes, and it would be terrible plans. And I would die on hills that I shouldn't have died on. I would lose accounts like there was no tomorrow. But it was only because I was being hard-headed, you know? Like, I knew what the market could do. I knew it could slip into a new plan. It's just I wanted to keep playing that one plan. I wanted to make it work. I was trying to force it to work. But that's not what I should have done. What I should have done was simply be like, all right, give it another day. If I don't have the time for another day, why the hell am I playing 0 days and I don't understand what's going on? So that's the reason why I stopped playing 0 days when I was first trading, was because when I started trading them, I was making a good amount of money. I was turning $3 into $30 each, you know? And when you buy 500 contracts, you spend $1,000 or $1,500 on a $3 contract with 500 contracts. If that thing goes to $20, $30, you're now at $10,000. You know that, right? Or maybe even 15,000. If you spend 1,500, you could potentially be at 15,000. But I would say probably around like 10,000. And that's mind-boggling to me. But you know what I did the next day, right? Exactly. Fast money, you always will lose fast money. So that fast money that I made, it was gone within like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Because I was trying to push the envelope. And again, I shouldn't have done that. I should have just done something like this where I'm creating multiple plans. I'm giving myself multiple exits, multiple points to stop out, multiple points to average down, multiple points to basically flow with the price action. That's the only reason why you're actually going to be 100% successful. It's by doing it like this. It's a lot of work, trust me. Most people, they're not going to be able to do this until they actually leave their jobs, which is why I'm creating systems so that if somebody wants to leave their job, there's ways where they could learn some of my trading styles, which are a little bit more simpler. like the reversal points, and simply using the reversal points, which is a daily thing, they can consistently see how to trade properly. So that's the reason why I taught that first. But the reason why I need to teach this more is because this is your weekly range. This is for the people who only have $100, $200, but they have a job that they need to pay attention to. They can't trade 0 days. So because that's the case, I think that we need to first make sure everybody's paying attention to what I'm doing here, which is this conversation started with me basically showing you how to do your notes properly. This is the first time I've done this, right? So again, I'm going to need everybody to replay this video later on today, whenever the video is done. What are you doing? She's like biting the cage and rattling it. Go play with the cat or something. Where's the cat? Oh, she's knocked out. Never mind. All right, so what we're doing here is basically we're creating a plan to play the bullishness. So when it actually starts following my arrows, that's when I start playing calls. I'm not just going to play a call just because it got to this damn level and it got above it. That's not, what does that even mean? And I apologize because most of the time I explain stuff, I leave it at that because I want you to actually do the hard part, which is break it down to see how to play the call side and put side. But how can I tell somebody to do that when I haven't given them a proper demonstration of it? So that's the reason why we're doing it now. Later today, we're going to make another video, and we're basically going to show you how to do it in 5 minutes. For now, we're going to do the live one. This is basically like us doing like a kind of like a podcast type of thing, where it's just a long period of us just trying to figure out what's the best way to do this. The funniest part is because we know how to trade already, all we have to do is just copy the same thing we do on supply and demand zones, or, you know what I mean, pretty much every other chart. The reversal points, it's all the same thing. And that's the one thing that boggled my mind in the beginning. It kind of felt like a little bit of relief, honestly. Because if I had to trade everything differently, which that would have been way too difficult. Stop. Stop biting shit. I don't know why you keep biting that shit. She's like trying to annoy me or something. Like clanking around the metal too much. So anyways, like I was saying, we're going to basically create a longer version for the video. So this is going to be a couple hours. And then we're going to create a 5-minute version today. And after this, I better see everybody doing their notes every day, or you're just going to have to, unfortunately, be removed from the Discord. Sounds like a deal, everybody? I'm not asking for much. I'm showing you how to do it. I'm giving you a 5-minute video to do it. But if I do that, if I go to that length and do that, you guys must do that every single day. The reason why I don't do that no more, and I stopped doing that since February, the classes that I make right now are actually for the future students. It's not for most of the individuals here, just so you can understand. That's the reason why I don't post them that often. It's because I've noticed that out of 200 students that I've taught, only about, out of 200 people, only about 20 people, which is the current group that's on my Discord right now, was able to actually do what I told them to do. Only about 20 of them, which is to have at least 1 to 2 charts where you have 1 to 2 of my trading styles, or maybe you have 1 to 2 charts with like 10 trading styles, you merged them, like Culinary did, or Danny did, or a few others of you did, Johan did, Meech, I'm not too sure if you did it, AC, I'm pretty sure you merged them, so that was pretty good. When you merged chart number 7, and I think you merged supply and demand zones with it, but I could be wrong. Sherman, I need to see if you merged any of your charts, but only 20 people out of 200 people. Everybody else, they only had one trading style, and you know why they had that trading style? Because I was literally sitting with them for 3 to 5 hours, 6 hours sometimes, and I was helping them do it. They couldn't watch the video. It was, again, too much. And I know it's not too much because the way I explain stuff is usually very simple. I don't know that many big words, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't enter into crazy English competitions and spelling competitions. I could probably think a little, good. Let's just say, let's put it that way, right? Because I don't like sounding too cocky. There's no point to sound like that. That's stupid. I can think a little good, I would say, right? But the way I explain stuff is very simple. It's like I'm trying to explain it to my sisters or to my cousins or to somebody who's younger than me. Very simple. So, yeah, I know my stuff is easy to understand, but it's only when people want to understand it. And you know what made me actually aware of that was because when I actually let in like 50 people in from October to November, we had like 50 new people. I had this one kid that was 19 years old complete the charts. He completed supply and demand zones. He completed the DARP. He color coded them. And he was trading with them within a day without even needing a one-on-one with me. That right there, that's hunger. That right there, that set a fire in me because I was just like, whoa, slow it down. I've never seen nobody try to aggressively learn everything like this and want it that bad. Did he understand how to do it perfectly? Probably not. And you know what's even funnier? Fast forward 2 months later, I had Fish join the server. And when Fish joined the server, he perfectly did everything on the charts. Within like a week, Fish was profiting. The only reason why he was profiting, though, was because he did what I told him to do, which was have the stuff that you need to have on your charts and just trade with it. Trade. Paper trade. It's the same thing. If you're going to tell me paper trading is not the same thing as trading with your real account, you have no idea what you're talking about. I've done it for years, and this is the main reason as to why I trade so good in the first place. I don't have millions of dollars to waste to actually learn. The only reason why a trader knows how to trade and a trader becomes one of the best traders is because he's taken some of the most losses. That's the only way you're going to learn your lesson. So, yeah, paper trade. Within a week of paper trading 20 times, meaning the day before, you create a plan for the next day, just like how I'm doing it right now. The next day, once the market's moving and changing and swiftly moving up and down, as it starts entering your different plans, you start trading it. If you can't trade because you're busy, you're busy. Why are we even talking about that in the first place? If you got to deal with a certain situation, you deal with it. Why you bring it up? You bringing it up is showing how you don't want to change. Because when you want change, the only thing you're focused with is change. How can I actually make this happen? You understand? That's what I had to do. So, yes, to play the call side, this is how you would do it. You would create the arrows just like that. Again, this is going to be different from tomorrow because it's all situational. So once today's price action occurs, then I could actually make my plan for tomorrow. But for now, for today, this is how I would continue to play the calls. For the puts, very simple. We already have puts. We bought puts over here at the same area. Then we bought the puts at the opening price today. We're still holding them. And we're just going to keep holding them. That's pretty much it. Am I scared? Should I sell out? No. Just wait. If you have too much capital in the market and this contract matters for you to actually be here tomorrow and trade, you shouldn't be trading like that. That's the reason why I trade small contracts to begin with, because I already know people overdo it. Trust me, I know. All it took for me was to see it happen one time, and I was like, yeah, I can't keep giving you guys $200, $300 contracts. If I do that, you're literally just going to wipe your account within like a month. If I'm giving you $20 contracts, at least if you're going to wipe out your account because a person's playing too aggressive and I know they're not trying to take this serious, and it's not even them trying to take it serious, it's more so the anxiety gets to them. Like when I used to be anxious, I used to be like, you know what, I just got to get into a trade. And I would dump my money into something, and then afterwards, I'm kind of like calm now. Now I'm just like, all right, now I see what I got to do. Now, oh, damn, I should have bought the call there, or I should have bought the puts there, and then from there you build. So I know why you guys do it. It's not because you're stupid or anything. It's because you're just anxious. And when you don't actually have to, take the trade because you've already taken it, the anxiety just disappears. It really does. It used to do it for me it used to happen to me all the time, just like that. But you can't trade like that. You need to trade like a computer. If I have $100, I'm only using $30 that day, max, for any trades. I'm not going to get into two $30 trades because now I have $60 in the market. That's 60%. I'm breaking the rules. I'm probably going to lose all this, or I'm probably going to be emotional about the trade and not get out at the best time. Like, you could literally understand what's going to happen next if you do it enough times, because then you're going to start to catch on to your own mistakes. So, yeah. Paper trade. You need a paper trade as many times as possible. How do you paper trade? Where do you buy from? Where do you sell from? Perfect. If I teach you this trading style, now everybody here that's listening to me right now, you know how to take your notes. Is that correct? Can I get a thumbs up from everybody listening to me? If you don't understand it, give me a thumbs down, and then try to tell me what part you don't understand so I can add on top of it or make it simpler. Because I have been talking a lot. So remember, the whole thing that what we're doing right now, like what are we doing? Just so we can have a little reminder. We're doing the weekly range. And then with the weekly range, which is from last week, I'm showing you how to create notes from a previous night, which would have been like from yesterday. And I'm showing you how to create the notes for the next day. I'm showing you how to create notes for the call side. Next, we're going to do the put side. And then I'm going to show you in the middle. There's a reason why I chose that blue line right there as the call side. It's because in the middle, from 638 to 636, a bunch of hoopla can happen. It's a bunch of nonsense. So that means I'm not concerned with anything that's occurring here. I don't care about this price action. I'm just going to hold my puts. My puts are up again. We're at $32 now. It's a 636 put, by the way. And the reason why I specifically chose a 636 put was because of where you're at on the grand scheme of things. 636 is basically the weekly 1/4 point, if I'm correct. Yeah, the weekly 1/4 point. That's what 636 is. I actually don't have the 1/4 points. Where the hell did they go? Oh, right here. No wonder. So this is the 1/4 point. Can you see that, everybody? This is the 1/4 point. So what in the world is this? Oh, that's the bigger box. Oh, okay. But then again, that's confusing me. That looks green or something. Yeah, it looks so weird. Anyways, when you're looking at it like this, you see the 1/4 point? That's where I wanted the market to hit yesterday, and you hit it. So because we hit it yesterday from that new high, today all I want to see you do is fall straight through it, which might not happen. It might not happen. You might just rubber band around today and get stuck in this price action. But if it happens, at least everybody in the Discord, as well as everybody on the YouTube, you can understand that when a trade doesn't work out, it's probably because we were playing too short. Any trade usually works out if you give it enough time. Kind of makes sense if you really think about it. You know, if I buy a put for 1 week and the market decides to crash in 3 years, if I had a 6-year put, I would have won technically, as long as I averaged down at the correct points. You know what I mean? That's the most important thing. Obviously, that's not how people are going to trade. But what I'm trying to say is, usually if an idea doesn't occur within the first day, it's not because the idea didn't occur. It's because you didn't get into that new range. Does that make sense? So until you get below 636, you can't push the envelope, and you can't keep talking about 633, 631, 629. But if you can get below 636, if you can fall below this level here, then this next set of concepts or paths will occur. Does that make sense, everybody? So when you get here, then this will occur. If you get here, then this will occur. If it didn't occur, that means you just didn't get to the point that you needed to get to. That's pretty much it. So a couple days later, it might happen. Maybe in a week, it might happen. Maybe the call side might still happen here. Maybe the market might just buy you right back up to the high. You might go to 639 again. You might go to 641 today. Who knows what the market wants to do? All we do know is where the market might want to go in terms of upside and downside. We know the levels the market needs to hit that it's going to react to. It's just a matter of waiting for it to continue and to confirm upside. Because right now, this just looks bearish. That's the reason why we bought puts in the beginning of the day, was because this looked very bearish. It looked like you were just going to fall down and fill the gap, which, ladies and gentlemen, so far, filled the gap, just like that. So that's all I wanted today, is to fill the gap. Now, the cherry on top would be falling down to 634. That right there would make my whole entire week, because that means this small account is now going to be at half $1,000, which means if we continue at this rate of progression, let's go ahead and go to the 30-minute. Let's zoom out here for a second. If we continue with this progression, that means by the time we hit over here, so let's just say where we're at right now is 637. I'm thinking we're going to fall down to here. And then after we fall down to that low down here, which is a little bit lower than yesterday's low, it's not too far, honestly. It's not something, I'm not looking for, you know, a Hail Mary. I'm not looking for a home run hit here. What I'm looking for is normal price action to occur. That's it. Just normal. It's just, it's so funny because sometimes normal is a $10 move straight down. That's the reason why sometimes people can't predict certain moves, is because they think that that's an absurd day, or they think that a $10 day was something that's not supposed to happen, or they can't predict that it's random. But what I have to explain to you and what I'm trying to tell you right now is that nothing is random. That $10 move occurred that day specifically for a reason. And usually the $10 days occur on days like today, where if you're at the top of the box, you could fall straight through the box. I've seen it happen so many times. And this is the one reason why I was going up 1,000, 2,000% with SPX, was because my strike price for SPX is usually right before the 1/4 points. So like whenever I'm buying SPX options, where I'm only spending $10, $20, my strike price is usually for like 5-6 strikes out on SPX. And that option sometimes goes from $30 to $20 all the way up to $800 each. So from $20, you can make about $400 to $800 normally, if you properly trade the drop out the sky. Meaning if you get off the perfect point. If you buy off of like consolidation, like right now randomly, and then in like 30 minutes it falls, you're probably only going to make like 300%, 600%. And that, you know, that's the part that sucks. You can have an idea and be right about it, but just because of where you buy, the time that you bought, as well as if it was in consolidation or at the top of the trend, it kind of depicts your whole entire percentage at the end of the day. So sometimes you can't get the same percent because you're being too emotional about the trade and you're not able to see how to mimic it from the last trade, because it's all the same thing. Think about it. Yesterday, I kid you not, yesterday was the same thing as today. Yesterday, we bought calls below the box, and we told everybody it's probably going to run above it, which you did. You then fell below down here again at 11.20, and we bought calls again down here, and we sold them for 60%. We then bought puts right here and played the puts going right back down to the 1/4 point perfectly. We then stayed in those puts. We could have played calls. Honestly, that would have been an idea for next time. So next time we do this, we're going to play calls there. Probably only like $10 just in case the market wants to continue falling out the sky into the puts. But yeah, $10 could turn into like $50, $60, you know? So yeah, we'll buy calls here next time. But anyways, we held the puts from down here. We were up almost 100%. From $80 they cost. Down here, they were around $150, $170. At the top of today, they were around $25, so we bought one more. Now we're in for two options at a total cost of $75, and our average is at $55 right now. Now, because you're falling, the contract values are around $36 each. $36, ladies and gentlemen. So that means I need this to fall to 55 in order to be break even. And then once you get past 55, I need this to fall to probably $75, and I'll be up 50%. So meaning if this gets to $110, I'll be up 100%. I think this contract could get to around 130, meaning I'll be up 130%. Wait, no, let me do the math again. 55 is the cost. That's my average. So if we get to 110, that's going to be 100%. If we only get to 130, that's going to be like 100 and I don't know, like 130, 140%, something like that. I would be happy with that. I'm not going to lie. But again, my option went down. Remember, my option was at $150, $170, and this morning it went to $25. Is that going to make me emotional? Am I going to say I should have sold? Maybe, but let's continue playing with the idea, because I held it down here for a reason. You know, that's how I think in my gut. I trust myself. You got to trust yourself when you're trading. You held it for a reason. Don't double back on yourself. Don't play yourself. Don't make yourself seem like you're dumb. You did it for a reason. Now you have to figure the reason out. You have to kind of double back on the reason. And that's the hardest way. That's not the hardest way, but that's the hardest thing to do, is to learn how to double back on yourself properly. Not, randomly and making yourself confused and making yourself buy a call. And now you're thinking like, oh, the market's falling. Maybe I should have bought puts. No, what are you talking about? That's not how you trade. You gotta already know what to do. By the way, we're profitable already. Each option is at $60 now. So my account was all the way at $40. Now the whole entire account is at $120. And I'm thinking I could sell each of them for $130. So that would be a total amount. I would probably make around, let me see, 1.30, $260. So let's go ahead and put the limit. Let's click sell. So before it even hits 130 each, I'm just going to automatically have my contracts to sell at that point. Now, what if the market holds here and runs up? Could happen. Could definitely happen. We're playing a very aggressive put play. However, let's just see. Let's see if it holds on number 2, because then you're just going to pop up to 1.5. And then you guys, if you want, above 627, you can now buy calls potentially. Or, you see how you basically hit this level here? Oh, wait, you didn't hit it yet. Almost hit it. If you could hit 636.11, I could tell you guys to buy calls. 636.11. Through the window, by the window. Come on, everybody. We need some background singers. Come on. Spy, you better fall out the sky here. Everybody's watching with some popcorn. If it holds, you're going to run up to 643, by the way. That's your next high on the monthly scale. This is why my other trading styles are very important, because what you're going to find out is that sometimes these weekly boxes are not going to be what perfectly works out every time. However, I can't say that yet until we actually have an official way that we teach this. So until I do have an official way to teach this, I guess I can't say that yet. There might be a perfect way to trade with the weekly boxes that perfectly correlates to the monthly ranges. Maybe I just don't know it yet. Because right now I have my weekly boxes and monthly ranges, they're separate. I haven't merged them or combined them. That's what would take this style to the next level. It's just we haven't done that yet. So maybe we might do that. It all depends. Why is my nose so itchy? Ah! Ah! Spy's playing with our feelings here. This looks like it could turn into a crazy day. What time is it? It's already 10 o'clock and you've fallen this much? Come on, Spy. Give us a $10 drop straight out the sky. I'll keep holding. As long as you give me the right to. Which means I need this to go down now. You better not flip and reverse. If we could reverse later on, this will be much, much, much better. So this is either going to be the beginning of a larger drop, or you're already slowing down and you're going to get bought up right now. This is what this market looks like. So again, you're either at the beginning of like a tree. You know how a tree has roots before it gets like, gets to the trunk? That's basically what I'm looking at, but upside down. Think about it like that. Like that's all the roots, that's the tree, and then that's the trunk right here. Like that. So that's how I would basically look at the market. If it's going to speed up, it's just going to become sharper. Now, if it's going to hold here and you're going to potentially run up, it's just going to look something like this here. Actually, you know what I should do? Like this, watch. It's going to look something like this here. Right? Where it's just going to hold here. You have to wait probably 15, 20 minutes here for it to consolidate into this little circle. And then it'll keep, getting bought up, getting dropped, getting bought up. It'll just kill my contracts. I'll go from being up a couple percent, and then my contracts will probably drop right back down to $20. But again, I'm not looking to sell out at break even. I'm fine with selling this contract out at a loss, and I'm fine with losing everything. I'm fine with that. It's a low amount of money. It's low amounts of capital. It's not going to kill me, I can at least learn my lesson and see a better way to trade this way, and then add on top of it so that I can teach it to others, so that everybody can level up together. Because this market consistently learns and adapts and becomes new and becomes a little different just because of the aggressiveness of the price action. The stock market wasn't built built to handle $70 to $100 trillion. It wasn't built with that in mind, So when you have that amount of flow hitting the wire, the market's just twitching out all the time. You said low volume? Fish! I think we fixed the problem. What's good, John? And by the way, John, I appreciate you always popping up to the YouTube. I really do appreciate that, buddy. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, you better be excited to be here. You better be excited to be alive. Make sure you handle your task in the background. Don't stay stuck to the screen, please. You don't need to stay here all the time. Make sure you're handling your other task. Because now this becomes a situation where you're handling your other jobs or other work, your other task, and you're making money at the same time, and you're learning how to trade, and you're learning how to then take this into the futures, into the options, into the Forex. Because the way I teach you how to trade, if you take these boxes and do it for Forex, you do it for futures, if you do it for gold, if you do it for silver, if you do it for, I don't know what you want to do, but let's just say even corn. If you want to trade corn, right? Like I'm talking about the edible corn, right? You could literally do that. It's all up to you. The point I'm trying to make is it all works the same way. That's the benefit of learning from me. There's not many people that teach you how to trade multiple markets. And I say that proudly. Because it was a lot of work to get to this level. It wasn't like I flipped the light switch and then boom. I could trade any of those markets. I had to sit there and trade them for hundreds of hours. The only market I haven't traded, and you could tell, I specifically didn't bring it up. I don't like crypto. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't like crypto. Crypto is literally gambler's paradise. Only gamblers really trade crypto. And the reason why I say that is because it's already too damn expensive. If you're trading something that costs $1 to $5 and you see it has potential for the future, okay, that's an idea. That's a good start, right? I don't mind that. That's the reason why I actually created charts on XRP, on Dogecoin, on Shiba. That's the reason why I specifically created charts on those. Now for Bitcoin, for Ethereum, you're too expensive right now. Way too expensive. And if you're going to sit here and tell me, but that means, what if it goes up to 200K? What if it goes up to 300K? But again, you're thinking to surface level, because I agree with you. It will go up to those levels. But right now, in terms of the future and what can happen next, you are going to crash on all of crypto. Which means, can we play puts on crypto stuff? For the most part, no. Not unless we have a VPN and we have some other broker from another country that allows you to trade crypto options. Or you trade crypto futures. Because I recently found out that crypto actually has futures. You have XRP futures, you have Bitcoin futures, you have Ethereum futures. But again, crypto is a new idea. Do you see crypto being used in Walmart? Do you see crypto being used in McDonald's? Do you see crypto being used at the dollar store? Do you see crypto being used for gas? Now do you understand why I don't like it? It's because this thing could just disappear. One night, its value could just poof. And if that's happened to me with Tesla, if I lost, X amount of money with Tesla, when I knew Tesla was a good company, I know Tesla's going to go up. I know Tesla wants to do more. I know Tesla's not that bad. I know Tesla has some of the best engineers in the world. Maybe Elon might not be the best individual, right? Because of his wording. It's his words for me. That's honestly what it is. He just says a little too much. A person of his caliber does not need to talk. But he just talks a little too much. And that kind of ruins the amazingness. Kind of like what I do. I talk a little too much. And it ruins the amazingness of how I teach. But aside from that, I knew Tesla had all that amazing stuff going on inside of it. But yet, why was I dropping and losing money that day? Why did I lose $10,000 one time when I was trading Tesla? Why did I lose $15,000 another time? Yes, I've made more with one option. I'm not going to tell you how much, but why did I lose $10,000 and then $17,000 or $15,000? Whatever it was somewhere around there. And the reason why was because I was being too aggressive. I was playing short-term stuff for a long-term idea. If I know Tesla's going to be good going into the future, well, that only means I should have shares. Now, if I know how to trade Tesla on the short term, that's a whole different story. That's a different ballpark. So yeah, I want you all to be very consistent and very cognizant of what you know and what you don't know. Exactly, John. Like, I'm not supposed to be on the YouTube, but the only reason why I'm on the YouTube in the first place is because, truthfully, I'm not going to hit you with some BS excuse. Truthfully, you want to know what it is? Is I see myself as a showrunner. I see myself like behind the scenes, being able to bring up teachers, create a school, create a system in place where it changes millions of people potentially. Which means I need people. I need to have more students that learn from me. I need to have more students that understand that I know what I'm talking about just because of the scope of the knowledge. You know what I mean? The idea that I bought puts today, the idea that we're still profiting right now, that we're just break even. So if we fall down a little bit more, we're going to be up 200, 300, 400%. Some people would dream of getting percentages like that. But that's just something we do on a daily. You know what I mean? And again, we've gotten so great here and so amazing in terms of the ideas and the concepts that I actually don't see it as amazing no more. It's like having a damn Lamborghini. You think you're going to see a BMW as something that's amazing? Unless it's like an M8. But even when you get the M8, you think you're going to look at the M3 and be like, no, I want that instead. No, you're not. Eventually, you get too used to it and you forget you have it. Eventually. Even to the best of us. Now, unless you have a system to consistently be grateful for what you have, which most people don't, then okay, now we're talking. Like, for instance, I didn't have a system where I was grateful for the Discord. Being able to teach at the age of 24, I wasn't grateful for it. It wasn't until this year that I started really being grateful for it. Because then it really showed me what I could do. You know? The whole age thing doesn't really matter. Because I put so much time into learning this craft, it literally made up everything else. Like, everything else just occurred just because of how much time I aggressively tried to learn this. Teaching was one of the things. Did you think I wanted to be a teacher when I was in high school? Hell no. Teaching would have been the last thing a person would have told me I would have done. I don't like dealing with people. I'm really antisocial. You guys know this. The only reason why I'm not is because this is something that makes me enthusiastic, that makes me exciting, that makes me just feel unlimited. Because all it takes is one trade and a person's life has changed, you know? That's all it takes. One trade. For them to actually see like this is possible and this is a game and this is real. It's a game, but it's real. Is the wildest part to me, you know? You said, John, if the Discord team was here, it would cause me to grow faster. No, but I know that, but that's not the problem here. Is I don't want everybody in the Discord to feel... They already feel like I'm asking them a lot. Let's be honest here. Because if they didn't, they would do the notes. Like, I had this one individual tell me, like, 2 months ago, like, all right, I'm asking for too much. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You're asking me to teach you how to trade the stock market? The stock market, a financial asset. Something that's almost as complex, if not more complex, than rocket science. Rocket science, I could show you 5 videos right now on YouTube so you could learn rocket science. I can't show you 5 videos on how to actually trade the stock market perfectly. That's impossible. Unless you're looking at my videos, because I put a lot of time into actively trying to make the core philosophy of the video be so that if a person's watching this, they could be profitable. That's my core philosophy when I make my videos, which is why I don't make too much videos. Other people, they just make random ass videos, make sure it hits 10 minutes so they get another ad on the video so they get paid more. Because they want money. Everybody always wants money. That's the reason why I just don't like people. They just want money, 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 money. That's all they look at. It was me not looking at the money that allowed me to get to this level in the first place. You understand? It wasn't because of the money. Obviously, the money could change my life, of course. But when I had 100K, did I feel any different? No. When I had 200K, did I feel any different? No. I had $0 at one point. I had 100K at one point. I had 200K. I had nothing. Sometimes I had a little bit more. Did it make me feel different? No, never. Not one time. In fact, it made me feel worse. Because then when I got to that level, I really realized that, wow, I wasn't really planning nothing. I don't actually know what to do with this money. Should I pay my taxes first? Should I get the car first? Should I help my family first? Should I... You know what I mean? It's all over the place. And I had to learn that for myself, you know, not getting properly taught that by nobody. So let me tell ya, stocks is probably one of the hardest things you could probably learn in the world. And when you learn how to trade it perfectly with one trading style, and then you learn how to trade it perfectly again with another trading style, and then with 10 more, 30 more, 50 trading styles, 70 trading styles, just like how I have it, when you have as many trading styles as I have, the market becomes infinite. You feel infinite. You know that all it takes is for you to be serious and you to be a little bit more motivated, and you would be making more money than any hedge fund combined. They don't understand the market the way you do because they let algorithms trade for them. They will never get to this level. It's impossible. Unless they're hungry. Now, if you get a lunatic that has a lot of money and they're hungry, which is very rare, sometimes you get that. Not just hungry for the money, but they're hungry for the game. They're hungry for the win. They're hungry to be on top, to be the winner. Because when you're trading financial assets, only one person wins. And that's the person who was correct about the trade. That's the person who sold early. Sometimes that's the person who held it and sold it later when everybody else already got rid of their contracts. It's different. It ranges. But the one thing I have to tell you is that as long as you just keep consistently trying and you do not give up with this stuff, because everybody in your life is going to push you away from the market. They're going to say it's gambling. They're going to say it's this. They're going to say it's that. Everybody's going to push you away from it. The closest people are probably going to be the ones that do it. So as long as you can just get that out of your head and forget about everybody, honestly, you can get into the zone and actually trade this properly. And that's all I have to say, ladies and gentlemen. Just please do the notes. We're going to finish up today's lesson here. And then after, I want everybody posting their notes. I want everybody posting what to do next. So like, for instance, if the market gets bought up right now, I'm going to be one sad individual. I'm just playing. You think I'm going to be sad because of that? No. We're just going to wait for this to actually get above the 637 level. And then we might play calls going up higher, like somewhere over here. For now, we're just going to wait. We're basically at break even still. We bought these contracts for $20. Right now, they're already at $50 and $60, which means for those of you who bought these contracts today, you're up 200% gain. So yesterday, you got almost 100%. Today, you got 200%. If there was nobody in the Discord that got 200%, we need to fix something. So again, if nobody in the Discord got a 200% gain because they didn't buy the option today, they bought it yesterday and they still held it, we need to talk. I'm just letting you know. It's not like, don't feel like it's like some high school thing where it's just like, oh my God, you know what I mean? The principal wants to talk to me. Don't think of it like that. Because I don't like how I used to feel when that thing used to make me anxious. I don't want you guys to be anxious. That's not what I'm doing this for, you know? But yeah, if you need to talk to me, you need to talk. If you did stuff improperly, you need to talk to me. And that's it. That's that. So yeah. That's what I look for. Stuff like that. Because I'm only going to say things once from here on out. Maybe have it written on the screen. Because I feel like if I keep talking, I'm just going to confuse. Like, I'm going to confuse everybody. You know? So I feel like I shouldn't just keep blabbering and blabbering and blabbering. Unless it's something like philosophical, I guess. Spy, break your legs and fall off the cliff, please. I'll catch you. I promise. Just dolphin dive straight off of it. Come on, Spy. You know you want to do it. It's still consolidating here, so it might not fall, everybody. It might not fall. If you have an option that you bought at $20 and it's at $55, $56, you're almost up 200% again. Just put a stop loss, please. Everybody, please put a stop loss. Just in case. I'm going to still hold my contracts because I'm break even. And I'm looking for this to hit the lower point anyways. So yeah, I'm gonna keep holding. If you have, let's just say you bought 5 contracts, sell 4 of them right here and keep 1 of them. As long as you sell 4 of them at 200%, there is no possible way that you're going to be down even if you don't sell the last one. We're up 5%. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, let's look at the options. So yeah, if we literally go down another 40, if we go down another 40 cents, everybody. So if we go down to 635.90 again, basically yesterday's lows, these contracts should be at around $100 each. So I'm going to be up 100%. So instantly, as soon as I go up 50%, everybody, that's 75 times 2. That's going to be 150. Basically, what I would have been at yesterday if I was able to sell it, I'm going to put my stop loss at $75. So once it gets to $80, because right now it's at 63. Right now I'm up 15% now. There we go. Once it gets to about 80%, I'm up. I'm going to put it at 50%. And then my take profit's going to be at 150% if it just wants to keep crashing out the sky. That's all good if you're late in the puts. That happens. Just watch out, you know, because the market could, of course, hold here, just like it did yesterday. It might just want to be a little annoying, and then tomorrow you crash down going lower. That's the reason why I want you guys to make sure you at least claim money and you stop out. It's fine if I take the loss. Because when I take a loss, I know the next thing on my mind is, how do I make sure that even though I was profitable the first day, even though it's kind of funny, right? Even though I was profitable the first day, I still held it. Even though I was profitable the second day, I still held it. How could I have still held it and still made it work for me? Because then what I could do is create like a 3-4 step leg version of averaging down where it always will work out. It might not work out today, it might not work out tomorrow, but within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I know I'm going to have a system that's going to be unstoppable. Just like these other charts. So at this point, if you guys want to trade anything, I would advise for you to buy a call, right? If you want to trade something right now, buy a call that costs $5 to $10, and that's it. One call, $5 to $10, because if that swings up right now and we go up to the high, you're going to have insurance. You're going to be good. Now, don't get something too far. It needs to be at least 637. Let me actually look at the options before I tell you. Don't get something too far because it all might be expensive. Give me 1 second. So let's go look at the calls here. Yeah, you can get, literally, I would get a 638 call for $15 right now. If you guys want to have insurance, this is how I trade. We have most of our money in puts, right, everybody? But you're at a level where you could snap up on the weekly boxes. You might hold here. You might run up to the high, to the top. So how do you have insurance just in case that happens? Very simply, you just buy one cheap option. That's it. Because that $15 538 call could instantly go to around $30, $40. And if you actually go to the high, right? Like if you just keep running up to the tippity top, that option is going to be at like $80, $90. So that's how I want the new beginners to trade. Meaning if they have $200 on the downside, they're only going to put like $20 for the upside. At a point, right? At a specific point where they know the market can hold, not just at a random point, not just off of the opening price, but off of a specific point where they know the market can hold. While they're still holding puts for the market to go lower, they're now buying a $20 call just in case the market goes up higher or wants to change directions. At first, they're going to be massively down, so it's going to drop from 200 to like 150. Then they're going to be like, you know what? I'm just going to tap out. I'm going to sell out. I'm going to take my win. Let's see if the market actually is truly going to flip here. And then they're going to hold the calls, and then they're going to be winning on the call side. You know what I mean? So they were winning on the puts. They were winning on the calls. That right there, that is an awesome situation to be in, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we want. Right now, we're up 20% on those puts from yesterday. Again, I'm looking for this market to potentially go down a little bit more. Let's look at the reversal points, actually, before I say that. You have reversal point 3. Come on, hit number 4. Come on. Hit it. Hit number 4, please. This is the one time I'm asking you to do this, SPY. Because these options are going to get absolutely destroyed in a couple seconds here if you start running up. Come on, puts. And again, I'm not trading calls right now. Because right now, I'm thinking the market's going to fall out the sky. I'm not trading calls at all until I get down to the 1/4 point. But again, if you want to trade calls here, get a 638 and just wait. I want to see this fall down to here, 634, because then the 635s are going to be super cheap, which means if I can buy a 635, 636 option and it runs up, I'm going to be up 200, 300, 400%. So that's what I want. Here it could also turn into a 200, 300, 400% trade, but I would say that the one down here is more likely because you already ran up from here yesterday. Everybody's on the same page? So again, everybody, because you already ran up from this level yesterday, I don't care if FOMC is tomorrow. That has nothing to do with the weekly trend. Weekly trend is weekly trend. FOMC is simply going to accelerate the possible weekly trend. That's all FOMC is going to do. It's not just going to, do something wild that you're not going to understand. If it does something wild, which it should actually do something wild, that's because that should have happened in that moment. Everything happens for a reason. So, John, you were saying, going back to the Discord? Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you being on the YouTube because any type of conversation on the YouTube, like, I don't know how it works, the algorithm really, but I'm pretty sure it pushes my channel to more people, basically. So, yeah, I appreciate that. You said the YouTube video was clearer, so y'all... No, yeah, I think the levels are probably much better to see, too, on the YouTube. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're at $75 now, so I'm going to put my stop loss. You guys got that? Stop losses now. We're up 40% here. This is amazing. This is absolutely phenomenal. So again, I'm going to stop out here. You guys got that? I'm going to stop out here because we're up 40%. I'm basically making the same amount that I would have made yesterday if I was able to sell. So because I'm not going to be stupid here, because I would call myself stupid if I don't sell this, we're just going to tap out. You guys got that? So again, we're going to post this on the Discord now. Make sure you can sell out. Regardless of what happens next. If you want a runner, hold a runner. That's fine with me. I wouldn't get mad at you if you do that. All right, and we're gone, everybody. We sold at 55% here. Now the next thing I'm going to do, because I already sold out, my account is basically at $200, which is more money than I would have made yesterday, right? That is excellent. So the first thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to look at the reversal points because you might hold here. If you hold here, very simple, everybody. I need everybody to listen to me, please. Very, 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 very simple. Let this run up. Let this hit number 2. And when it hits number 2, we're going to buy more puts. This is how you properly play flow. So we sold out right there. Why? Because if you look at my screen, it always usually holds around this area here. That's the reason why I have those lines here. I'm telling you, how did I find that out? With thousands of hours of trading. So let me tell ya, this is the most important thing on my screen is these lines. So wait, let it run up. That trade was insane. If you guys bought that trade this morning, oh my God, you're up 400%. I love it. 400% if you bought those puts today. And that's the reason why you can't give up. That's the reason why you had to always consistently follow through your plan. You know what I mean? If you know you're going to miss the shot, you might want to run after that ball and get it before anybody else gets it. Because you know when you shoot that shot, the second that ball leaves your fingers, you can tell if it's going to go in. You can feel it. You know what I mean? So you start running after it before it even goes in because you're not sure. That's what you should be doing after your options. And eventually, you're going to be shooting these things full court and hitting it every single time. That's days like today. Today was like a full court shot, let me tell ya. And it worked out. It actually worked out perfectly. You know what I mean? We didn't sell out. We were down 90%. It ran up against us. We averaged down one time. We didn't average down with 30 contracts. You know why? Because if I would have bought a crazy amount of contracts, I would have sold it early. I know myself. I know the psychology that goes behind this. I wouldn't have held it for it to fall down here. So that's how you know if a trader kind of is doing what he meant to do and he's following his plans, or he's just all over the place. Just like that. Remember, follow your plan, follow your plan, follow your plan. So right now, because we're falling, because I'm happy with my profit, I took my profit. I took my gain. The next thing is let's watch this fall down to number 4. And when you fall down to number 4, I'm probably going to buy a really cheap call if it just wants to keep falling right now. I'm not going to get emotional and be like, oh my God, I should have bought it or I should have sold it here. Or no, it's already on to the next plan, on to the next idea. Maybe for that previous idea, what we'll do is at the end of the day, we'll go back and then see where we could have done something better. Were we correct to sell in between 3 and 4? Should have we waited for it to hit number 4? We'll figure that out after today's done. For now, we sold it. We're gone. We're waiting for it to hit number 4 so we could buy calls, or we're waiting for this to run up a little bit higher so that we could buy puts at the top. Look at this market. Oh my goodness. This is beautiful. Literally straight from the top. I'm worried it's going to hold here weirdly. Until you get below the 1/4 point, I'm worried, let's just say. Once you get to this 1/4 point all the way down here at 634.70, I know you could fall down more. For now, if you're still stuck in the first quarter point, You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of bad. It's not that good. That's unsafe. Everything is still on high alert right now. Which, isn't that insane? Ladies and gentlemen, isn't that crazy that you still haven't even confirmed the downside? What you're doing right now is just hitting the bottom of yesterday's range. You're not even at the bottom of the range. You could still fall down another $10 here. So if you guys got those runners, close your eyes and just keep holding it. The next point I'm going to have you probably sell out is the 1/4 point. So if you have a stop loss right now, you're just going to move up your stop loss once you hit the 1/4 point. And your take profit, it should be for down here. Like somewhere in the middle here. Like 633. That's your take profit. Now, how am I going to get into more puts? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wait for this to get below 634. Once this gets below 634, which was my initial level that I wanted to hop out of my puts, I'm going to then hop into more puts to continue the downside. Just like that. Just like that. For now, it's kind of in the middle of two important levels. I kind of wanted to go up a little bit higher and consolidate a little bit. I know you could still tank, but I'm still going to wait. Once you hit number 4, boom, we're going to buy into our first trade, which are basically at number 4 here. So let's look at some of the calls now. You know I completely forgot about the NVIDIA option. I'm not going to look at it. We're not going to look at it. We're just going to leave it alone. Don't touch NVIDIA. All right, everybody. 627 option. 627, 627, 627. Or 637. Not a 627. That's way in the money. Don't buy that. Do not buy that trade. Only buy a $20 627 trade here. $20 627. We're looking for $40 to $50 here. We just won 100% on $25. You might even go up more if this thing can hold and run up higher. However, since we're not at the 1/4 point, which is at 634, I know for sure we could probably fall down lower. So for sure, everybody, we could fall down lower. So if you want to get an option that's cheaper than 637, you could just straight up get a 638. It's $8 right now. You know? NVIDIA is coming back into play. Come on, NVIDIA. Crash. Crash and burn. The NVIDIA trade, we're trying to sell it for 500%. So right now, we're literally back to being profitable again on NVIDIA. That's excellent. That made my day right there. More than the SPY trade, honestly. Unless the SPY trade we just got, the 637, if this can go up 300%, that will make my day. Honestly, the SPY puts kind of made my day now that I'm thinking about them. We got to actually make this a true measure of what I'm trying to explain to you guys. A true measure is basically what did we have the highest gain on? Well, a $20 contract going to $80. And just so you all know, those, you know how much those contracts are at right now? $100 each right now. Even though you just got bought up. The high that those contracts hit was literally 115. I told everybody in the morning I wanted to sell them out at 130. That is $15 off of the point that I told everybody to sell out of, and you could still make more money right now. So if you fall down and you actually hit the lower level that I want you to hit, because remember, you're still not there yet. You could still fall to 634, everybody. Until you hit 634, these contracts might actually go up to like 150, 160. So what does that mean? Well, if I sell a contract at 150 and I have 2 of them, I would have made $300. So what we're going to do is, because I would have made $300, since I only made $200, today's goal is to turn $25 into $100 by the end of the day. That's how I fix my mistakes, is by actually challenging myself to somehow get into a better trade. And with that better trade, we basically, we make up for the lost profit. Now you're at 130 each. So that would have been 260 now in total. So now I got to make $80. Of course, it's much harder thinking about it like this. But again, it's way more fun in my opinion. Way more fun in my opinion. Also, what time is it? It's 11:30 right now. It's also what's today's date? Today's a Tuesday. All right, we're just going to give this another 5-10 minutes here. If you're still at the same level, we're going to buy another call within the next 10 minutes. If you just V-shape right back up, everybody, I'm going to wait for you to hit reversal point number 2, and then I'm going to buy a put instead. So right now, I want to buy a call. We got one already. The next thing is to look for more upside here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, those calls are now at $27, so you're up 5%. When you hit number 2, you should be up 30% to 40%. If you hit number 1.5, you're going to be up 50 to 60. And then if you hit number 1 on the reversal points, you're going to be up 100 to 200%. So, of course, do I know which one is going to hit? Yeah, if I actually do extra charting, but me just looking at this right here without doing that extra charting, like right now, right? Do I know what's going to happen next? Are you going to hit number 3, 2, 1, and 1? And the answer is no. I do not know. If I add my other trading styles, yes, I will know. But like right now, just looking at this, I do not know truthfully, which means that right there now told me I need to improve this chart again. We need more data. We have enough data. The problem is I haven't been documenting the data. Meaning for this specific chart, I don't have a separate notebook where I was specifically writing down everything that has to do with this chart. It's all on the screen after all. Everything that would be in my notebook, it's actually on the screen already. So, yeah, we got to fix this. We got to make this even better. It worked out so far perfectly. You hit number 4 perfectly. You bounced up perfectly. So the calls works, the puts worked out. You even held on number 1.5 in the beginning of the day, so those also worked out on the calls right there. What else worked out? We'll have to see, because I think you might go lower, and then we're going to buy more calls down here at number 5 on the reversal points. And then after that point, we're going to try to look for a bigger bounce to the upside. Now, because I sold my puts out at the level that I sold them out at, when I buy these calls, I might miss it. Meaning the next location I buy into the calls, I might miss it. The reason why? It's because I'm now going to be looking for an even better point to buy into the calls. If I could wait and be patient and be more patient than the next person next to me, I'm going to get a cheaper price for my contracts. I might even get the $25 contract for like $15. Buy 2 of them. That thing runs up to $50 or $40. Boom. We just made all the profit that we should have made on the other account. It's just going to be a little bit more aggressive because we have less money. We only have $25 to work with. Why? Because I already used the whole entire account. So now we're going to start back from something small. This is what makes a trader great. I'm not calling myself great. I'm saying following this structure is what makes a trader great. If you're not consistently putting all your money on the map, let's say if I have $1,000 and I use 500 to trade that day, my next trade, I can guarantee you, will only be $50 to $20. I can guarantee you. Now, again, if I'm teaching people how to trade with 10K, my next trade is probably going to be 500. 200 to 500 per trade. That's basically the same thing as like $5 to $10. right? That's the concept. You got to wait for price to kill itself here. So it's just consolidating. It's hitting the reversal point that it needs to hit. So it's hitting my structure, just like we know it does, right? Just like it's written on the rules on the top right. If you read it right here, everybody, on the YouTube, on the Discord, you take a picture and you read this. I had these notes on my screen since January, and it's still working out. That's the crazy part. But again, me doing all that work, you know what's the part that's even crazier? Was that I just 5 minutes ago told you I needed to improve this chart still. But oh my goodness, do you know how much hours I put into this one chart already? Yeah, there's no way, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way you would have a job in the world where you would have to go through this amount of research and development, right? In just the technical analysis. The only fields that I see people doing this in is probably the space industry. Because with space, that rocket you had last week is definitely going to be a lot worse than the next rocket you're going to make within a year, or 6 months, or 3 months. So I think you guys understand where I'm coming from when I say that. There's more redundancy and there's more improvements with stuff like the space sector, with stuff like, I don't know, what else can we talk about? Biotech and stuff like that, right? Semiconductors and like graphics, like games and stuff like that. Stuff like that, basically. And I guess there's still not many. There's not many jobs where it would need a person to be this consistent. And not only that, but need to improve their charts every single day. Even if you put 10,000 hours into a chart, 100,000 hours into a chart, you still need to improve it. In fact, the less charts you have, the more you need to improve. Because I have, you know, basically around 600 charts, 700 charts done for the main companies. And then when you start bringing up my other charts, we have about 1,200 to 1,100 done. Like if we're counting DARP, if we're counting supply and demand zones, if we're counting wedges, if we're counting all those different trading styles, we have about 1,200 to 1,300, maybe 1,100 now that I think about it. It's probably the same amount, just double from the actual main charts, like the S&P 500. It's about, we pretty much just did 2 of them for each chart. And then for SPY, we have 70 charts for it. For Tesla, I have only 5 charts for it. For NVIDIA, I only have 2 charts for it. Microsoft 2, Google 2. Everything else is pretty much 2. Futures, I have 5 charts for each. So futures, I have 5 charts each. So for one name, for just ES, I have it done 5 different ways. For gold, I have it done 5 different ways as well. For, what else? Palladium, I have it done 8 different ways. Palladium is actually the one that I have done the most. And the reason why, it's because it's a precious metal. So I did palladium, I did gold. What else did I did? Oil. Oil is done. Steel is done. Wood is done. The semiconductor stocks are all done. Pretty much almost everything, you know. And me going through the process of doing all of that, it caused me to learn so much. It's not even funny. Would I have done that if I was by myself, ladies and gentlemen, if I wasn't teaching? I can guarantee you, no. I promise you, no. If I wasn't teaching and I didn't have you guys here behind me, which is why I love this group so much, because it causes me to improve so much. If it was me just trying to improve, I would not improve this much. Why? Because it's not just me being smart. It's about having an environment where you're in a safety, you know, like kind of like a safety mode, and you need to make this work. People's lives are at stake here. People's money is at stake. You know what I mean? Some of these individuals, they have little girls, you know? They have little daughters, little boys, little sons that depend on them. That's how I think. That's how I look at things. Because that child probably wants their parents to always be around them. They don't want them to be going to work, and they want to be going on vacations with them. They want to live life with them. They want to experience life with them, not away from them. That's not how humans were raised. So, yeah, it's the most important thing in the world to me to make sure that I can actually improve these charts for you guys, because now there's reason, now there's value, now there's meaning. And then it gives me deeper meaning, right? That's the best part about this. But it's just sometimes I don't say it that way. Sometimes I don't talk like that. Sometimes I don't speak like this. And it causes everybody to kind of think about my words a little differently than what I'm trying to actually make you understand them as. You know what I mean? Sometimes I say stuff too aggressive or too blunt, and it doesn't work out. I should have just been quiet. I should have just started through a little bit better, just like how I'm thinking it better now. So, yeah, like, you guys are very crucial to my success here. Me becoming the best trader in the world only occurred because of you guys. I hope you understand that. Because if it was just for me, I wouldn't have psychologically got to this level. Because you were here, and it created me to now make sure that you're surviving with this, and you depend on this to learn and to get better and to grow. It caused me to get to that level. So I hope that makes you understand the reason why. It's just simply the psychology. And psychology is very important, let me tell you. If you can cause yourself to learn something in a certain way, in a certain fashion, by doing it a little differently, it's unbelievable how you could go about progressing in the future. Success is not luck. Success is a skill. The charts showing you that a stock is going to go here and go there is not luck. It's a skill. You know? That's the reason why we're always correct. It's not because I want to be correct. I'm trying to rub it into people's face, or I think I'm so great and I think so highly of myself, which I would agree with you. Now I do, honestly. Now I do think highly of myself, honestly. I did it my whole life, so I'm kind of late doing it while I'm 20 years old, but some people do it when they're 40. Some people do it when they're 70. It's never too late. Everybody does stuff in their own realm of time. And that's what makes me very happy, you know? Is because I have a lot of time for myself, you know? I have a lot of time to change the world. I have a lot of time to do great. I should not be getting so caught up in the fact that I want to be a showrunner and I want to have hundreds of students because I know I could change everybody's life. I should get caught up in the journey of it. The going from level 1 to level 10. That's always the funnest part. Because once you're at level 50, level 60, you can't do that level 1 stuff no more. It's not fun no more. So yeah, I gotta understand that this stuff happened for a reason. Out of 200 students, I only have 20 students here right now because it happened for a reason. How am I going to get to 100 students? Which is going to help us grow this foundation to be able to create a school and to be able to actually make sure that our children have something that they could use. So when I'm gone, there's still structure. There's still people knowing how to trade. How can we make sure that that's the case? It's by making sure we build a crazy big community where everybody can see the ins and outs of it and everybody can grow. Because this is not just me here. It's not just one person. I don't talk about myself like that. It's us as a unit. It's us as a team. That's the only reason why I'm doing this. It's because it's us here. So, yeah. That's the goal, everybody. I'm trying to get to 100 students by the end of August. I know I could do it. I know I could do it. It's just I have to fix this Discord up. I had to make the information simpler. I had to separate the Discord into 2 Discords where one of them is basically just information, and then this one's like the trading Discord. That's one of the ideas I had, so that I compress the information and kind of simplify stuff. So yeah. Let me know whatever you guys think I could do to make this an environment that actually could survive with 100 people. Because remember, we had over 100 students at one point. The problem was they were all at different levels. They were all at different tiers. So I can't teach the same way across the board because that makes the next person who then paid for this tier feel invalid. And that's not what I'm trying to do here. It is, I'm creating a tier for a reason, you know? I'm putting it at those prices for a reason. If I have something at just $10, do you really think we're going to have a proper environment? No. Because there's going to be a bunch of people that if I ban them, they're just going to join in with another account and just cause a ruckus. And that's not what I need. You know, I don't need to be worried about stuff like that. If it happens, it happens. But that's not something I'm trying to worry about. It's like having an open YouTube comment section. Like, I don't need to hear that. I don't even care about what they think, because most of those comments are probably not going to be logical or structured. They're not even going to know what they're talking about. So it's like stuff like that is what I don't want to have. If you have something that costs a lot, $200 a month, $1,000 a month, the only reason why you're paying $1,000 or $200 a month is if that's actually making you 5 to 10 times that. Everybody would agree with me. Meaning, if you're not making money from something, you should not be paying for it. I would be the first person to tell you that. So, yeah, these tiers, they're at that price for a reason. So I can't teach everybody. For instance, if I'm teaching the teachers, which costs $1,000 if you want me to be a teacher that teaches you how to teach people, which sounds so weird. But basically, I would give you the structure in a way where it shows you how I made it. Not just how I made it, but how I truly made it. Because when I show everybody these trading styles, if I'm showing you, let's just say, reversal points, right? I could teach people how to trade reversal points and what to do. But how you're actually supposed to do it, truly, is by actually going to the beginning of when I first created this chart, which you can't really do no more. However, if somebody's paying me $1,000, they're at that point going to be able to pay at least $200 for TradingView, and they'll have the data. Meaning, if somebody's just paying $200 and they had to pay another $200 for TradingView, they're probably not going to want to do that. But if a person's paying $1,000 and I help them make another $1,000, right? The first thing they're going to do that month is unlock the data, buy the premium subscription, and basically copy every single one of my charts from the beginning of time. That's what the teachers are going to do. So that's the difference between $1,000 and like $200 a month, for example. $200, I'm just basically giving these people an opportunity because, one, $200 is a lot of money. However, it's not enough money for me to be down people's neck, calling them all the time, talking to them 20 times a week. The only reason why I'm doing that now is because we have a small amount of students. Because we only have around 20 students right now. So I could basically talk to you guys like 5 to 10 times per week. And I'm fine with that. I have no problem with that. Right? Of course, when we get more students, I'm going to be talking to you guys less. So by that time, I want to make sure that whoever wants to be a teacher can have the opportunity to be one. Because then all I'm going to do is just send people your way. I can only handle about 200 people at once. Meaning, the most that I could grow this Discord to logically and still be able to teach them properly is 200 people. Meaning, once we get more than 200 people, I need you guys to teach. I'm going to be giving you as much money as you want. You're going to be getting money from me giving you money at first, and then you're going to be getting money from the students. All that money that you get from teaching is going straight to you. I don't want a percent. I don't need a percent. I want to change the world. That's what I need. I don't need money. I need change. So, if you want to be a teacher, just let me know. In the beginning, you are going to have to pay me, of course, because I got to see the value. I got to see you could do this. I got to see you know what you're talking about. I'm not just going to have you teach people or be a teacher that comes from me and you're not teaching people correctly. My name doesn't deserve that. My name, you know what I mean? I don't have nothing that has to do with my name. I want my name to be great. I want my name to go down in history. That's what I want my name to do. I don't want my name to come with negative connotations and negative people that don't really know what they're doing. I don't want that. I don't have time for that. So that's the plan here, everybody. Make you greater than me. Because only then can I actually classify myself as a true teacher. Because if you can't teach a student how to become greater than you, you have no business being a teacher. In fact, you're just trying to take from people. Which 90% of people are. 99 probably, if you really probably use the percentage. They're just trying to take from people and you know, get money, make them pay for, what do they call those things? Courses and stuff like that. That's why I don't call this stuff courses, because this is not a course. I hate when people call it that. They've ruined the word of course. By the way, those options are up 100%. So if you guys want to sell out the calls, Actually, no, they're not 100%. Well, actually, no, they are. They are. They hit $14, and right now you're at 33. You're up 100 and like 10%. So we'll see if this comes right back down again, or if it goes up to number 2, and then we'll buy the puts. So this right here was very important today. This price action, I just learned something new myself. So when you first fell down, the calls were $25. When you fell down to here, they literally got cut in half again. So just us waiting another 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I think we were actually supposed to buy here now that I think about it. I apologize, everybody. I think I was actually... No, yeah, that was enough time. Look at this. 10 or 5, 10, 15 minutes, we buy. And then boom. But I think I told everybody I was going to wait 20 minutes. But 20 minutes still would have worked out because you still would have flipped up at the bottom here. So do you guys see why I use 15 minutes as a placeholder in terms of consolidation once you hit my reversal points? It's because you always do it. Sometimes you'll consolidate for 30 minutes, sometimes 15 minutes. But that right there teaches us that that's a perfect setup. Does that make sense, everybody? Because if you wait for it to hit number 4, and then you wait for it to consolidate for 15 minutes, isn't that wild? Like, when you think about that for a second, like, that's so many layers of protection and shielding. I think that's a better way for us to trade this, honestly. I think I'm going to change everything now just because of that. The only problem is when you get those crazy V-shapes, they hit a level and then they're just right back up. The only way to kind of play that would be then to get a $10 option the first time you hit it. And then when it falls down lower, then you get the more expensive one. Wait a second. How much money would I have made if I told you guys to get a 636 call? Oh my God, they went from 36 to 80. But then again, that's almost 100% as well. Yeah, so the cheaper ones, they went up a little bit more. The cheaper ones went from 14 to 37 each. So yeah, literally the 637 calls, they made the most money right now. So that's very important. Very important, everybody. You got to write that down. 637 call made the most amount of money on that run up right now. 637. That means when you were at the bottom, that's 2 strikes away. So now we all learned something as a group together right there. When you hit number 4 on the reversal points, you buy a strike that's always 2 strikes out. That's what we're always going to do from here on out. So when you're at number 4, we're going to buy a strike price that's 2 strikes out for the 0 days. For the 5 days, we're going to have to figure that out next. But think about it. Since we have data now, all I got to do is go look at a 5-day contract, look at the value at the floor, look at the value it is when it's up here, and that's literally it. It's easier with a 5-day because they're not going to expire tonight. But with these, they're going to expire tonight, so we got to make sure that we make a note and a plan for us to basically chop up everything later tonight. You got that? All right, everybody. So that is the plan here. That is what we're trying to do. Waiting for this market to hit number 2 on the reversal points. If not, I'm also looking at number 1.5. Oh my God, look at how that perfectly... Oh my goodness! Oh. Look at how perfect that was. I don't even know what to say right now. And you know what's even crazier? Look at the point that it's at right now. You're at a 1/8 point. No wonder you ran up here. 1/4 to 1/8 on the weekly. Look at that. 400% trade straight down. 100% trade straight up. And it's about to be 200% right now on those calls. That was amazing. So do you guys see why this is so important? And remember, this is one trading style. This is one trading style. So I'm so happy today was the day where it reacts to it perfectly. Because not every day it will react to this perfectly. That's why you need multiple trading styles. But yeah, see? What did I tell you guys? That right there was either going to consolidate and start flipping up, or it was going to drop down lower and you're going to get a much bigger drop. And that's what we got. Just the way it went about it, I didn't like it too much. The way you went about dropping here, honestly, was garbage price action.
I'll be real with everybody here. The only reason why the market actually did that and why it went our way so well is just because of the range. That's it. But the way it occurred, it was absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Let's all be honest. That took way too long. It was like almost going sideways. Now the price action is getting real nice. So that's something we have to pay attention to. Because what that means is that the price action should continuously speed up now. This is usually where people make the most mistakes. Is where the market starts speeding up. And they pretty much, they'll buy a call, then they'll buy a put, then they'll go here, then they'll go there. They'll be all over the place. So it kind of is a little repetitive, right? But the one thing you need to understand here, everybody, is that I told everybody in the morning today, you should fall back into this box, and you should fall to a lower point because of yesterday's price action. We already hit this 1/8 point, which means the next location you need to hit, if the market's going to staircase downwards, is the 1/4 point, and you hit it perfectly. So now since you're at the 1/8 point, after you hit the 1/4 point, are you guys thinking what I'm thinking right now? I know it probably just popped into your head the second I said that. I'm thinking more puts right now. Because if you fall here, you might fall right back down to the 1/4 point, even lower maybe. If you hold here, you're going to run up to the high. So if you got calls at the 1/4 point, just make sure you understand, if you're not going to sell right now, this is your only buying or selling point before you run to the high. So if you're not going to sell right now, you might have to take a full loss on those calls. So put a stop loss just in case. Your take profit should be at the top of the range, which is 637 when you go in the money. For me, I'm looking at the puts right now, and I'm looking at a 634 put, which costs $17 right now. The 636 puts, they went from $20, and we got rid of them at $80 each. They started at $20 this morning. We got rid of them at $80 each. So I think what I want to do is maybe we go for a 634. What was the price a couple seconds ago? It went from $15 to $18. Yeah, let's buy this right now. Let's test this. Let's have some fun here. So again, we bought a 634 put right here, right now, a little bit late. So we're going to remember that. And we're going to use this for data. We're going to use this for training. Let me message everybody on the Discord. Give me 1 second. I should make my text look better. So I'm going to be like new trade alert, right? Let's make this look way better than how I normally send the trades. I kind of do it lazy. And I shouldn't be doing stuff lazy, especially if I'm trying to have 100 students. Laziness is, there's no place for laziness here. Okay, so new trade alert. We're buying into a 634 put for around $15. And we're looking for a drop below 634 now. Let's say you fall down to 635 and you slow down. We're just going to stop out in the profit. If you continue to head up higher, once you get above 636.11, which is the weekly 1/8 point, you're going to play calls to the top of the box, which is 637.54. Let me see. 636.11. Let me capitalize this. 54. Erase that. I should also add, we bought these puts after you actually hit the 1/8 point and fell from it, meaning we bought these puts right inside the consolidation. The reason why that is a very important point is because most traders, especially when they're beginners, when they're buying their trades, they usually hop into the trade very late after it already has confirmed. And the reason why they hopped in late was usually due to anxiety or a misunderstanding. No. No, not misunderstanding. Due to anxiety or I had the word in my head, it just disappeared. So, and the reason, yeah, like I was gonna say, like knowledge, like some like is usually due to anxiety. So usually the reason I see a trader get into a trade late is because they're anxious, so they usually wait for it to confirm, and then usually due to anxiety or not having enough knowledge, I could say. So this right here is a very normal trade. This is how most people trade the stock market. Is basically what I'm trying to tell you. So this is very important because if you find yourself in a situation like this, I'm going to now teach you how to average down properly. So let's say if the market wants to run up higher, I'm going to show you how to properly average down on these puts, even though it might not have been the best idea. And if we run up, obviously the calls were the winners, but I could still show you how to turn a loss into a winner. That's what we're trying to do right now. What else can I add to this? What else I can add to this is, wait, did I add that point already? So if you continue to head higher once you get above, okay, so this is insurance. Insurance play. So that's how you're going to play the insurance. Okay, now we're buying into a 634 put around $15. We're looking for a drop to 634. Now let's say you fall down to 635 and you slow down. We're going to just stop out in the profit. I didn't add that point actually. Let me add it now. Since we already hit 634 and held on it, if you fall next to 634 again, you're most likely going to actually fall lower now, maybe to the next 1/8 point, which is all the way down at 633.26. Sorry, I had to say it like that because then Siri doesn't write my note correctly. And if I could just talk into the phone, this is way quicker. Or not having enough knowledge. I hate how when you speak into Siri on Discord, it makes two different text boxes. It puts the text box wherever I'm typing, and then it puts it at the bottom of the note. I don't know why it doubles everything. So that's your insurance play. Extra information. What's the idea? Question mark. Okay, insurance play, extra information. Okay. Let me make sure that the insurance play, let me make sure that's a proper way for you to play calls. Okay, 636, then you're going to play to the top of the box, which is 637.50. Yeah. All right, everything is proper here. So let me go here. Let me add everybody. Excellent. So that's how I'm going to start posting my trades from now on. Just like this, everybody. Meaning, oh man, I'm going to have to probably copy and paste it in a certain fashion and then fix a couple things. I'll probably keep the titles of all the headings, like what's the idea, what's the insurance play, what's the extra information that a person might need to know if they're going to buy this, right? Like giving you the full playbook on one play, even if it's a 0 day. It's just, I'm just going to have to figure out a way to do it fast. But I mean, I guess the one way where actually, you know what's crazy? You know how I could do it fast? Because think about it, everybody. If you have these boxes, technically you have what's going to happen for the next week, correct? Is that correct, Meech, Vikash, Mansa, Johan, Sherman, AC? What do you guys think? Is that correct? If I have these boxes, I should be able to predict what's going to happen next. For an example, if we fall below this line here that you perfectly held on, you're going to fall to the 1/8 point. So I would be like, all right, I'll make a put note, create a little note, say, all right, if I'm going to play puts, I'm going to sell 80% at 633.28, let it bounce, or maybe I'll sell out of all of them here. I'll buy into more puts at 634, and then I'll have this drop down even lower to 631. It's that simple. It's just what's the next line that you're at. So then, you know what you could do now, right? It's just copy and paste this to the next box below it because it's the same size. It's just this right here might do something different. This might only hit the quarter point. It might hit the halfway point. Maybe it hits closer to the line. But you could just copy and paste it now is the idea. So yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very important for you to learn. Very important. This will change your life. You will literally be on cloud 9 every single day, all day, nonstop, no matter what happens. Right now on those plays that we just bought, we're up, I think, what, 30% right now? On the puts that we bought a little bit later. Which is kind of nice, not bad. I want to see if I could sell these puts for around, potentially, I want to see if I could sell them for like 100 and, this is going to sound crazy, right? But this is how I always time crazy moves where it's like ridiculous gains. Like you're up 1,000%, 2,000%. It's usually just like this. And what you had to do is you had to recognize the fact that these $20 options that I'm currently holding right now, they were at $60 a couple seconds ago. Like literally 30 minutes ago, these options were at $60. So I know if we get back to here, they're going to be at least $40. But if we get past that low, instantly the second you get past that low, boom. The momentum is going to hit the contract, and these things are going to start soaring into the sky. Then I'm going to be up 100%, 200%. And because it hit 60, if I'm expecting this market to go lower, think about it. It's like a curve. If I'm expecting this market to go lower, that means that $60 contract should, in theory, hit at least 70 to 80, maybe $100. And if it gets really crazy, you might be selling out these plays that we just bought at $20 at $200. That's usually like the craziest play. And when you go up 1,000% on your contracts, you better sell out. Because that means big money is up 2,000, maybe 1,500, and they're going to sell out soon. So you got to take profit. Usually your trades are not going to go up 1,000% because there's too much consolidation. It doesn't really yank up in a direction that long for contracts to actually go up that much. But honestly, I'll be real with you. It happens during times like this where we made the range a couple of days ago. Like, think about it. Thursday last week was slow. Friday was a little fast. Monday wasn't that bad. It was pretty fast. And look at today. It's way faster than that whole entire last week. So this is awesome so far. I just really want to see if the market's going to hold here and get above 636 because you kind of perfectly almost held on number 4. You did fall below it. So, yeah, I'm just paying attention to this right here. Number 4 is very important. If we could fall down to number 4, maybe we could put our stop loss on if we're up like 100%. And just so I can remind everybody, remember, we're in puts right now. We bought 634 puts. We bought them for $18. Currently, they're around $22 right now. And I want to sell each of them for around $60 to $100. That is all I want. Meaning if this doesn't go my way, ladies and gentlemen, I am not averaging down unless these contracts drop to like $5, $6. If it goes from $18 to $6, then we're going to buy another one. If it just falls, we are not going to sell this contract out until you hit number 4 on the reversal points, number 5, or you get a little bit lower. Sounds like a deal? Handshakes all around. Handshakes all around. Handshakes all around, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I didn't get a thumbs up from some of you individuals who are on the Discord. So I'm gonna need you guys to text me whenever you can so I can go over that information. I have a feeling. You guys like that, right? Hit that high note. Was that a high note? Would you consider that a high note? What the hell is even a high note? Is that when your voice gets like I'm sorry, by the way. I just screamed in everybody's ear. I think my voice is really loud now. Let me know if my voice is too loud. just in case I scream randomly again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are up 30%. That is a beautiful trade right there. You know that? That's beauty in the making. Come on, give me a nice 100% gain. We got one yesterday. We should have no problem getting another one today. Let's be honest here. As long as it doesn't get stuck on number 4 again. If it gets stuck on number 4, everybody, you're going to have to sell out of the puts. Handshakes? Handshakes? You better sell out. I'm not playing with you guys. Don't hold it. Don't wait. Just sell it. If you hit number 4 and it gets stuck, just sell it. I'm telling you. Do not play with the market. There's ways to be more aggressive. There's ways to make sure you're always profitable. It's all different. Is somebody texting the chat? Who's posting? I think somebody's posting something. Let me see. Let me see what's going on back here. The cash. Excellent trade. Excellent. Excellent, buddy. Look at that. He bought that at 46. He bought a put for 637. Excellent. Look at that. 137% right there. John, excellent trade right there. 40%. Let's see. You guys are also starting the $1 million account. Thank you for your post inside that section, John. There's not many people that want to do the $1 million account, unfortunately. I think they just want to watch me do it. And it's cool and all, but yeah. I kind of don't want to do it if you guys are not going to want to do it yourself. Because I'm only doing this stuff because, again, I'm trying to teach you how to operate at a better level than me. And the only way I could teach you how to operate at a better level than me is to show you how to trade smaller options because they're harder. Cheaper options because you need to wait for a bigger move, or you need to wait to be patient to buy in at that time. Because if I buy an option and then 30 minutes later you're still at the same location, most likely my 0 day is going to be down like 20%, 30% because the data is so high. So, no, yeah. If you guys just don't want to do it, just text in the channel and let me know you don't want to do that challenge, and let me know what challenge you guys do want to do so that I could see you guys posting more. Because I want to see you guys posting these challenges every single day, because we teach so well here, and it's not just me teaching, it's all of us teaching each other. But we teach each other so well here that very quickly you're going to experience success. And unless you plan for it, if you didn't plan for the success when it happens, you're not going to do nothing with it. You're not going to go anywhere with it. Meaning you're not going to become nothing from this. Until you actually plan it. And what is planning? What am I talking about? What I'm talking about is, all right, you guys saw how I was basically describing to you how you should come up with a weekly section of notes, and like your interpretation should be built off of this here. Let me show you. So for the notes, where are they? What chart was it? I think it was this chart. Yeah, this right here. Everybody sees this, right? So because you have this right here, you could be like, all right, when you hit this level right here and you run up to 639, you're going to wait for the market to fall to here, and you're going to wait for it to fall to 638. When it falls to 638, because the contracts are going to lose some value, right here, I'm going to write down buy $20 2 strikes out. Buy $20 puts 2 strikes out. That right there is something I can automatically tell you right now. What's the price of it? It depends. Can I do the math right now? Well, yes. So let's just say we run up, right? We're at 634. If I look at the calls right now, and I look at the 638 call, the calls right now are $8. But again, it's not about the price. It's not about the price. The price doesn't matter. What matters is that when this is at that location, what's going to be 2 strikes above 638? 2 strikes above 638 is a 640 option. 640s currently cost $3. So what I could do is I could buy a 640 option right now because that thing is stupid cheap. I'm not losing out on nothing. Or if I want to make sure every trade is profitable, this is what I would do. I would buy a 638 call. The second we run up to 639 and we fall, because that's going to be later on in the day, we should be able to lose a ton of value just from this little drop from 639 to 638. We'll buy into a strike price. So again, I'm going to change this now. 1 strikeout now. So buy $20 puts, 1 strikeout. And then I could be like, I'm going to buy 5 in total for $100. The same time I do that, if I'm writing down an entry point for you to buy, oh wait, I just said puts. It's calls. This is calls because you run up and then you're holding. Sorry, I just confused myself. Again, everybody, I'm sorry if I confused you right there. Let's make sure everybody understands what I just did. Because this line right here is supposed to be green, my eyes just basically turned that pink. It turned it red. The only one that's pink right now is the red one, which is to fall down lower. So to play calls, I would wait for it to run up to here, fall down to here. I'll buy a $20 strike price. This 1 strikes out. I'll buy 5 of them in total. And then the next goal is I want to sell out at 641. So then I'm going to write down right here. Goal is to sell out at 641. Now, because this is a 0 day, and 0 days are not fair, they're not fair. I'll be honest with you. They will destroy everything. To play this safe, how do you play it? Where's my entry point, and then where's the point I want to get out? 640, so that means the halfway point is at 640, 626. So goal is to sell out at 640.26. Or we're going to sell 80% of them. Then sell out the rest of the contracts at 641. Wait, 641.65 specifically. 641 because we got to get specific. Every cent matters. So that's how you're going to continue to play calls. Or you could literally do the same thing here, but instead just buy it once you pass the 1/4 point. So this is how I would have told you to buy earlier before we fell this low. Remember, everybody, that's what I want you to understand. We made this before the whole drop occurred. So that's something you have to write down. The top one, we made it before the drop occurred. So now if I had to make a new one going into the future from here, I would tell everybody the second you get above this level right here, which is at 636.48. Let me see. Let me actually put the prices down. So at 638.82. So at 638.82. Let me make sure that's the right price. Sometimes I confuse. Nope, it's not the right price. You see, I do that all the time to myself. I truly don't know if I'm dyslexic or not. Can't even say the word. I might be. I'm not too sure. Or maybe it's just me thinking too fast. Like my brain is just getting too ahead of itself. I have no idea. Regardless of which, I apologize when it happens. That's all I could do. Let's look at this one down here. So at 636.48. Actually, because it could hit that level again and still drop down, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you at 636. What is the number again? 48. At 636. 0.68, 20 cents above that. You're going to buy $20 calls. Actually, let me not put just 20 calls. Sounds like you're buying 20 of them. So we're going to buy a $20 call, 1 strikeout, 5 in total. And then the goal is to sell out at 638.16. So now the first level to sell out is 638.16. Where you're going to sell 80% of them. You always sell 80% at these structure points, because if it's hitting a structure point and then going down to the next structure point, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, I am telling you, if you don't get rid of them, or at least a majority of them, you're going to have a very sad day. You're going to be like, what in the world did I just do? You might not understand it. As long as you understand why you did it, you won't talk to yourself like that. Once you start talking to yourself like that, I promise you, your interior gut is going to make you lose again the next day. Because now you're talking crap about it. And you shouldn't, right? You got to go with a plan, live with it. Don't, run away from it too early, and just follow through. It might not happen today, but it's certainly happening tomorrow, if not 2 days from now or 3 days from now. That's how I want you to think. Because then your plan is truly never actually failing. Even if it fails today, it might work out tomorrow. So don't give up on yourself. I'm telling you. So right here, boom. 636.68, buy $20 call, 1 strikeout, 5 in total. Goes to sell them at 638.16, sell 80%, then sell at the rest of the contracts at 638. Oh no, the rest would be sold out at 639.91. So 639.91. And there you go, everybody. That's how you can continue to play the upside. And that's also how I would show you how to do the notes, right? So we did this note in the morning. Now it's currently around 12 o'clock. It's the middle of the day. Now we have a new note. And at the same time, I'm also going to draw a new path to the downside. We also had to draw one over here, but we played it. You all know that. We played the put straight down to 636. And we got rid of them right around 636 here. A little bit below it. Like right around here, we got rid of them. But then you continue to fall to 634 perfectly. Then you got bought up almost perfectly to this line over here. Now, what we're basically trying to do is, and again, this is how I'm playing puts. This last line, I'm going to make it yellow because this is my idea. So boom, we bought the puts up here again at the top. Now I want to see this fall just a little bit lower. That's all I want. Not a whole lot. I'm not asking for the world. I'm asking for something that I know is possible. Something that all it needs to do is just consolidate a little bit more. Consolidate doesn't always mean just stay stuck at that level. Consolidate means a range. You're consolidating on a range. Always think of it like that. Consolidation can always occur diagonally. It can occur within a $3, $6 range. Sometimes it's a $2 range. Sometimes it's only $1.50. The point is that you're stuck in that certain range. Now, is it bullish consolidation? Is it bearish consolidation? That's what you're trying to figure out. You see? Again, we bought the puts here. You all know what my plan was. You all can see everything. This is like seeing behind the scenes right now. This is the stuff that I don't normally talk about, because this is basically only for the advanced students. Meaning these are for students that I don't teach yet. Everybody else, I give you everything you need for success, and now I want you to work for it. But the teachers, I'm going to have to be on like, I don't even know. My brain's going to be like on 1,000 when I'm teaching those people. Because again, I can't have a person that doesn't know how to teach say that they learned from me. Everybody that comes from me, that wants to be a teacher, you're probably going to be one of the greatest teachers in the world, honestly. Probably going to be greater than me, honestly. Because that's how I teach. Is with the intention that you all are going to be greater than me. Because if I don't teach you like that, the universe is going to screw me over. And that's it. The universe sees inside your deepest self. It sees your soul before you see your soul. The universe knows about everything. And it's not going to give you what you deserve unless you make it so that you deserve it. Why do I deserve to be able to trade this well? It's because I wholeheartedly want to teach people, and I don't gatekeep. I don't hide stuff. I don't teach them in an improper way. In fact, if I think it's improper, I'll stop the lesson and I'll tell them we're going to get back to this later on. I got to figure this out. Now, if they want to watch me from the background and they kind of want to see my process, that's fine with me, but usually I only do that for the teachers. Because it's so much information, I'm going to have at least a person that went through at least a year of me teaching them. Or if not, 6 months, 3 months. Honestly, I don't want you guys paying too much money. That's the thing, is I want you guys to be able to be profitable, and let's just say 3 months. Because then you only gave me $600. Technically, Patreon takes $30 out of $200, so it only gives me $170, right? So 170 times 3 months is basically how much a person would give me to fully learn how to trade, where they're making millions potentially. That right there is such a crazy margin. One, it's almost unbelievable. Two, feels right. It feels like I'm not trying to take from people. Because most of the people I teach, they come from nothing. You know, they don't have many resources. This is very dire for them to, be successful here. I don't care how you put it. And I don't care if you tell me, oh, I shouldn't be concerned about a person's success. No, that's not a proper teacher then. You might not know because you don't teach. Speaking from my experience, that right there is the most important thing. Is to make sure that everybody on this boat, in this classroom, is successful. I can't have one student failing. That's not how the world should work. It's how the world works right now. That's how school really is. But, it shouldn't be like that. We all have potential to be successful in different ways. Let's make it happen. Let's make our life limitless. Let's make this thing a dream. Let's reach those levels, because you're the only person who's stopping yourself. Einstein became great because he felt he was great. And maybe he has a bunch of, conspiracies with his name, and just like all these individuals who are seen as great throughout history. But like, the one thing you need to understand is that greatness is oftentimes depicted to a certain standard, right? And greatness in terms of thinking, greatness in terms of ability that was in a certain way, in a certain field. The person might not be perfect. We're all not perfect. I think we all know that. However, we can be perfect in certain ways. You know what I mean? You can't outshine everybody in certain fashions if you put a lot of time into something. That's the first thing I noticed when I started trading, like this, was that I would outshine people and they would not like it. They would think that I'm trying to be cocky and unhumble and stuff like that. And that was never the intention. The intention was literally to create a unit of people and help people trade. But just like we oftentimes see in many environments, the people who actually cause you to not be successful are usually the closest people to you, because they spoil and foil the plans. And that literally happened here. It literally happened here in this Discord. It happened in the other Discord that I was teaching for free, and I was trying to help them out. And you know what? I don't regret that. I don't regret helping people out and them still turning their backs against me and still doing me wrong, when I just really wanted to have a big group of people and help more people. Even if it's not me, even if I didn't teach these people, even if they knew about the stock market before me and they already have their own environment, I wanted to build with them. That's the quickest way to help a bunch of people. I was in that mindset, but literally nobody else is in that mindset ever. Ever. Even the good traders, they all want it for themselves. They all want the community for themselves. They want everything for themselves. It's terrible, truly. And that's probably the reason why the world doesn't change, is because everybody always wants everything for themselves. And when you have a person like me who wants absolutely nothing and wants to make everybody better than that person, which is myself, now we have a standard. Now we have some ethics, some morals. So yeah, I'm still upset about it. I will never not be upset about that, because these individuals, this group of people, were just dirty. Terrible. Because think about it. I just want to wholeheartedly help and improve people. These people don't really want to do that. And a lot of the people that I currently teach on my group, they came from that group. So it's unfortunate because, it's just unfortunate. It's just very bittersweet. Because if I learned from somebody, which I did learn from that group, I did learn. I did, use the information. Now, did it turn me into the trader I am today? Absolutely not. Hell no. It was only because I pushed it myself. Within 1 week of me watching this individual trade, I was already trading by myself. Within 2 weeks of me trading for the first time, because I joined the Discord in October of 2021, by the end of October, I already turned 3K into 100K. The first month I ever options traded. With that person's help, I probably only made 2,000. And it was only because I was trading more aggressive than everybody else. I literally just put all my money in. I was trading 0 days, 5 days, and I was putting all my money in. So very quickly, I had an opportunity for me to actually trade by myself and learn by myself. And guess what? It took me 3 to 4 years to actually learn properly. I could have learned in 1 month, just like how I did, but I gave up on myself. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not going to lie. I gave up on myself. When I hit 100K and I realized that all my friends didn't want to actually build with me, they didn't want to get to this point, they wanted me to trade for them, I was like, oh my God, is this what it's like? This was all worthless. I thought me getting to 100K, I would at least, be able to take one friend within another month or two to like 20K or to 10K. And then now he can go on a trip with me. Now I'm not alone. I've been alone my whole life. I don't want to be alone no more. I don't need to be alone no more. I want to have a community. I want to have a village next to me. I'm not scared to be alone, but I just don't want it no more. Again, honestly speaking. Most people, they don't want to tell you that, though. They think that that makes them weak or something like that. Nah. It's just because I lived, being alone so long, I just don't want it no more. So maybe that's the reason why I want such a community and such a village, and I get so sad when I had to kick out people from my Discord because they're not doing what I say. It's just like it's going against the village. I'm literally taking people and removing them from this world that I'm trying to create. And I don't know, it's such a mind-numbing topic to kind of talk about. And me talking out loud like this really does help me out. I'll be honest with you. It's like therapy for me. By the way, I would never actually go into a therapy office. Never in my life. I would jump off a bridge before I do that. You can all fix your own problems with yourself. You don't need other people that are just going to wait for the clock to hit 12 and then they're just like, all right, you got to get out of here. I need the next person to come in. Or I'll see you next week. What do you mean you'll see me next week? I might need you tomorrow. You know what I mean? That's what a true village is like. You know what I mean? Not that fake capitalistic concept version of it. That's not helping. Truly, it's not helping. Which is why the homeless issue doesn't get fixed either. Because it's done through the idea that these people are making money from helping homeless. So, of course, they're going to keep making money because they're not helping the homeless. That's why you need to create a system where you don't need money. You need to have people be able to have money from other resources so that they could change other things. But again, people don't think that deeply about stuff. They don't care. I do. I will always think that deeply. Like I have my cousins tell me like, why do I care about people if I'm teaching them and I know they can make $1,000 to $4,000, they can make $5K, or let's just say they can make 10 times the amount of money they have by the end of the month. Why do I care if they don't succeed when I've given them the necessary tools to succeed? And the first thing I would have to say is, no, you're wrong. I'm the person who has to fix that. I am the person who has to fix that. I can't not fix that. What are you talking about? Because then the problem's going to persist. Fix the problem. Fix it, fix it, fix it. If you're truly fixing a problem, it doesn't happen again. If it's happening again, you didn't fix it. So that's how I look at myself. I keep myself at, a very, not that I keep myself at a very high level, but how I look at myself. I push myself so hard because of what's at stake here that it causes me to literally just operate at a level that I never even knew was real. I'm very foreign to this level. I never had success like this. Never. With nothing. So me seeing this success, it was very shocking to me at first, but then once I got a little bit used to it, I kind of ignored it. I ignored it, and I became very unhappy, which was so stupid to me. Because look at how amazing this is. To be able to do this and trade like this, even if my friends weren't really trying to join me and do the hard work, I shouldn't have been getting emotional about that. I shouldn't have got mad about that. I shouldn't have lost my first 100K ever, because right now I could have been at, who knows, 20, 40, 50 million. But think about it. Would I be teaching you guys right now if that happened? Probably not. So, am I happy that things turned out that way? Oh, for sure. Because now my life actually makes it feel like it actually was worth it. It didn't for a long time, honestly. Especially when I had everybody leave the Discord. Cough, cough, I kicked them out, basically. That's why they were leaving. So, is it because of me? But besides that, yeah, this has been amazing. There's nothing in life that has made me feel like this. That's why I don't want to push the trading by myself. If other people are not trying to get to $1 million with me, I don't want to do that, because when I get to $1 million, I might not teach, as much as I do. Who knows? What if I change a little bit? Money changes people, right? What if I change a little bit? I got to watch myself. Just like how you guys watch me to make sure I turn into a good person because I'm so young. I got to watch myself. I got to make sure I stay true to my word. I know I have, I've had a lot of money before. And I know I haven't changed, but just because I know that doesn't mean nothing to nobody. You had to see that. You had to see me with a lot of money and then see how I dress, see what I wear, see how I talk, see how I help people that need help. I don't know if I'm going to change. I don't know if I might get pushed to that extremity. I almost did. Honestly, I almost left everybody. Many, many times. But every single time I come crawling back because you're what's important. I'm not important no more. Your success is the most important thing in the world to me. My students are the most important thing in the world to me right now. Because if they matter, then I know it makes me matter a whole lot more to myself, If I don't have nobody to care about and nobody to help, I feel like I don't have too much value for myself. But when I know I'm helping somebody and I know I'm changing their life and I know I'm taking this to the next level, it makes me just have value. I never had something like that in life. Trading doesn't give me value. It's like a damn game to me. And I've already become a master at this game, so it's just like, it's not that fun no more. It really is not. But teaching, oh my God. Teaching trading, and that makes it fun. It's so weird. Like, it's psychologically, I don't know why it hits my brain like that. It's so weird. And what's the funniest thing? Usually when I'm making the best trades, by the way, you're up 80% here. Put your stop losses, please. We bought the contracts at 18. You're already at $40, just like we thought. Actually, I'm just going to stop out here. Let me see. Let's go to the 5-minute real quick. Let's go to the reversal points. That's the wrong chart. Let's go right here. All right, perfect. We're just going to stop out here, everybody. We're going to take our gain. All right. The next thing we're going to do here is see if the market is going to push down lower or run up higher. That's all I'm looking for right now. Did it get stopped out? Didn't get stopped out yet. Okay, so we dropped from 75% to 50%. We'll see if this actually stops us. We were too slow on that right there. Talking too much. So I apologize. But yeah, that's pretty good. 80% for that trade. And we knew it was going to fall down to number 4 and hold potentially. Where is number 4 at? There it is. This is what I was looking for. So again, you fell straight down to number 4, up 80%. We bought the puts up here, and we bought them late. However, I'm still holding it right now because I didn't sell at the perfect time. And honestly, it doesn't really matter to me. So again, since it doesn't really matter to me, and I'm looking for this to be sold at the perfect price, since it wasn't sold already, I canceled my sell here, and I'm waiting for it to go lower. If it never happens, it never happens. This is how I push myself to try to get better. Just like that. But let's go back to what we were talking about. So again, everybody, wait for this to run up to the red line, and then you're going to buy another put. Until that happens, just give this a moment. We're going to see if this market's going to go down more. Okay. We were talking about progress. We were talking about success. We were talking about how we're going to take this Discord to the next level within a couple days here. And yeah, it's just going to be through us helping each other here. I need everybody. What do they call that word? Where it's like everybody on all. It's like a word like pirates say. What is it? What is it? Like where they're like, man the wheel, man the cannons. You know what I mean? Like everybody get like, I can't explain it. I don't know. Like get ready for an attack. Get ready for something. Like everybody starts, they drop what they're doing and just go straight to, helping everybody. All hands on deck. There you go. All hands on deck. There we go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. I like that word. It's not just one word, but you get what I'm saying. That right there, that's a nice little, what is it called? It's not a quote. It's what do you call a smaller quote? As you could tell, the English language is... What is it called?
I just repeated what you said, a smaller quote.
No. There's a name for it.
I know, I'm just
not a phrase, AC. It's something else. I think it starts with like an E or something. Or... You know what? Just go on Google. What's a way to say smaller quote? What can I say? Oh my god, send a small quote. How do I shrink a quote? What is it called? Synonym for quote. Smaller synonyms for quote. Let me see this real quick. Let's go into the dictionary. I gotta figure this out. I wrote it somewhere in my notes, but I already forgot it. Or we could just ask AI mode, what's a smaller way to say quote? There you go. There we go. So when referring to a lower estimate, what is this? Lower amount of numbers. No. Like an excerpt. Yeah. Like an excerpt. There you go. So like that's like a small, but then again, I feel like excerpt sounds like like a small section of like a piece of a book. That's what my teachers used to say it as. So my brain thinks about it differently. But no, you guys get what I'm saying. Anyways, all hands on deck. All hands on deck. All hands on deck. That's exactly what I'm going to start saying when I need everybody to start paying attention to the market movement. Like right now, we're good. Right now, it fell down, it hit number 4. We're losing some value. We went down from 80%. Now we're down to break even. Let's go to our main chart here, which means we might be able to average down. This might actually give us the averaging down point. Of course, we're not going to average down randomly. We're going to wait for this to get above 636. Wait for it to run up to 637.31. And then we're going to average down on these puts up here for it to fall down back to the midpoint again, which is going to be 636. That looks like it looks like today's midpoint, like right around here. Right now, it does look like the market's going to swing up higher because you did hit that certain low point that I told everybody you might hit and run up again. It hit number 4 already, as you can all see. So if you get bought up here, you're going to get above this red line, and you are going to start to run up to a higher high. If you don't get bought up above this line, this red line here, after you just hit it again, you're most likely going to fall to this pink line, just like how you did over here, which is going to be a little bit lower now. So it's going to be at 634.54. Or you're going to fall down to 633.70. So one of these points you're going to fall down to. So probably the second we hit this low down here, this is where I'm going to stop out. And it kind of goes with the original plan, because the original plan, again, was number 4 as a stopping point. And then once we hit number... It's like if we hit number 4 and we were paying attention, next time what we're going to do is sell out for market price. Instantly sell out. We would have basically sold out for around 90%. And then when it runs up to the EMAs, we're going to see if we can hop into another play. So if it falls from here, that means yes. The answer is yes. When it hit number 4, after it ran up to the 13 EMA, because today looks bearish, because today looks like you're falling into the weekly range, which is now becoming very chaotic with all the stuff that I'm drawing, so I apologize. I hope it's not that hard to see, everybody. I'm sorry. Let me actually fix this a little bit here. There you go. That's a little fixed. Looks a little better. Actually, let's make this better. These shouldn't be like this. They should all be aligned and at the right of the box. That's perfect. Make this one perfect like that. That's perfect now. Make that perfect. Fix this one. Perfect. Wait, gotta fix the top one now. Perfect. Now they all look good. Now you can see my paths. So this is how I'm trying to play the downside right now. You're just stuck inside of this little consolidation. And that was the reason why I told you guys to play puts right there. Was because I knew by the time you hit number 4, you should be up at least 50 to 100%. Which it was 80, I think 88%, 82%, something like that. Before we actually consolidate, even if the market wants to go up higher, you could still have a really good entry. You could still sell a put for 100%, even when the market is just running up all day. It's just only if you're buying off of the best locations. You know what I mean? You got to be buying off the best locations. So if you're going to buy another call, you have to buy a call down here at the 1/4 point or a little bit lower than it. Slightly lower than it. All right, everybody. So far, this is perfect. Let me tell y'all. This is phenomenal. How's the Nvidia puts? They're pretty much just stuck. Stuck at that price. These are around $80. So that's excellent. What else can we do here? We're going to start selling out. Not selling out. We're going to start withdrawing some capital. I'm going to have to pay for some things here. So we're going to withdraw some capital just so I can cover some of my stuff that I got going on. And then after I sell this out, after I withdraw money, tomorrow, we are going to basically make whatever we withdrew within the first hour. That's the goal. Of course, this is not forcing it. You're not going to force it. If we see an opportunity, we're going to attack it. And the idea is to basically make, logically speaking, whatever money we're going to take out. I think I'm only going to take out like maybe 100. And that's pretty much it. And then at the end of the week, if tomorrow we take out 100, at the end of the week we got to take out 500. That's how it works. If we don't, you know what that means? It means I was playing with myself. It means I was lying to myself. Right? That's what it means. Because truly, if you're a trader and you want to change your life, if I take out $100 one day, all it takes is 2-3 days. And I should be able to take out another times 5. We're not saying pause culinary. I didn't say that on purpose. I was trying to go over it. I was trying to just skip it. I didn't say it like that. That's why I kept talking. I was like, all right, I can't stop talking after I say that. But not yet. Like, you lied to yourself. Be honest here, everybody. Be honest here. If you're a good trader, you withdraw money one day, you should be able to take out another 4 or 5 times that amount. Safely. Not even aggressively trading, just trading normally. We should be able to get to that amount. Now, to get to 100K, a million, you can't trade safe like that. You have to literally trade as aggressive as possible, and you have to hold a little bit longer than necessary. Sometimes, because you need to go for that bigger gain. Think about it. If you bought a $20 contract and sold it at $40, and my contracts are at $100, and I bought them at $20, that is insane. You know, that's wild. That's not normal for something that costs a certain amount to then be worth times 5 within the same hour, if not the same day. That is a ridiculous thing to be investing in. You know, most things around the world only give you 5-10% per year on whatever you have, not 5 times. You know what I mean? So yeah, you can't lie to yourself. Let me not say that, whatever I said before. You can't lie to yourself. You got to be real with yourself. If you don't want money and you don't want to change your life, you don't want to change your life. Just keep it simple. Why are you being so lukewarm? You can't stay on both sides of whatever the situation is. On the good side and the bad side, on the positive and the bad, profit and the loss. You have to literally pick a side. So yeah. And I know. I'm not trying to make you guys feel some type of way, but that's something you have to be honest about. You have to talk about that with yourself every single day. Do you want this more than the previous day? Are you still as hungry? You got to tell yourself that. Because for 2 years, I was sitting on that fence, not able to decide nothing for myself. 2 years. Yes, I had turned an account from 3K to 100K. Yes, I was buying calls and puts, so it wasn't really lucky. It was actually me knowing what to do when I did it. Yes, people are going to call me a one-hit wonder because I did it at that one point. Even if I show them other instances, they're just going to say they're all lucky. They're all one-hit wonders. You just got lucky this time and that time and that time. So how can I make sure that that's never the case? Well, simply put, teach you how to do it. If you could turn 3K to 100K just like how I did, well, there you go. I was right the whole entire time ever since I was 21 years old. What am I right about? I'm right about the idea that I wasn't a smart child. I wasn't a very smart child. You know? It shows in my speech. You could tell, obviously. You know? It's not like I'm a crazy smart child. And I never saw myself like that. Always stuttering. Always speaking too fast. Always not being able to be at the top of the class or always being at the bottom of the class. Everything I did in life, I was always at the bottom. So, of course, I'm not going to think highly of myself. But the point that I'm trying to make here is when you actually do the work and you get to that level, everything else changes. So the simple fact that I haven't gone to speech classes and I haven't tried to done TED Talks and I haven't tried to do all this stuff, that right there should tell you all that sometimes I'm not serious with certain things either. And how am I going to be the best if I'm not serious about those things? If I truly, as a leader, don't want to improve my speech and I'm not going to these classes and to these things, am I really trying to be a good leader? Am I really trying to make myself the best teacher in the world? Well, no. I'm lying. Or I'm being on the fence. I'm being lukewarm. So that's the stuff that I have to be honest about because then I can change it. Got to be open about it in order for you to actually understand how to change it. So yeah, I want to fix that stuff. I know I could, maybe speak better or act better. But again, I was at the bottom of the bottom of the bottom. But that doesn't matter. Because once you have success, everybody then thinks your whole entire life you were at the top. That's what I noticed. Especially when making money. People are going to say, oh, your parents did this for you. Oh, this person did this for you. Oh, this person did that for you. Oh, this, and the third. You know what I mean? Just keeps going. Just keep talking out the side of their neck. Now, what they're saying doesn't matter. But what I need you all to understand is that they're saying it for a reason. Why are they saying it? Most likely, of course, to self-reflect upon their own inconsistencies and their own inabilities. Right? So they self-reflect. So that's something you should fix. As a brother and as a sister, we're all brothers and sisters. You know that, right? You should help another man or woman on the street if they need the help. You should help a person that's not speaking correctly and they just sound a little stupid. You should tell them. Not tell them, hey, you sound a little stupid, but tell them, hey, I wouldn't word things that way. This is why I did this so you can understand. Maybe they're bringing up something, right? You can explain it to them. And you need to explain to them that that's not proper. If they want to choose to do that, so be it. But if they want to actually improve themselves and actually take themselves to the next level, them talking like that and acting like that, it's not going to help. Then at that point, then you walk away. You get it? You had to try. You had to reach your hand out. Even when people are trying to smack your hand away. Because those people that are trying to smack your hand away, they were taught to do that their whole entire life. Whether it was the environments that taught them that, whether it's trauma, whether it's parents, regardless of which, they're doing it for a reason. You're not born to be a negative, hateful person. You're not born to do bad. You're taught that. You know what I mean? So as long as you all know that, boom. You all can see what I'm talking about. Which is that you need to help everybody. There's not enough people helping everybody. And when I say help, I mean help. When I tell people, you know what I mean, they got to do this and they got to do that, they're going to be like, hell no, I don't got to do that because nobody did it for me. There you go. Surface level ass thought. That's how most people are, unfortunately. Like, that's the first thing they say in their brain. It's just like, oh my God, are you kidding me? I hate that. Absolutely hate that. Again, that also tells me that that person that said that, you know what that means? That means they also need help as well now. Now I need to turn around and help this person that needs the help. Now I need to help this person that's already at a level that's way higher than the other person that doesn't need help or needs the help. Now I got to still help this person because they're still speaking wrong. They're not thinking about stuff psychologically right. And that's honestly how I think. You know, I will always try to help the world. I will always try to help every single person that I can. No matter how many people tell me I can't help the world, tell me it more and watch me do it. That's what I'm going to tell you. Because now you're starting to disrespect me. I could do anything in the world. Just like how I tell you all you could do anything. If I have a crazy ass idea and dream, if you're truly, you know, a family in a village, you know, you tell me, how can I help? How can I get you there? How can we help? How can we build this? That right there is a committed village that wants the success of everybody there. That's what I want to build. So honestly, those people that left my Discord that I kicked out, trust me, they weren't village members. That's the reason why I kicked them out. They were not village members. If they were village members, they would still be here right now, even though I kicked them out. They would have been crawling at the door, breaking the windows in, breaking the door. They would have found a way in because they know they need this. Why are they not here? Because they think they don't need this. And that's to each their own, right? I'm not mad about that no more. Honestly, I was in the beginning because I was just like, yo, like I'm going to test people. And yeah, the test, it failed horribly, to say the least. It made me, very emotional to kind of just say it like that. But yeah, I'm very happy I did it. Because now, at least, I filtered all the bad individuals out who would have brought us down. Why? Because they know they don't have the motivation to actually be successful. So instead of actually trying to do something, they tear everybody down around them. A lot of people like that in life. I don't blame them. Why do you think I'm not cursing at them? Why do you think I don't call them pieces of shit or, you know what I mean? I don't say this or say that. It's because they're not. They were taught to be like that. It's just right now, in this level, I need a village that wants to be here. Maybe in 2 years, 3 years, I could deal with people like that. But right now, I cannot deal with that. My brain, it's like in fight or flight mode, you know? I either got to fight the problem or fly away from it. And if I could fight the problem, which is to teach people, I can't fight every problem in the world. You have to do things one at a time. That's the only way it's actually going to happen. That's the one thing my parents taught me that, you know, it's always been the case. You do one thing very good until you could do other things. Just keep doing that one thing very good. All your effort and all your focus has to be on that one thing. Even when you're running outside, you got to be running outside thinking about that thing. When you're taking a shower, you got to be thinking about that thing. When you're going grocery shopping, you got to be thinking about that thing. When you're working out, you got to be thinking about that thing. You know what I mean? That's what makes it happen. You can't be surface level and be mundane about stuff or be weak about things or not be aggressive about things. Basically being delusional. That's what people call it. But it's just delusion, honestly, because you think you're great, but you're not at that level yet. But that's how we all should think. That's how I feel like you were born to think. When you're a little child, you see all this greatness around you and you're just like, you know what? I want a taste of that. I want people to look at me on stage and to clap for me and to see how I help people and to call me great and to say good words about me. And I'm always the topic of the conversation. I would love that. Why not? You know what I mean? But it's you not having that and not seeing that that doesn't allow you to be like that. By the way, that's my environment. That's how I was raised. I always looked at stuff as if they were like superheroes. And now, right now, trust me, I feel like a superhero right now. To be able to trade and teach anybody how to do what I could do and do it, if not better than me, but structure a way so that they can understand how I'm also doing it, that right there makes me feel like a superhero. Literally, I'm only 24 years old and I could teach people how to be financially free. In what world is that normal? Usually it would have taken me till I got to like 30 maybe, or maybe 33, 35, 36, maybe somewhere around there. But 24 years old and we're already the best in the world? Of course, the prophet doesn't say that yet, but I know. When you get to a certain level, you can see things differently, and the level that I'm able to see things at, I already know of the success. The next part is just obviously getting the money for the prophet to prove it, because money is always, you know, the one thing that proves it to people, I guess. And then once we get the money, boom, then nobody could say something until they have more money. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's how I'm gonna define and cement my name in history as the best trader in the world and the best trader of all time until somebody's better than me. I want to create a new level that people have to aim for. Because if I can create that level that I saw as a kid and a kid could look at me trade, watch. Just wait. Let a child see how I trade. Let a child see how I make fun of this market. How I'm always buying calls, puts. Then we buy in here. Then we buy in there. Now I'm playing music here. Now I'm blasting this there. Now we're laughing about this. Now we're doing that. Just wait. They're going to be infatuated about it. They're going to be like, you know what? I want to do that. And if I can make a kid say that, oh my goodness, we changed the world, everybody. That's it. That's all it takes. Is the younger generation to then take over. Of course, I'm not going to be teaching no kids. I will never actually teach a child. Unless that child has no parents, but then again, at the same time, I would want parent supervision. If they're going to be in a Discord, their parent has to be there at the same time. And it has to be later on, honestly. Not right now. Because right now, I don't have too many security measures in place. I don't want nobody texting nobody. I don't want nobody, trying to talk to another person from my server, especially if they're a minor. I am not dealing with any of that bullshit. Honestly. Doesn't matter how good you are. Sometimes people will always bring you down because of their own inabilities and chaoticness that they're going through. All that stuff is devilish, by the way. If you guys didn't know that. The closest thing to being devilish, to being evil, is messing with children and women. That right there. And as you can all tell, the U.S. is very, 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 very devilish. Not just the U.S., there's a lot of other countries. Which obviously means, by proximity, about 80% of people, so let's just say 70% of people, even if they're not thinking about doing the worst of the worst, they're still thinking about something bad. At least 70 to 80% of people, because they went through something bad. So just off of that statistic, it's like I don't trust nobody. I will never trust another person. I don't care. I don't trust nobody. I respect people. I respect people differently as well. The respect is where everything lies. I will never trust anybody. Nobody. And you should never trust me. That's how this relationship should work. You can only react off of my words and my actions. That's where trust is born. But again, I don't trust nobody. I'm never going to tell somebody that I actually fully trust them. Hell no. Never. All it takes is one thing to happen to you. All it takes is the government to be like, you know what? This person's going to get locked up for 30 years unless you say this. You know what I mean? That's what they do to people. They threaten people. You know what I mean? And I don't need none of that stuff. I don't need none of that stuff. I want to build a proper environment full of nothing but love, full of nothing but the want and will to get better, because I know that stuff right there automatically kills all the evilness. You know? But if I'm trying to start problems with people and I'm shit talking this person and that person, that's where more evil is going to be created. So yeah. Probably going to be a lot of just evil people, because of course people don't like people teaching, especially how I'm teaching people. Well, I'm going to be hated by everybody. Everybody's going to hate me. Let's be honest here. Especially the YouTubers and the people who try to teach people how to trade with quote unquote courses and stuff like that, where they only put in like 10 hours into actually doing technical analysis. They have no idea what they're talking about. As you could tell, all the stuff that I've created has almost no words. Like, look at my screen. That's basically the trading style. That's all the words you need. But yet, when you join another person's server, they give you like 1,000,000 words. You got to read this passage and read that sentence and read. And I'm like, yo, y'all tripping. Y'all tripping. Y'all just trying to milk people. Just like, I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'll tell you this. Me, Kevin, I used to love. He's the only person I'll bring up. And I'm bringing him up for a reason. He's the only person who charges as much as I do for my Discord. He charges $500 for a one-time payment for his stock trading Discord. Now, me, Kevin, that guy's motivation, that guy's drive for him to build his companies was immaculate. In fact, I modeled myself after him. because I was just like that. I was able to do a bunch of different things. I could do editing. I could do this. I could do that. I know I could make a YouTube video within, one try, just like how he does. But he does it really well. But the problem is with me, Kevin, he got so much money, I feel, that he started changing. He didn't react to the community as much. He didn't try to teach them and show them what he knew. He just tried to word things to them. You know what I mean? Not actually try to teach people. That's what I felt from him. And then I saw him in person, and I was like, nah. I was like, something's wrong here. I don't know what's wrong, but I was like, nah. And it was literally a week after I paid for his whole entire Discord. Like a week after I paid for it, I paid $600 for it. I think $700, something like that. I went to see him in person, and I was like, nah, something's wrong. And yeah, it makes me upset. It makes me upset because, he could have did so much with his resources. He could have did so much. He could have helped out so many more people. His courses could have actually been something that was good. I read 2 of them, and I was like, I'm not reading none of this. It doesn't have any type of feasibility or relatability to what the market actually does. Talking about iron condors and this and that. Bro, why are you being so complicated? What's a call? What's a put that I can get into? And how do you know? How do you know this put and call is going to work out? That's all I need. Why you got to tell me all this extra shit? It's because they don't know. Or they do know, but they don't want to teach you. So trust me, when I get this Discord to like 20,000, 10,000 people, or my other Discords, because we're going to have a group of 3 different Discords. This was going to be the most important one. And then we're going to have the mini one, which is for the people who consistently give up on themselves and they don't do the work. I'm just going to kick them out of this one and put them there. Of course, I'm not going to be in the other one as much. But, I mean, yeah, I'll still help them out, of course. And then, of course, if they show me that they have good commitment and good potential, I'll let them join this Discord. If they can show me they have good potential. All right, everybody, our options are at $7 right now. So we're going to go ahead and put our limit to buy another one right here. For $7, we're going to average down. We bought one at 18 and it went all the way to 40. Not 40. It was at like 36, 34. And then it fell. And then now you're at $7. So we're going to buy another one for $7 because you're at reversal point number 3. And then the next thing we're going to do is basically see if this option still has potential. I want to see if it's going to fall down to number 5. You still look very bullish right now. It looks like this is a normal V-shaped recovery. If it can get above this point right here, you can now run to the high, which it is above that point. So that means the next time I'm going to trade here is a put right at the top here. Because I don't feel like buying calls right now, honestly. I'm going to buy a put right here at the top again, everybody. If we run up right now. So again, I'm going to average down right now automatically because my option is at the price that I wanted to be at to average down. And then when you run up to here, I'm going to buy a new put play. And I'm going to sell this one out very quickly. 30%, 20%. Just grab whatever I can. And then after that, we'll see what's next. We'll see if you go above the high. We'll see if you go below the low. We'll see what the market wants to do. Again, I'm not asking for much. All I'm asking for is the market to fall down to the 1.4 point, which it did. Then I want to see it run up to the 1/8 point, which it did. Now I want to see if it's going to potentially touch near the low again, which it did. Now I want to see if it's going to potentially touch the top again, which it might do next. And then if it falls down more, which is why I'm holding puts right now, we're going to sell out at one of these points down here. It's still only 1 o'clock, so there's still some potential left today. It's very early. Why did yesterday feel like it was going by so quick, and today feels like it's going by so slow? Does everybody feel me? Or is it just me? Probably because of how fast the first move was, if I had to guess. But yeah, that's just absurd. How's everybody feeling today? How are you liking the teaching moments? Is it good? 10 out of 10? Could I improve something? Did I say something stupid? Let me know. Sometimes I don't catch it until it's already done. I am so happy, so happy, so happy. It's unbelievable. I am, oh my goodness, I'm so happy with how that turned out. Oh my God, that was so amazing. Ah, that was so amazing. Even you running up right here. This is so amazing. You could literally fall and tank right back down overnight. Wait a second. Maybe we should buy a one-day put again. And hope this thing doesn't really go against us. I think, you know what we should do? Let's wait for the morning. Let's wait for tomorrow's morning. Because we have FOMC. If we open up at the high, everybody, meaning if you open up at 640, I need every single body here buying puts. Everybody. Everybody buys puts. If you go above 640, everybody here buy calls. Got that? Very simple. Below 640, puts. Above 640, calls. In terms of what level you need to play calls to, if you want to write this down, you're playing calls from 640 to 641 and then 643. My nose is getting stuffy again. So again, calls to 641 and then calls to 643, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. You got that? If you're playing puts, it's going to be puts tomorrow from 640 straight down to 638, straight down to 636, straight down to 634, today's level. The low that we actually hit perfectly today. And then the next level is going to be 632, I think. I could be wrong. But 632. So how do you play from level to level to level? You either buy one at the top and you sell out the options as you hit each level. Meaning you buy puts at 640. You sell 80% at 638. You sell the rest at 636. Then once you get below 636, you continue to place to 634. If it stops at 635, you got to sell out. So you got to be in the driver's seat, honestly. Because one of those options might not work out. And as long as you could pay attention to it, you could be like, wait a second, this price action looks like it's going to flip. At least just for this little area here. On the bigger scale, like for the whole entire day, it might go down more, yes. Or it might go up more, yes. But right now, right here, it looks like this is going to happen next. And there you go. Now you're starting to learn flow. So again, I think we averaged. Did we average down? Did we buy another one? It still hasn't bought another one yet. Let's see if it's going to buy it here. Buy it! I swear to God, if you fall, I would be more happy with you running up than you falling right now. Just running up a little, just run up a little bit higher. I wasn't paying attention again, basically. That's basically what occurred. I'm trying to just make it happen, though. Let's see it. 634. I'm trying to buy another one. Let me write this down in the Discord, actually, before I post it. Everyone buying a second put. I bought it. We bought it. We were up 80% the first time. Let's see if we can go up 100% now. Obviously, we're dealing with a whole different section. So the day already has had some price action. We already ran up. You might continue to go up all day. But at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, we're all here for a reason. Truly. I'm not trying to get philosophical no more. I think I already talked enough today. But we're all here for a reason. That reason is to become a good trader. That's the only reason why you're listening to me right now. If you want to be one of those half-ass garbage traders, just go ahead and watch a YouTuber and just follow their trades. Here, you're not following my trades. Here, you're learning from my trades, and you're building on top of my trades. That is what separates me from everybody else. Is I will never give you an easy trade unless, usually the only time I do that, and it kind of is stupid for me to do that, the only time I did that was when I was making a stupid amount of money from the Discord. When I had so much money coming in from the Discord, I was just like, you know what? Let me just give everybody a freebie. And it was so stupid because then I was causing people to then basically be like a leech. We had a bunch of leeches in the corner. They weren't really trying to grow. And then I'm sitting here angry and sad because people want to be leeches when I allowed it to happen. And I basically, I rewarded that type of behavior. And I was giving them those easy trades and I was doing that stuff. No, I can't do that no more. Nothing no more. If you guys want to learn how to trade, you obviously know that I know how to trade at a very high level. It shows. You know, even with this second play that I just averaged down right now, let's see. The potential's still on the board. Let's see if it happens. Of course, if it goes against me, do I know what to do next? We'll see, right? That's where the skill shows, is your ability to just wiggle around. Even when you had a win and it turns into a loss, turn it back into a win. Turn it back into a win. You could do it. Don't get frustrated. Don't get emotional. Think. Don't listen to the noise. Clear your brain. Clear your mind. Imagine there's a white room and the only thing you see in front of you is the SPY chart and that stupid SPY option. Because let's be honest, we all want to violate these options sometimes. Sometimes we're just like, just do it. Just give me my gain and do it. And now I'm happy with it. I'll run away. I'll take a break. I won't trade no more. You know what I mean? But you can't get like that, because when you get like that, that means now you're forcing something to occur. That's the reason why even when an option goes against me, I don't get emotional about it. In fact, now I'm interested, because usually that doesn't happen. So if it's happening, this might be a new teachable lesson that I could learn for myself. And if I could learn it for myself, this thing right here is going to teach my students at such a high level. This might be their missing component. Some of them might be literally making this one mistake. Who knows? I don't know. Sometimes people don't even know. But what I do know is, if I see a way for me to improve myself, I'm going to be open with it. You could still be at the top of the trading totem pole. I could still be the best trader in the world and still have to improve. Just because I need to improve doesn't mean I'm not the best. So that's what I tell myself. That's why I'm so open with, stating my wrongs and showing you how I could have made it right, and then showing you the next time how to do it right now. You know what I mean? Even though I did it wrong last time. That's the reason why I bought that option late, the puts, and that's the reason why I bought another one here. It's because I want to teach you how to play with the flow, really. But yeah, I hope you guys understand where I come from and what I'm trying to say here. You all need to be the same way, by the way. You all need to act like you're the best trader in the world. I don't care what I tell you. I don't care if I tell you you're not at that level. If you know you are, challenge me. Challenge what I say. Don't accept it. Challenge it. If you feel you need to. Because a lot of you here have been with me for a while now, and I accept you challenging me now. Because people don't operate at the same level as you, I don't accept random people challenging me. You don't deserve to challenge me. You're not at the same playing field. Meaning, my reaction and the words that I say are not, you're not going to understand it. It's impossible for you to understand an environment that you're not, you don't know about. So I don't want nobody telling me a word. Until you join my Discord and you learn from me for like a month or 3 months, then you can actually start speaking up and sharing your concepts and challenging mine. Until then, no challenging, nothing. You just listen and you do. I put enough time into this to make sure that you're going to be successful, because you're the reason why I made all this happen. When you're the core philosophy, meaning my students, when my students are the core philosophy, it allows the growth to be unlimited. Now there's no stopping the growth. Sometimes when people get a car, they stop. They get unmotivated. Well, it was never about getting a car now. Now it's just about teaching. Teaching until I die. Teaching until I can't teach no more. So, yeah. Let's rock and roll, everybody. Remember, I need you. I need every single one of you. This is not just a me situation. I need you all to help me grow. Because honestly, I am trash at marketing, not because I can't become good, but because honestly, I would much rather me have a marketer that's part of the Discord that I could pay, that I could help out. They help me grow. I help them grow. I want to give opportunities to people. I don't want to do everything myself, because then it becomes very boring. I know I'm a one-man army. I already know. But there's no fun in that, because success is only oftentimes really felt as success when you have people around you to share it with. You understand? So yeah, I only want to succeed if there's people around me. That's it. Because that's where it really matters. Because then I know they're going to be happy for me. And then when they have success, trust me, I'm going to be the loudest person in the audience for them. Trust me. It's going to almost be like I'm a million people in just one. That's how we all need to be with each other. 100%. Especially when you guys have trades in the chat. I still feel you guys looking at another person's trade being like, wow, must be nice for him, huh? Why are you talking and thinking like that? If that's how you're thinking and that's how you're talking, you're not going to be here for long. Eventually, I'm going to sniff it out and kick you out. Because that's not what goes into having a proper environment. I'll mention it to you, but if you don't want to change, you're out. I always give you an opportunity. Let's be honest here. I'm a very fair person. Why? Because people were very unfair to me my whole life. So, I'm very fair. However, I will not take disrespect. Because I for sure don't disrespect nobody. So, yeah. Learn. Listen to everything I say and do it as I say it. Take all the notes you need to take. If you're confused, question it. Why are you confused? Ask me questions. Right? Ask questions when you're confused. But if you're going to sit here and question every single aspect about what I'm doing in a way where you're just like, no, I want to do this instead, do it. Don't feel like you're gaining power just by telling somebody who's a good trader and they know how to trade. Don't feel like you're gaining power, you know what I mean? You're gaining leverage or you're gaining something just because you're going to tell me, I don't want to do that. I'm going to do this. Do it. Why the hell are you telling me? Do it and then show me the results and then I'll show you how you could have done it better. You know what I mean? I'm not fighting with you. Like some people, that's what they be doing. You know what I mean? And I can't do that. Especially when you're dealing with environments. Like for instance, I be getting into conversations with my family and like, yo, they'll be going back and forth. Every single time somebody has a conversation with me, they don't like it because I instantly cut it off. I'm just like, all right, we learned about this. We had a conversation about this. We can move on. Are you going to move on? Do I got to move on? Do I got to leave? I'm not doing that. I dealt with that my whole life. And I don't want people, doing that to me no more. Later on, yes, it's fine. Because then it's a good group of people that are doing it to me. Now they're doing it to me for a reason. That's why I always ask for help from my Discord members. My students, they're the only people who I trust in terms of actually progressing efficiently. I do trust people for that. In terms of a person, like as a person though, trusting them with information or with structure, with giving them power, no. Everybody has to do that in their own way. I'm not giving a person that. But no, yeah, I do trust that people can help me. I do trust that people can give me more information. That people could be like, you know what, you didn't teach this way. And I think that this would have helped me a little bit better. So if you want to try teaching that way, maybe it might be an idea. I would be like, hell yeah, thank you for that. I might even reward you, who knows? Right now I can't. I don't have extra capital. But, later on, once I actually build that. And by the way, the reason why I don't have extra capital right now is because I'm putting myself in survival mode. Survival mode is the best way for you to actually go far in life. Survival mode is the best way for you to actually learn a topic. Survival mode is the best way for you to actually progress efficiently. Is when you consistently put yourself in survival mode. If you're consistently comfortable, trust me, you're never going to grow. And I want to grow. I want to become the best of the best of the best of the best of the best. That's all I'm concerned with. So, now yeah. I'm making myself suffer a little bit, kind of stupidly. But everybody knows that. All my students, they know that. I'm very honest about everything. That's what makes me, strive for more. So again, I do have to change that because now I'm getting a little bit older. And I do need to be purchasing a lot of stuff for myself. I want to purchase my own house. I want to purchase a car. I want to live life. I can't just become the best trader in the world or the best teacher in the world that has to deal with trading and then not, kind of throw myself into a pool of money is what I'm trying to say. Not because, that's something that people should do, but you know what I mean? Just like rub in the wealth. Like feel the wealth for what it is. I know of it. I know I am potentially capable of something that can get to 5 million, 20 million, 30 million. Because truly, that's what I need to change my life. I need around 5 million just to help my family. Just to buy everybody cars, just to buy everybody homes. Just so that my success, they don't start wishing bad upon me. So I'm structuring everything. So I need about 5 million to buy all my family, like cars and a home. And then I'm going to pay their insurance for a whole year for the cars and for the home. I'm going to pay their mortgage for a year so that they all have a year to get shit in order. And if they don't, simply means they don't deserve it, because that's more than enough time. And that's pretty much it. That's for that. For myself, I need about 15 million. 15 to 20 million, just myself. Because my anime is going to cost me probably around 5 million just to get everything in order. Because I'm going to need to hire around 4 people. And I'm going to be paying them around 100,000 a year. The marketer, I'm probably going to have to pay him a little bit more, like 130. The manager, probably a little bit more as well, probably like 160K. But the building, I need to buy a building. I need to buy all the tablets. I need to buy all the drawing devices, all the computers, the animation stuff. I need to buy the LLC, make it a company. So I need to do a lot, right? And it's going to cost around, I could probably make it work with like 2 million, honestly. Probably. So that's my goal right now. The money that I have is not enough. I'll be the first person to tell you that. And again, just so you all understand, the reason why that's the case is because, one, I want to do it with everybody as a unit, as a village, as a group. And two, I only go far in life when I'm actually helping other people and I could feel like my value is being created. Then it causes me to think that everything is real and everything is completely amazing, and then it allows me to go further in life. That's how I am as a person. So you just saw the deepest version of me right there. That's all I want. Just like a little child. I just want to help people and I want to be a superhero. That's all I want to be. So yeah. I hope you guys will allow me to be a superhero. I hope you guys will help me build as a superhero, because if there's nobody to protect, if there's nobody to help, what's there to do? You're not a hero. So I hope we can keep going until the end of time, until there's nobody that needs protection, that needs help. That's really what I want to do here, until I die. So I hope you all come with me on this journey. I hope you all help me build. Whatever you think you're worth, you tell me what it's going to cost for you to be a part of this, and I'll make sure that everything you want is something you get. The materialistic stuff, of course, that's you. In terms of spirituality, in terms of conceptualizing how to get better with trading, and then moving on to different fields and studies and topics, that right there is the main core reason behind all of this. It's because once you actually learn how to trade, you're going to take this money and now do something fun. Because staring at a damn screen with a bunch of lines on it is not that much fun. It's only fun because I'm teaching people. If I was here by myself, trust me, it would be it's like watching paint dry. You hit a level, you hit a 4th reversal point, now this thing is dying for like 30 minutes. You know what I mean? It's literally like watching paint dry. So yeah. I hope you guys can understand me for who I am, right? Because only when you see the authenticity of a person truly deep down to their deepest, most secret part, right? That's the only time that you want to build with that person. That's the only time you think this is real. That's the only time you want to try harder than you already are trying, because now you know that there's somebody who wants you to succeed. And that person is me. I don't care if there's anybody else around your life that puts you down and talks shit about you. I will always talk nothing but greatness about you. Of course, I do talk to my moderators here, right? I do try to ask them for information. So I do talk about other people to my moderators, of course, because I need that extra perspective. I don't want to hit a person with a certain perspective and then I wasn't thinking properly, because I am 24 years old. There's a lot of things that I don't know yet. There's a lot of things that I do need to fix for my speech. A lot of things I got to learn. And the best way to learn is to be open to learning,
you know? So again, thank you guys. I appreciate every single one of you. Right now it's getting kind of late in the day, and I kind of want to take a little break. We have a bunch. This is the most amount of people we had on YouTube, and probably like I think like a week or two. So yeah, today we had a bunch of people on YouTube. Thank you individuals for that. I appreciate that. We're not going to be live as much later on, but trust me, until I have 100 students or 50 students, you guys could just use the extra information. Don't take advantage of it, because of course you already know that I don't like that. People have took advantage of me my whole life. It's not time for people to take advantage of me no more. If they're using it to build themselves, that's not taking advantage. I don't count that as taking advantage. Taking advantage is when you're not doing what I asked you to do, and you're still taking the information. The trades, you're still trying to not progress. You're not trying to build your charts. That right there is taking advantage. When you're not building your charts and you're just trying to be in this group just because you think you could pay me $200. Some of you pay $350. Some of you are going to probably pay $1,000 when you want to be teachers soon, right? And I would not tolerate that. There needs to be a baseline so that success, and not only success, but this group's future, there needs to be a baseline so that everybody knows that they need to operate at a certain level and they can't get too comfortable. Because when you get too comfortable, it's going to kill you. Comfort is going to kill you. And I'm not going to make that comfort kill anybody here. I'm going to make sure I'm 1,000, examples or futures possible, 1,000 probabilities in front of what could possibly happen to a person that learns from me. I'm already defending them there. So while they're trying to learn everything and they're at that level 1 area, I'm at level 1,000 fighting everything for them. That's what I'm doing, honestly. I'm holding the weight that you carry on your back, and I'm adding that to mine. And we're going to carry that together. That's exactly how we're going to go about this. A lot of people in life, they don't really want to do that. And it wasn't until I started realizing that I actually started having some really good conversations and some really good relationships. Once you understand you got to carry the weight of somebody who can't carry it in that moment, and you got to carry it. Once you realize that, then you realize that, yeah, it's very lonely. Because that person themselves, they probably talk to you about it, but yet they're not carrying it no more. Sometimes people know the weight they have to carry. They give it to other people and they don't carry it. You know what I mean? But nah, we're not doing that here. I'm going to carry your weight as much as you need me to. I will literally throw you on my shoulders and run 20 miles. I'll break my feet. I'll break my ankles. It'll heal. All that stuff will heal. We'll get better. But for the time being, for right now, the situation, for the momentary, response, I got to do that. You know what I mean? I got to use myself to then put you at the next level. That's how impactful I want to be to you guys. That's how important I want to be to you guys. I want to be the only person that has ever done that for you, because I know people don't do that. I once had an individual cry over the phone with me for like 20 minutes because she was a little bit older. She had a family. She had children. But the one thing she told me, and it broke my heart, was that nobody ever tried to build her up as much as me. And I'm a 24-year-old kid that barely knows anything. I know a little something. I could teach people how to trade, but anything else I'm not that knowledgeable on. Not to downplay myself, because I am very knowledgeable in various fields, but for the matter of the conversation, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not that knowledgeable in a lot of things, and when she told me that, it broke my heart. I was like, what the hell? I was like, you're an awesome person. What do you mean nobody has tried to help you? What do you mean the world has always given you the short end of the stick? Nah, not here. Not here. I'm changing that. And now, yeah, it made me very emotional too. Now, she's not here no more, right? She's not in the Discord no more because I saw her giving up on herself. So I removed her. Still in close contact, but not yet. Not yet. First, we got to fix the first group. I got to have it so that at least one of you guys, two of you guys become teachers. And then once I get more teachers, like one more teacher, two more teachers, again, you had to pay $1,000 in order for you to be a teacher from me.
Just so I'm being straight up, so you all understand the whole dynamic. You give me 1,000, right? I'm gonna help you make around 10 to 100K, so that you don't need to work no more. You never need a job. Once you get to like 2 to 4, 500K, the next thing is gonna be, you're still gonna pay me 1,000 per month, but now I'm gonna slowly give you students. So at first I'm gonna give you one student. If you could teach that student and you can help them be profitable within 30 days to 60 days, I will give you a bonus. 5, 10,000, whatever it is. Of course, it has to be realistic. And of course, I have to also make the extra capital for those lunatics later on. Because there's going to be so many people that end up helping people just because of the bonus. But that's what we need to do. You need to create a system like that, because then now people are going to really try to teach people. And that's what I thought. If I give people bonuses just for teaching and not for making money, just for teaching, that's how you really change this whole entire system. So again, everybody, we're up 30% on our plays here. Our contracts went from $6, $7 all the way back up to $15 right there. I want to see if this is going to fall down just a little bit more. I'm not going to rush out these options just yet. We still have another 2 hours today. And then what I want these puts to be sold at is, yeah, you might drop to $70. Oh my goodness. If you drop down to 634 again, and maybe you fall down to 633, these options would be at around 70 to 220. And we got 2 of them. So let's let this rock. Let's leave it alone. I kind of forgot what I was talking about a couple seconds ago. What was I talking about? I was talking about... what was I just talking about? Oh, man. Every time I look at the damn option, my mind goes blank. Oh, yeah. I was talking about being a teacher. So, again, the teachers, they're going to have to first show me that they're worth it. That they could be here. That they're not trying to take advantage of me. They give me 1,000. I help them make 10,000 to 100K that month. The next month, instantly, they're going to be getting students to teach. You're going to get first one student. And then a couple of days later, I might give you another student. Your first month, I'm probably going to have 4 students for you, 1 a week. You're going to have to talk to them every day. You're going to have one-on-ones with them every day. You're going to have to do a lot. But in the midst of doing a lot, as long as you show me, you got to show me. Life is not just hand given shit. I'm already giving you a lot, hand given. Now you got to show me. So if you show me that you have consistency, that you have commitment, and you actually want to be a teacher no matter what challenges and hurdles you may have to face, that's how I know you actually have the potential to be a teacher. So I kind of got to give you a litmus test, basically. And yeah, after that first month, what the plan is basically, it's basically, so boom, you made 100K that month, plus you were helping people teach. Oh, no. The first month is first you make 10K to 100K. The second month is you help people teach while making 10K to 100K as well, somewhere around there. The third month, that's where things get crazy. The third month, I'm going to give you 20 students. So those 20 students, they're most likely going to be paying me $200. So how much is that? 200 times 20. $4,000. And then what is $30 times 20? $600. So out of $4,000, I'm only going to be getting $3,400 after Patreon takes all his fees. And then taxes, of course, I'm only going to get maybe... Shit, I forgot the number. Let's just work with this number. The taxes, all that tax shit, we'll think about it after, because that's just extra. Taxes, we'll think about it after, yeah. Okay, so $3,400 is how much I would make from 20 people. That's basically how much this Discord is going to be making. It's supposed to be making right now. This Discord right now, because I have 25 people here. But right now, this Discord only makes around, right now, if I'm being honest with everybody. This is not so you're pocket watching, but this is just so you understand. Right now, this Discord is only making 1,000. Like 1,200, I think, at this point. I think we had somebody else repay. But yeah, it's only making 1,200 right now. So right now at $1,200, it's basically I'm only getting about half of what I should be getting for these amounts of students, because there's a lot of people that are not paying for their tier. That's all it is. And again, we have one member that paid for the whole year, so he doesn't really count. He already paid for the whole year. Then we have currently in this chat right now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, literally. That's 5. That's 1,000 minus the fees. That's like 800 and something. I'm up 100% again on my options now, everybody. So now I'm just gonna sell it. So again, everybody, I'm up 100% on my options. I'm just gonna sell them here. That's all I wanted, actually. Okay, don't forget what you were talking about, buddy. You keep doing that to yourself. Okay, so anyways, what I was saying was basically, oh my God, what was I saying? I did it again. I did it again. Okay, so right now the Discord, it's not making me what I'm supposed to make right now. So that's unfortunate, but again, I'm not going to keep crying to you guys. You guys, it's not like it really matters, really, honestly. The reason why it matters to me is because people are not even doing notes, and I'm not even making what I should make. That's why I feel some type of way, honestly. But yeah, I know it's going to go back. I know it's going to be a crazy amount of money that this Discord is going to be producing. So the point that I was trying to make was that if you're going to be teaching 20 students, I'm literally going to give you that whole entire amount of capital. That's all yours. Every student you teach, maybe the first month I might not give it to you. Honestly, I'm probably not the first month. It's only going to be what money you can make, because I don't want this to be something that you get tied to. Because what happened to me was when this Discord was making around 10,000 a month. At one point, the Discord was making 10,000, and I had all my credit cards attached to the Discord. And honestly, I don't pay attention to my bank account. I don't look at money. I don't look at my money at all. I don't need to. I make a good amount where I don't got to pay attention to that other stuff. You get it? The problem is that month right there, I had spent around 10,000 already. And I didn't take into account the fact that my Discord would drop that fast in terms of value. My Discord went from 10,000 a month. The next month, it was only at 5K. The next month, it was only at 2K. The next month after that, it went to 1,800, 1,600. And it just never went back up. Honestly, people just never re-signed up. And it's mainly because I'm not motivated. I was disheartened. I was broken because of that shit. I did this for a year. And for me to go from 10,000 to 1,000, trust me, it would trip anybody out. Especially when I have more value here. You know what I mean? Me teaching people, there's way more meaning to life. Way more meaning to life than me trading. That's why I'm telling you guys very early, like right now, if you want to take this trading stuff to the next level, you will have to be a teacher. That is the only reason why I took this to the next level and why I became so good in terms of trading. Because you could be good, but then again, how do you get really good? How do you become a really good person that could, teach people? Is by actually teaching. So I'm just here to get you into that first door and get you into the hallway. And then I want you going down all the doors, learning everything you have to learn as a person. Because I'm not here to make your journey. I'm not here to walk your hand forever. I'm only going to be able to walk your hand to a certain distance, and then you just got to go on your own. It's just like when you have kids, right? You got to hold your kid's hand until your kid is able to be successful, and then you just let them rock. Let them do what they got to do. Let them learn their lessons. Same situation here. It's just I had to raise you with a good understanding. That's it. And then you could just go off and do whatever you want. But yeah. How does that sound, everybody? We're all on the same page now? You all understand how I feel? Why I get so emotional sometimes, and why sometimes, some days, I'm just so quiet? It's not because I'm annoyed. It's not because you guys didn't do notes. It's mainly because I'm not getting my value. And you guys also are not doing notes. That's the reason why. Because if I wasn't gaining value, at least people were doing notes. All right, it's at least worth it. People are at least progressing their learning. So be it. so be it. I'll take the loss. But yeah, that's what we need to fix. That's what I'm trying to fix right now. That's what we need to make better. I want to be making around 20 to 30,000 with the Discord. And then once I get to 20 to 30K, that's pretty much enough for me to be able to travel around the world and have a car and have a house. So that's my goal right now. Travel around the world, make 10 to 15K just from the Discord, and any extra money is just going to go to the teachers. Because think about it. All I need is 100 people, and that's already, how much is it? I had to do, how much is the fees? The fees are going to be $30, so $30 times 100 is $3,000, so 20K minus 3K. I'm only going to be getting 17K. Minus taxes, I'm probably going to be getting maybe like 14, 13. If I do it right, I should be able to get the whole entire amount back because I should be able to cover my taxes with the trips that I went on, the vacations, as well as my rent. So rent, the car, because everything's for the business. My phone number, my internet, I'm going to be basically offsetting all that on my taxes. So if I offset everything, I could probably make around 15, 16,000 for every 100 people. And honestly, that's not bad. I could have a nice apartment in New York, right? I could have a nice car. Small, 20. I don't need a crazy car. Until I'm making 200K, a year or a month. Because 200K a month, technically 20K a month is 200K a year. When I'm making 200K a month, then all right, then I'll purchase a Lambo. Then I'll purchase a McLaren. Then I'll get all this crazy stuff. For now, I'm fine with a $20,000 car. So this is all the stuff that I think about. This goes into truly planning. You guys are seeing how I'm planning this Discord's growth. And it's with the understanding of what's going to allow me to live a certain life that I'm happy with. Not comfortable with, but I'm happy with. I deserve to at least be happy. And what makes me happy is, afford my rent, give my mom some money every week. I'll probably give my mom like $1,000, $2,000 at that point when the Discord is making that much extra capital. And that's all I care about. My mom, me moving, a car, and traveling. That's it. Everything else is secondary. So yeah, I think that we can get there. Because truly, that is the reason why I want this. That's the reason why when we got to 10,000 people, the reason why I kicked 80% of everybody out, and remember, I kicked them out. They just didn't rejoin. The reason why I did that was because that money was not good. That's not good money. Just in case if you guys think that all I'm thinking about is money, I literally kicked out 80% of the Discord, even though they were paying me money. I kicked out people in the $200 tier. I removed people from the $350 tier. $350, I removed people from that. That's like 15 people of the $50 tier. So yeah, I'm actually doing stupid things in terms of a business mind, but at least my ethics are right and they always will be right. Because now I know even if I hit 20K, honestly, if I hit 100 students, I'm probably not going to have a good month next after that because I'm probably going to remove half of them. I might even have to remove all of them. Who knows? That's what makes me live in survival mode because all it takes is 1 month and everybody's out the Discord. And then if I can't make money with nothing else, well, I'm done. Luckily, I can, so that's that's like the benefit of all this is that no matter if people just leave today or tomorrow, every single day because I'm teaching people, it causes me to get better myself. So I am extremely proficient now in, this whole entire idea of trading. And I know that. I'm confident with that. There's not an ounce or a single, little slither of a possibility that I'm not confident in that. I know myself. I know what I could do. However, the years are passing by, the weeks are passing by, and the months are passing by. I'm going to be 25 years old in September. So I'm trying to be 24 for as long as possible, everybody. I want to be somebody who, marks their name in history. When Elon was around the age of 25, 26, he had a massive change in his actions. That's how his story goes. I'm 24 years old. I want to be amazing in life. I want to be somebody who changes a lot. I want to be that guy. You know what I mean? I want to be that guy. I was never that guy growing up. I want to be that guy now. And if it takes me just fine-tuning myself and helping people to be that guy, we got this thing in the bag already. We just got to do it. So yeah, I want to be that guy. I want to be a superhero. I want to be the greatest stock teacher of all time. Trader is secondary. Teacher is always first. Teacher is always first. Because you could still be a teacher and not trade and make money trading. You know that, right? Just like how you have a teacher that teaches you physics, but they don't actually do physics. Just like how you have a teacher that does this, but they don't actually do that stuff no more. They did at one point. They became proficient, but then they stopped. So that's the one thing that I feel like nobody like understands properly. Especially with me. Like my friends, they look at me teach people, and they're just like, how the hell are you teaching all these people, but yet you don't buy yourself a damn car? How are you teaching all these people, but yet you're telling me you can't buy this or you can't do that? I'm just like, bro, stop self-reflecting. Why are you comparing? Why are you showing me your insecurities, trying to make me feel like that's the reason why I shouldn't have this or I shouldn't be able to do this? You're literally showing me your insecurities. I hope you know that, because I know myself really well. I know what I'm capable of. Just like today, right? We bought a $7 option up here. That thing fell to $40 each. That's times 10. Not times 10, it's times 4. Times 10. But yeah, you guys understand. Like, do I get happy about that no more? Am I screaming about it? Am I like, oh my God, we did it. Finally. No, because this is just another Tuesday. That's the thing that sucks. That's why I'm telling you guys, enjoy the journey. Trust me, enjoy the journey. If you're not making money right now, you should be happy. It means you got a long journey ahead of you, and that's the funnest part. When you actually get there, it's not fun. Unless you make it fun. Kind of like how I did with teaching. Maybe I could have made it fun other ways, now that I'm thinking about it. You know what I always wanted to do? Do some like stupid ass technical analysis. Make like Bikini Bottom or something. Make like buildings, and then like just be mad corny. I wanted to try doing that. I thought that would be funny. Be like, all right, guys, so the boat is now heading to shore. It's going to dock right here. Then you're going to have a rocket that's going to launch from the boat. It's going to launch on this pad right here. It's going to land here. You have some clouds in the sky right there with a sun. You know what I mean? Just like literally just pull that stuff out my ass. That would be funny. But like that's the only thing I can think of. Nothing else. Oh, also, you know what I really want to do? I want to do gaming challenges. So with all the extra profit that we make from the Discord and from me trading, soon we're going to start doing some challenges for Minecraft. Where it's just like, all right, the last person that wins makes 1,000 to like 5K. So like we can get everybody's family involved. We can have like game night. You know what I mean? Village game night. Oh my goodness. Tell me that doesn't sound like fun? I don't care how old you are. That sounds like a ton of fun. Village game night? I want to do a movie night too, but I don't know if you guys would want to, because I want your families to be involved with it. But then again, if we're watching movies on Discord has horrible quality. We gotta like be doing it in person too, kind of, I feel. Maybe not in person, I guess. We can still have game night over the Discord, yeah. And by the way, sometimes we be having game night, but they just have chess games on Discord. So like it gets kind of boring sometimes, but if we could play Minecraft, if we could play all these games and just be like, all right, since we have so much money, we could literally just help change people's lives and have fun at the same time. That's what I want to do in life, honestly. Growing up, like when I was watching all those Minecraft videos when I was like 8, 9, 10, I always wanted to do that with people. Because like I never had friends, so you would actually have to obviously pay for friends. Basically is what I'm saying. I'm paying for people to be next to me. Because this is a challenge. It's just you don't have that type of money growing up, you know what I mean, as a child. That sounds so sad now that I think about it. But I don't care how it sounds. I really don't care. It matters how it feels to me. And how it feels to me is, no, yeah, I just want people around me. And if I could do a challenge and it makes people be around me, yeah, I don't mind that. Now, if people are around me because of money, I don't like that. I don't want that. That's the reason why I don't buy jewelry. That's the reason why I haven't got myself another car. because I haven't went through the necessary planning and components of being able to protect myself if I have all that stuff on me. I gotta go back to boxing class. I gotta go start training MMA. You know, training and being proficient with many types of weapons. Like I gotta train myself if I'm gonna have all that stuff. Otherwise, the world is just gonna be stupid. You know what I mean? You said learn to swim too? Yeah, see? If one of you dropped me in the ocean, I ain't making it back. That's a problem with me. I don't like that. I don't like the idea of that. Yo, the wins we had today, though, the structure, ladies and gentlemen, come on now. Don't play with me. That structure was immaculate. Buying the put right here, and then it went up 80%, and then we didn't sell it. Then we bought another one at $7, and now it's at $40 each, and now you're holding that number 4. Come on now. Come on now. I guess that is fun. Honestly, that's the fun part about this. That's really fun. You didn't know either, but when you was on your own at 38, you learned it and made sure your kids knew how to swim at first. No, yeah, honestly, swimming is very important. Bro, it's so important because kids, they just want to go in pools and shit like that. You see, I was scared to go on those big-ass slides that had a 10-foot pool attached to it. I used to be like, nah.
Yeah, I think 10 years ago, all this swimming, like I sent my kids to regular swim lesson, which is like 4 or 5.
And which is, more economical. It's about 40 or 30 minutes once a week, but it takes them forever.
Right.
So for me, as part of my budget, whatever skill they're learning, whatever I'm signing them for, I always do private sector. For me, it's an investment. So whether they make something out of it or not professionally, but they learn quick. So,
I love that.
people
You give them
get it.
opportunities, bro. That's awesome.
Yeah.
They might not see it like that, of course, but
I did beat your puts though. How much you got? 100%?
oh, you said you made 100%?
No, you did 100%. How much was your this puts from?
My put that I just
It was
sold that,
350.
the second time because I held one that I had to average down on, it was a little bit lower. It was around 83%.
Yeah, check mine in the 100% page. I beat you on that today.
Awesome, Vikash. No, yeah, thank you for trading that. Whenever you have a chance, just
Yeah, I got like 225%, and I had like 2 separate accounts involved.
oh, so you got 200%? That's excellent, bro. Hell yeah. So remember, what's important about that percentage to actually make it so that it's not just a percent? You just got to take the notes whenever you can, brother. So whenever you can, bro.
Yeah, take.
You know what I mean? Just you could do simple notes at first. I don't want to ask too much from you because again, it's gonna overstimulate you. So in the beginning, just do whatever notes you think you could do. Be like, all right, boom, I bought here because of that reason because it was at this point at reversal point 3.
Yeah.
Yada 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 yada, and then that's it. That's all I want because
And
that
did you make
will
a
allow you to do
video
it
of
tomorrow.
reversal point?
Sorry, say that again. I was talking over you.
Did you make a video of reversal point charting, like how you have it on your screen?
Oh, so do you watch that video yet for the reversal points?
I have no where. Like, there's so much things have changed here. Where do I go? To which section of the Discord have the videos?
Yeah, so it's gonna be under silo fib. So with reversal points, since it's more of my original trading style, let me see, where the hell did I put it? I put it under beginner class. So when you go under beginner class, you basically can see the silo fibs and the reversal points are right here. Legendary chart number 2. So there's different parts. There's one part for the lines and then there's one part for the reversal points. And then I need to post the next video because there was another video we did in January. We did 2 of them in January where I showed you how to update it. That I had to add here still. But I haven't because I'm sure you already understand Vikash. Everybody's already overstimulated to the max already because of me. So now what I had to do is compress the information, make it so that there's less channels on the Discord here, separate the Discord into 2, which I need to do it today. I can't keep playing with you guys. Me not doing that is me playing with you guys. I'm playing with you right now, basically. Straight up. Because I should have split up the Discords already by now. It's just, I don't know if I'm not motivated or what the hell is going on, but I need to fix that. We need to get all this stuff out the way, and I need to truly be a leader that you can count on. Because if I'm not doing everything that I possibly can in the moment, I'm not being a leader. It is extremely stressful, but who cares? I signed up for this. You know what I mean? So yeah. I'll do it all today. I'll get that stuff sorted. I'll split up the Discords. So you're going to have information on one Discord. And the only people who could join that other Discord are the people who are part of this one. Also, another reason why I didn't do that yet is because I haven't thought of a system where if people leave this Discord, they also get kicked out of the other one. Because Patreon automatically kicks people out. I don't know why. First of all, and by the way, I don't like this. I don't like how when people cancel their subscription, it still gives them a whole nother month for free. Like, they basically, Patreon doesn't remove that person until a whole month is gone. And it's just kind of stupid. Because now this person that wasn't supposed to be here is now just taking more advantage. Because if you're supposed to be here, you're going to pay the subscription. That's it. If you're supposed to be here and you're supposed to grow with me, you're going to do what I ask, which is just simply something that's monetary? Yeah, I guess you would call it that. Monetary. This is a monetary exchange here, ladies and gentlemen. Information in exchange for $200. And then when you want to be a teacher, the teaching information is just $1,000. I'm really asking for a little amount if you really think about it. 100%, there's going to be a student I teach that's going to probably charge people like $5,000 to $10,000. I already know that. They're probably going to charge way more than that too. I could expect somebody to charge $20K to $100K for this information. It's just, I don't care about people who have money. That doesn't make me excited. You think I'm helping their life? Not really. You know what I mean? I'm only helping them to a certain extent. If they really want me to help their life, they would honestly go for the maximum amount of information and act upon it. Meaning if somebody has $100,000, $200K, $300K, and they're not trying to be, I mean, honestly, let's be real here. I don't want somebody just signing up for $1,000 randomly out of nowhere. I can't have a random just come into the chat, sign up for $1,000, and then try to be a teacher. That's not going to happen here. I don't want that. So if somebody gives me $1,000 for signing up for that tier and they weren't a part of my Discord, I'm just going to refund them. I don't need that. I only want money from the people who I know can pay for something and can make something out of it. That's the only reason why it makes it right. So again, just so you guys understand, you need to have a certain level of progression. For those people who are on $200, the $200 tier, your next level of progression is to then approach the teaching status. You don't have to be a teacher. You don't have to pay me $1,000. But you need to understand that by now, if you've been here for over 6 months or over 12 months, you should be making over $5,000 to $20,000 a month from just paying me $200. You guys got that, right? You should be able to make at least $5,000 to $20K. Some months you're going to make a little bit less. Some months you're going to make a little bit more. The fact of the matter is that you're making at least 10 to 20 times whatever you pay for, no matter what. That's literally like the most important thing. That's the core philosophy right there. And then everything else branches off into future students, future classes, into traveling, into all that other stuff. But it all starts with, again, everybody making enough money for what they're paying for. We all got that? All on the same page? So I expect a bunch of phone calls today. I expect a bunch of one-on-ones so that we could fix up the inconsistencies. I'm not mad at you guys. It happens. Sometimes I get inconsistent in terms of progressing this Discord. Just like today. Remember, I was supposed to switch the Discord and have 2 different Discords already, and I don't. That right there shows you my lack of commitment. It does. It does right there. So remember, if I could call out my bullshit very quickly, you guys need to be able to call out your own bullshit. Because if I call it out, I better not hear you say a single thing. Because every single time I call it out, everybody says something. They try to make themselves, feel right or feel like they did it, correct, or they're not wrong, or I'm the one who's wrong. And I'm just like, bro, like, come on. We're not having this conversation right now. You're wrong, and that's it. Move on. Because if you're right, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to be like, you were right here. You were right there. But if you're completely wrong, wholeheartedly wrong, I'm going to bluntly tell you you're wrong. You got to live with that. You got to eat it up. Make yourself right. How can you be right? The next thing you should tell me is, how can I be right then? And I'll be like, perfect. That's a perfect question right there. Just like that. So yeah. For everybody who's on this Discord right now, again, just understand you've been here for a while now. You should only be here paying me $200. One, if you're making enough money. Or two, if you're trying to be a teacher later on. After 6 months, you already know how to trade by yourself. You don't need to pay me no more. So again, I'm saying this right now so I don't have to say this later. Because I don't want to feel bad. Because I see people are paying a lot of money and then they're not really posting their trades or their profit or their withdrawals. So if you're not posting your withdrawals, that's a red flag for me. That's a major red flag for me. You guys need to be posting your withdrawals every single week. If you don't make money that week, you need to explain to me in the withdrawal category on the Discord why you haven't withdrew. That's the most important thing here. Because if you're withdrawing money, that means you're making money. That means you could be here. So Mansa, Sherman, Vikash, Johan, Culinary, AC. I need to see those withdrawals. Whenever you get it, remember, don't force it. If you have a bad week and it's Thursday and you're just like, I know Silo's going to ask for my withdrawal picture and I'm doing really bad this week and I don't have no profit. I only have losses. Perfect. Now I specifically know you need the most help. So now we're going to be having conversations every day until we fix that. Don't tell me you don't want to self-reflect and you want to try to hide it. This doesn't call for that type of environment. This is not that type of environment where you try to act like you're the best. This is not some random ass school or public school. This is the top of the top. This is the best trading group in the world here. You heard me loud and clear. This is the best trading group in the world. No group in the world has 20 people that know how to trade at the caliber that we all know how to trade at. It's just you can't give up on yourself. Try. Shoot for the stars. I'm telling y'all. I'm giving you everything you need to shoot for the stars. Just shoot. Just keep shooting. Keep going. I got to see it. 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 I want to see your success. I want to see you guys in those helicopters. Maybe not helicopters because helicopters keep randomly blowing up. But I want to see you guys on that boat, on that yacht. I want to see you guys on our company boat. I want to see you guys on our company vacations. Because think about it. You think I care if I had to pay for everybody's trip? You think I care if I had to pay for somebody's ticket? Think about it. Culinary, he could obviously trade as much as he wants. He knows how to trade. He knows how to make as much money as he needs to make. Now it's up to him to get to that next level. But at the same time, if let's just say I make $1 million within the next month, I might be like, you know what, Culinary? Come on a trip. I'll pay for your spot because I know you can't maybe pay for it right now. Maybe you have your family you got to pay attention to. Maybe you haven't made 50K, 100K yet. Let me pay for your spot for this trip. You think I'm going to want that money back? You think I'm going to ask for that money back? What type of person do you think of me as? It's kind of funny because I always see this like with friends. When you ask friends, you know what I mean, when you don't have that much capital, you ask them for money, friends are always on your neck. They're always on your neck about it. Me? Not one time. Not one time.
Hey, when you make that, you gotta take me to the Broadway.
Oh no, hell yeah. Vikash, trust me. When I make a crazy amount of capital, I'm taking everybody here on a trip. I'm taking everybody here. Vikash, we might even have a little binge night. Or what do you call those nights? What do you call them? Where like people are just out.
Night for me.
But like, what do you call those nights when like you're gone Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? You're just partying every day. I forgot what they call it. My boy knows the word.
Don't really, man. Those days are gone. So.
Nah, Vikash, they're never gone.
We're still going. Yeah.
We're still going, bro. Come on now.
Last time.
I'm telling you,
Really,
in the
honestly.
peacock parties, let me tell you,
In the future, they're gonna be amazing.
No, we do like a barbecue another Friday and Saturday nights here with the neighbors and kids. It's more family friendly. The only time I would just do that kind of stuff. Actually, that was just more like a very sophisticated night, but more wilder. Those kind of nights are when me and one of my best friends we go out. We went to Austin on a motorcycle ride, and yeah, that's when we spent like 2 nights, and that was fun. Clubs there were nice.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, bro, like I just hope you realize that one night or that 1 week when you made 40K and then you flew down to New York and you paid for my food and then you paid for all the other extra activities.
Extracurricular activities.
We'll keep it at that, Vikash. Don't open your mouth.
Yeah, no. So even that, after that, missing in action here, I've tried to replicate that, and
Yeah.
and
But
there's
that,
so
but
many
Vikash, use me,
few-
use me as a way of leverage. Let me be behind you. If I'm behind you and I'm consistently seeing what options you're doing, I'm telling you, you're gonna make it happen. Maybe the first week we do something stupid together. Maybe I might cause you to lose a certain amount, but I'll make sure that that's not everything you
But
have.
I think the discipline is what missed me. Right?
Yeah.
So the thing is, when things go against you, like
Yeah.
say any trade, right, and the future especially is what it is. It's I don't even count now how many times, right? I'll refill $500 account. Same Ninja Trader.
That's what I'm saying.
Same day,
I need to
5
teach you how to
1500,
trade futures
and
properly.
and yeah,
Because the
that's
way you trade
the
futures and
I
the way
need
you trade options is way different.
no, definitely that's what happens because I um because it can end up eating up your account, right? And that's what happened from 1000 to 45 and then become zero, and then I've replicated it so many times. From 500 I've gone up to like 10 and then it becomes zero. It's because of if it's going against you, have that strict hit that level, just get out
Yeah.
and wait for your level. But what I will end up doing is I'll average down. I'm like, yeah, looks like a reversal point,
Yeah.
and
But
trust
remember,
me, there will be that day that
no, but you
just
gotta
looks
ask
like the
yourself,
whole
because what's gonna happen just by you saying that, I could already tell what the problems you're gonna have is. You're gonna have a problem where, for instance, today is more of a bearish day, right? Because I knew that, that was the reason why I told everybody to buy puts up here. You could have just ran up to the new high. But the reason why I know you can also fall down to the low was one, because you're very bearish. Two, because you barely even fell anywhere. The midpoint is, for God's sake, the midpoint is at 631. You might just fall down another $4 overnight. And since we started the downtrend, I'm thinking we're actually going to hit the midpoint tonight. If not, like overnight, you could say, or tomorrow. So during FOMC, I already know what's going to happen tomorrow. You're going to either hit this midpoint or you're going to run up to this 1/4 point right here, which is 640. If we could do both the same day tomorrow, oh my God, everybody. You will make like 1,000, 1,500%, no problem. So sometimes we get days like that. And the only way you're actually going to know that trade that you're buying into, and this, again, Vikash, this goes into what you were basically talking about. Every time you get into a trade, you already know what profit you're going to have. You know what's the potential chance of you failing and what's the potential chance of you being successful just off of that first buy. Now, what you need to do is you can average down. That's perfect. But if you don't have a lot of margin with futures, like for instance, if I buy a ES put down here, I'm probably going to have a couple $1,000s of margin just to be able to average down up here. So meaning I can't even let it get up there. So if I buy a put,
you can do like micros, it's a side to interrupt. But what I'm saying is, so I did futures as well. But yeah, you're right. It has to be very quick, in and out, right? So
yes.
I moved in Webull from there to futures, 500. So for at 500 now, I'm up 362 for the day, and then I'm out. I'm not holding it long, and this is exactly what happens. Right now, there will be some juicy drop or something, and I will expect a reversal, and I'll get in, and then that's where the mental discipline I don't have is.
Yeah.
It's going against me, and I'm like, oh, I was already up 350 for the day, and now it's going against me. Let me average down, and that's the worst thing I do.
Well, that right there, whoa. That right there
is only, and don't take, I know you don't take anything I say as disrespect, which is one of the reasons why I consider you such a brother. Yeah, you may say that for shits and giggles, but I feel like you don't. Honestly, Vikash, when I tell you something, you're one of the people that I can trust, that you're going to take the information as it is. And if you challenge it, I know it's coming from a sophisticated, structured mind. So you're challenging me for a reason. So I'm going to listen. And we're going to get to the end of this conversation using logic. So the first thing I would tell you is, with you, I see you as very important. You're very integral to this future. Because when I first saw somebody fly out to another state, buy me something, this person you don't even know me like that, Vikash. But yet, when we were there, tell me why I felt like it, you know what I mean? Like you're my brother, or you're like somebody who's very close to me, like a family member. That's what it felt like. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe you're a psycho, right? Maybe you're crazy. But at the same time, no, I didn't feel like that. It felt like we knew each other our whole lives. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I started realizing is the most important thing in life. That right there. Because the fun that I had that night, I didn't even know what I was going to expect. Around that time, I was also going through some relationship issues. So I was just in my head too much. I was all over the place. Then I had somebody try to do me dirty with the Discord. And it was just too much. So that right there, it was like in all the chaos, in the midst of it, it was like you were a shining star that just like lit up the whole entire night. And it was snowing back then. So it was like everything was melting. That's what it felt like. But not, yeah. That's one of the things that's most important to me right there, is building those relationships. Now that you know that, how does this factor in with the trades? It factors in because there's two different ways that one person could trade. One way is doing their notes and sending it into the chat. Another way is you have my phone number. The next time you're going to do a challenge, you're going to get into a trade, just give me a ring. Just like on, the show How to Make $1 Million, or like whatever the hell it's called, where like they're guessing questions and they got to answer like smart stuff so they can make $1 million. Yeah, just like that. Give me a phone call. Give me a ring. Tell me, all right, I want to do this. Very simple. I don't have much time. That's the first thing you could tell me, because trust me, I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to want to talk to you on the phone for like an hour. Because when I have a conversation with a person, I try to get real deep with it, and I try to really have a good conversation with them. So first thing you tell me is I don't have much time, and I'm not going to take that as disrespect, by the way. Trust me, I'm not. Especially because I probably had to call another person too. I probably need to do something else. So you call me, you tell me, hey, I don't have that much time. I got $1,000. I'm playing futures. I'm thinking about trading NASDAQ. What does your charts look like? First thing you say. Because you have to understand, I'm always improving my charts and updating them. It's just, will I send 600 charts to the Discord? Not right now, because there's so much information here. So it's just going to make things worse. Like, random people are going to look at the Dow and be like, why the hell is he sending Dow pictures? We're trading SPY. But it's going to be, you know what I mean, with that idea of that. So I don't know how I'm going to do the charts yet. I literally need a whole team. And I need this Discord to grow in order to make me that team. So how am I going to grow? Point blank, the best way to grow is by having people that are financially free from teaching. So I need to get to the point where, Vikash, I need you to get to 100K by the end of August. There is no way in hell that you can't get to 100K. That's the first thing. So I'm giving you a challenge publicly in front of everybody. AC, because we haven't had a conversation, I'm not going to say nothing yet. Culinary, we talk all the time. You have your own goal. We talked about it all the time, so I'm not going to say nothing. Johan, we talked about it. I will say something. Johan, your goal is going to be at least, today's date is the 29th. By Friday this week, you should at least make another $1,000. Now, if you're using a smaller account, an account with $100 or $200, by Friday, if you're using $100, remember, by Friday, Johan, I want you to at least make 600 to 500, 400, I'm happy with. But 600 is the goal. 400, I'm fine with. You have literally 1, 2, 3 days, right? And then after that, by August 29th, because Vikash, we still have to have another conversation. We got to fix your charts. Johan, I know your charts are a little more updated, so that's why I'm basically telling you what to do for August. Remember, everything I do is for a reason. So Vikash, we need to have another conversation, and then once we fix your charts, same thing with you, Mansa, which is right after Johan. But let me see, August 29th. So Johan, for August 29th, logically speaking, with your capabilities and where you're at in terms of experience, you should truthfully and wholeheartedly be able to reach 50K. The reason why I told Vikash he could reach more, even though he doesn't have his charts done, is just solely because he's trading futures. So he's going to end up making a little bit more because futures is way more profit. So, but let's say if you start trading futures in the middle of August, no, yeah, you're probably going to make around, because you're probably going to start with a small account. That would be the smartest thing to do. But I don't think you should trade futures, actually. No. You should just stick to options right now because that's what you're sticking to initially.
Actually, profits are similar, but the losses are even more catastrophic. They can eat up an entire account. The best part I like about it is without even having a margin account in future, you can just go back and forth.
Well, you gotta think about it, Vikash, because most of the time, futures is actually easier to trade than options. It's more risky, but it's actually easier to trade than options, and that's because you could trade those highs in pre-market. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
The only difference is if anybody's interested, the VBull margin kicks in at 8 a.m. CST, like 9 a.m. So
Oh, it
after
does?
hours,
I didn't know that.
There's no margin, so you cannot. If you want to use margin, that's where I use NinjaTrader. NinjaTrader is margin 24/7. That's the best part.
That's not bad. Thank you for actually telling me that. I didn't know that. That's a very crucial part, because let me tell you, with options, the only reason why I got to 3K to 100K when I was actually trading, and this is what most people don't know. I actually don't tell people this, because honestly, like, you're not supposed to teach people this. You're not supposed to teach people how to use margin. The reason why is because this is the reason why. It's very simple. Margin is only should ever be used by the top percent of traders. That top 1% of traders is the only traders who should use margin. Most people, the way they operate, like for me, let me give you an example. The most amount of money, like if I had this number, if I was trading with $1 million, by the way, I never hit $1 million yet, but if I was trading with $1 million, right, I would be very emotional. I would be very stupid. Honestly, I would look like I'm a beginner. The reason why I say that is because I never got to that level. Now, with my experience, would that happen? Honestly, probably not. Most likely not. You know, if we took 10K to 100K, no problem. And again, I didn't feel anxious. I didn't get emotional when I first hit 100K. I remember. And I was younger. That's the crazy part. I was way younger than I am now. So I can most likely guess, because I've already planned for what to do with money once I get to $1 million, that one, hopefully that's not all the money I have, because that's very stupid. You only should be trading with $1 million if you actually have like 10 million. But for the fact of the matter, we're going to be the people who do that. Honestly, like, I'm very aggressive with my trading. That was the only reason why I got so good so quick, was because I literally just tried to be as aggressive as possible and put as much on the line, because then it caused me to then need to kind of research a lot of stuff. Sometimes, I'm not going to lie to y'all, 80% of the time, I'm not going to lie to y'all, 80% of the time back then, oh my God, it's terrible to say, but no, yeah, it was just like random ass trades. It was like all random. There was no structure.
Yeah, it happened to the same in the futures one, right? So initially, so even now what I trade is a micro,
Yeah.
or NASDAQ or SPY. But then as your account grow, and back then, you know, once I hit 10K, I was doing mini, and then after mini, I started doing the entire one block of NASDAQ.
Yeah.
So if it moves $10 or so, it will give me, I don't know, 1,500, 2,000. That's why initially the profit from $1,000 account was like 200 a day, 300, and as it account grows, my profits were like 5,000 a day, but also the loss is 5,000. But
Yeah.
it becomes, if you structure or if it's very consistent win rate, the exponential is just insane. But this is the discipline. Like right now, this is exactly the point what happens and happened so many times. Like it's 1:30 in the night in right now, CST. A decent in futures today, and I will say, hey, I won't get into the trade. We'll just retain this profit for today. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow. No, but then I will get into a trade, and then it just ruin it. And that kind of puts you in a backseat as well. But it becomes like a mixed feeling, and I try to get over it to correct it. But there will be just that one day that just crushes your confidence again, and it's just like,
No,
ugh.
but that's the thing right there is the crushing of confidence is proof. What is it proof for? It's proof that you're not at a good safe level yet. So you should be scared. You know? You should be frightened. Not scared because you can't get to that level, but frightened because if you're trading a crazy amount of money, and that's why I tell you, you should have a natural bottleneck. Meaning when you hit a certain level, you take your money out the stock market. I kid you not. You literally stop what you're doing, take all that money out, have it sitting in your bank account for at least 5 days. In those 5 days, what you're going to do is you're going to trade a small, cheap account. If your account gets crushed and you lose everything, right there, that's proof that if you would have traded with your other account, you would have got wiped out. Now with that 50K in your bank account, let's say you hit 50K, I would tell you wait to 20K. Don't touch no money until you hit 20K. Once you hit 20K, now you could take out 2,000 every single time. That's where you really get into a safe, nice level. That's the level that I had to get to in order for me to build my setup. Because my monitors were like $1,000 each, or not each, but altogether. My computer was around 5K. The desk and the setup and all the accessories was around 2K. iPad 2K. Phone is around almost 2K. Camera's around 2K. So everything I have is around that price range. And it's only because my favorite number to hit, honestly, is to hit around 20 to 25 and then just keep taking out 2K every week. Because with 25K, I should be able to at least make, 10% per week. Honestly, without even being aggressive, just trading like 15-day contracts and selling out after like imagine you buy a 15-day contract or a 20-day contract on number 4. Of course, it did go down right here, right? But you know what you could have done? Been like, all right, if you have 20K right here for 14 days out, let's actually do the math live so everybody could see that what I'm saying is not just me talking on my ass. So let's look at a 15-day contract. Oh my God, it's lagging. So 14 days out. Let's see. I would have told you to buy when you were down here at number 4 at around this time. I would have told you to buy probably a 536 option. I would have told you to go one strike out. So 536 call. There's no 536 call. So it's either a 535 or a 540. Would I told you to buy a 540? Maybe. Maybe. Actually, no. Because I know this market could drop. Truthfully, honestly, like for today's entries, I honestly know. I would tell you to go in the money. So you would have got a 535 when it was over here. So let's check the price real quick. So the price of this, let's go to the 5-minute. Is there really no volume for this? Wait a second, give me a second. I hate when the Discord does that. I can't see the bottom of my bar here. Thank you. So for this option right here, you have terrible volume. Look at the volume for this. You have 2. Yeah, let me get off of this. This is terrible. Let's go look at a contract that has more volume. So the 13 days out, or is it 17 days out? Is that where all the volume is? Oh my God, that is garbage volume. What in the world? Yeah, so if you go 17 days out, they got a contract for 636. You know what that means? That means they just added these contracts. That's what that means. When they do that and the contract has no volume like this, they just added it to the board. So you need to wait for people to actually buy into this. You would make a good amount of money, but honestly, the bid and ask on that crap would be garbage. You don't want to mess with stuff like that. That's why I said, as soon as I saw the screen like this, I was like, nah, hell no. What's going on here? So yeah, I would have told you to buy a 636 option right here, right? This also has garbage volume, but at least it's a little bit better. And as you can see, at around, what time was this again? This was 11:20. So at 11:20, oh my God, where did it go? At 11:20, let's go here. Look for 11:20. That's 11:20, right here. So 11:20 is, yeah, literally right here. So again, I would have told you all to buy a call right here at 11:20. And if you're using a $20,000 account, the first thing I would have had you done, and this is something I want you all to write down. Please write this down right now. It's going to be very unstructured because I'm going to then go forward and then I'm going to go backwards from 1,000 to 20K. So first we're going to go 20K to 50K. This is what's the most important for your success going into the future here. Like this right here is what really matters. This is what cements you as being a trader who does not need to work a normal job no more. Honestly, just you doing this right here. So again, with 25K, or let's just say 20K, right under the $25,000 thingy so that you could trade unlimitedly, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to put 2,000 into this trade here. So at this point, that's $700. So you could buy 3 options. So again, you would buy 3 of them, right? 3 different options, 700 each. When it ran up to 720. That right there is only $20 a profit times 3. Do you guys think that's worth it? Of course no. So what I've told you to sell right here, no. So first let's do the math so you can understand something. So now you have $2,000 in the market. That $2,000 now goes up to $2,025 plus 25, $2,075. All right. You see how the market fell down here a little bit more? How much did it run up from 700? $20, right? Look what's so weird, everybody. When it fell down, how much did it fall down? $20, right? That's an equal reaction. So these bigger options, what they do is they usually do these equal reactions. Now, what you want to realize is that these options right here are just a little bit further than we would want them to be. That's the reason why the value here is just not, it's just garbage. Because going from 700 even to 750, honestly, it's kind of garbage to me. Because that means with $2,000, I'm only going to make 150. What in the world? For the same move? That is terrible. It's going to take me a long time to grow that account. So that right there is a no-go. So what we would do here is we would make it shorter. I would probably have you guys start buying. I mean, you know what I buy? If I'm being honest with everybody, I buy just 7-day options. I just mess with the 7 days. 7 days to 5 days, sometimes 13 days is what I mess with. I do not go further unless I'm trying to buy a monthly. But for you guys, I'm trying to make it so that you could have more time. It could be a little safer, just so you're not losing as much money. Because sometimes, even with these options, I'm down a lot. If I buy off the wrong place, of course. Which I only do that when, again, I'm trying to test myself. If not, I would just buy off of number 4. As you can see, the instant you go up, I would sell out. Is what I'm basically trying to tell you all. Like right here, I would have sold out. If I had like 20K in the market, I would have definitely sold out right there. Because with 20K, if you, of course, have around 100K, that's the only reason why you're trading only 20K, you can at least make around 4, 5, 6,000. Real quick, off of just a snap like that, a few thousand right there, just like that. Now, for the fact of the matter, let's say you have 20K right now. The first thing you're going to do with these options is you're going to realize that you're going to only put 2,000 down at first. You're going to only put 10% down at first. Why? Because you need to give yourself multiple locations to average down. You're almost never going to get the perfect buy. Almost never. The only way you can get the perfect buy is by buying off of the perfect locations all the time. You see what I'm saying? That's the only way you can get the perfect buy. So if I'm looking at these options, these went from 400 to 460 each, right? 400 to 460. Then they went from 420 straight back up to 480. That's a good amount of profit right there. Because with $400, if I have 2K, I could probably have bought this for, because it was at 420 over here at 11, like 11:30ish. So yeah, you would have bought it for around like 420. And then when it fell down lower, if we're being honest here, I would have told you to put down another 2K. So now you're in for 4K, which means, let's just say the first 2K, 420 times 4. How much is that? Yeah, 1,600. So, I mean, I would probably tell you to go over 2K for the first one because it was at 420. So 420 times 5. I'd probably tell you to get 5 of them, 2,100. So for 2,100, the next thing you would then do, because again, we're kind of coming up with a theoretical situation, and then we're going to actually use this to trade before today ends. And we're going to see if the theory still plays out even in the last hour. Just so we can actually make sure today is a happy day, which is to keep profiting every single hour. Because this thing is going to close, and then we got to wait for tomorrow. And you know what I mean? Like that's so long away from now. So many hours. I'm just playing, but. So you would have got 5 of them for 2,100. And then when it fell down to 408 times 5, that's $2,040. You would have basically bought another 5. So now you're in for 10. So, of course, what's 10 times 6? Right? $600. So with $4,000, you would have made $600 easy right there. Right? That's within one trade. The problem is that's still a baby move. That's not the move that we're looking for. But again, I'm just trying to show you that if you're scalping with this, that's how much you would make with scalping. You would make about 600 scalping every 20, 30 minutes. So then when you fall down right here, I'm pretty sure you understand what you're going to do already. You're going to put in another 2,000. If you see it holding and could potentially run up, you could put 6,000 into the market. Why? Because again, maybe you're going to play a little bit more aggressive. Now, you're not going to do this on every day. You're only going to do this on the days where I give you the okay. Because if you run up like this and fall down, you could possibly crash out the sky. So, again, I could read the market and I could tell you if the market's going to crash that day or not. And I will basically be able to tell you, all right, you could put extra money today or don't put extra money. Maybe you put a little bit less money. You know? So maybe if you put in 4K the first trade, that second trade, maybe you only put in 2K. Who knows? I would have put in 2K only until I have more money in a bigger safety net, and then I could risk that extra 2K. But still, that's not good. I don't like that, because if I'm using 4,000 and I'm only making 600, that means I could lose basically like, 3,000, 4,000 before I even realize anything. Like if you're in the trade and it just keeps tanking and you have a lot of capital, you're just going to hold it. Not many people are just going to sell out of their options. So the way I'm creating a system here is basically to work with those individuals who basically are going to be more aggressive, because usually people are not really playing safe. So do I consider this safe? Not really. This is a little unsafe right now, because it's a 7-day option, right? Very risky. And this is just me speaking in terms of a beginner level. Now, when I give you those okays, and again, I'm not trying to make myself seem more so important or special or something like that. I don't mean to say it to give myself this imaginary power. You know what I mean? I got to make sure you all understand that, because sometimes when I say stuff like that, I could see how individuals might think of that just because of how I'm saying it. So for the fact of the matter, when I give you the okay, that's your okay. It's an official green light. You could put more money down or you're going to put less. Or whatever. You get it at this point. So let's say if I gave you the okay, which I did today, and you bought more down here, the first thing you would have done is 100% sold it at 480 because you would have bought it for basically the same price and you would have made another $600 had you used the same amount of money. If you use more money, you would have made probably around, that's another 5 contracts. That's another 5 times 60. That's, how much is that? 5 times 60? That's 300. So you would have made 900. So if you use $6,000, you would have made 900. If you use 4,000, you would have made 600. If you use 2,000, you would have made 300. Now, what does that mean? The first trade, you would have made 600. Second trade, you would have made 600. Now you're up 1,200. The third trade, because of course, you could have of course bought at number 4 again. You are now up, basically, let's not count this right here, but just from here to here, you would have made 30. I would have only told you to put 2,000 though. Definitely at around 1 o'clock, you're playing more safer. Less, you need less money. Less, because usually big moves occur at this point. It's either going to be a really big move or a slow move, just like how it is right now. Which, what time is it? Is it 1:30 yet? Oh, it's goddamn 2:40. Oh my god. So yeah, usually you don't slow down this much. This is a very weird trend. This looks like you're just going to run up again. It looks like you're just going to give yourself a head and shoulders here. Type of pattern, you know? But yeah, that's how much you would have made scalping. Now, of course, I think you all understand where I'm going with this. And oh yeah, that's the problem. I would have told you to buy something shorter. Maybe today we would have only made 1,200 from those, but tomorrow I would have been like, yo, we're all going to buy something 1 day shorter because there was no value there. So if we bought on days like this and we bought down here, think about it, 380, that thing went to 430. So that's $50, but it only cost $300. And then over here, that second time, you went up to 450 from around basically 390. You probably would have bought it somewhere here, not at the low. Remember, we usually never be able to, or will never be able to buy at the low. These lows are very hard to time. All right, bet Vikash. And then when you come back, let me know, and then I'll go over the future stuff again because I had some few things to say about that. But I'll also write this out for you, Vikash, by the way, because again, we're all creating this together right here, right now. I already have a plan, but I'm just going to create a whole new one. I think this is going to be more efficient, especially creating one live that everybody's aware of. That way, when I post it, you already know what happened or what I talked about. So right here, I would have caused you to buy these contracts. So again, this was towards the end of the day. You know what's funny? Look over here. And again, look at those reactions. So I would have told you to buy around 370, 380. You would have sold it at around 420, 430, right? That means, let's do the math here real quick. If you had $4,000 divided by 380, so that's going to equal 10 contracts. 10 times 50. That's less. So you're making less here. And that first little run up, yeah, you're making less. 430. So let me do the math here. Even with the 6 days, you're still making less. You know what it is? Is the what's the IV right now? IV is at 12%. Yeah, it's still pretty low. Let me check something real quick. $636. Let me look at the values on these. These should be at least 50%, honestly. That's what I'm saying. My options are normally going up 50%. Like when I get a 3 day, not even a 3 day, when I get a 7 day, and my options are, let's just say down here at number 4, by the time you hit number 2 to number 1, I'm already up 30 to 50% already on those options. So I guess maybe because of the momentum today, the calls were just garbage a couple days out. The only thing that was good here was 0 days. But honestly, if you're trading with 20,000, I think you understand it. you know, me teaching people properly doesn't consist of 0 days. You have to understand that's basically gambling, because the 0 day flow is $1 trillion. You know that, right? The 0 day flow is $1 trillion. Even 2 days away is not even close to the 0 days. The 1 days, they're kind of similar. They'll probably get like around 500 billion, maybe around that. So that means 2 days out is probably like 200 billion. 3 days out is probably like 200 billion. 4 days and 5 days out is probably like 150 billion. So it is a little less. But then when you go to 2 weeks out, usually you make the most money trading these options right here. Like whenever I'm trading on a big account, these are basically the best options. So let's say if we try to trade the calls today, because it hit number 4. So that would have been a point where you buy. Let's say we bought a 639 for 17 days out. How much money you would have made on these? Let me see. This is 720. What's today's date? The 29th. This is today still? No. 29th. Right here. 28th? No, that's 28th. 29th. And then go to here. That's 11 o'clock. Yes. So you would have only made $40. So yeah, that's not bad. I mean, honestly, it's not bad. Let's be real here. That's not bad. That's not bad. Because if you're trading, let's just say you're trading with 20K, that's basically the difference here. Is I'm telling you, you're going to be at 20K, but then you're only going to trade 20 to 10%. So I'm doing the math differently than how I originally trade for myself. So again, if I'm trading for myself, again, it's going to be around 20K. Divided by 520, let's just say 530, because I'm probably not going to buy at the bottom. That's very hard to do. So am I multiplying this wrong? Divided by 530, that's 37 contracts. So then 37 contracts times, what is the top? I probably would have sold it. If the top is 360, I probably would have sold it for like 555, if I'm being honest with everybody. Because I'm probably not going to time the top either. But again, you're not supposed to. You don't really care about that. So 37 times 555 equals 20,500. That right there is absolutely garbage. Why? Remember, everybody, there's one thing you're missing. I just wanted to go through the numbers of 20K real quick just to make sure. Because for some reason, I felt like the 17-day contracts were going to be higher. You can also go 13 days out. So I guess maybe we should do the 13-day out contracts. Actually, let's just do 14 days. Oh, no, these are new. There's no volume here. Let's do this one right here. This one would have been a little bit more accurate. So again, a 639. Or actually, I would have probably told you to get something one strike out. So let me redo the math. I'm sorry. I'm jumping around all over the place, but I want to give you something accurate. That's the point of this. So this is 13 days out. Boom. I would have had you buy this one for 20K. And then you get a 637 or a 636. I probably would have had you buy a 636, honestly. If I'm being real with everybody. So a 636 option. Let's check the prices at 11 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, these were at 564 at the bottom. So you probably would have bought this for 570. And then it ran up. Is that it? Did it really only run up here? No, yeah, it only ran up to 570. These are trash. The 17 days are actually better. How are the 24 days then? Is it getting better as I go up? Some weeks it changes a little bit. 850 to 900. That's not bad. That's $80 per contract right there. That right there is not bad. You would have just needed a lot of money. You would have only bought half the contracts that you could have bought. So yeah, that's not bad. That's $80. No, that's not even $80. What am I saying? It's $50. That is not good. So yeah, 17 days. Probably the contracts we would have bought. Let's look at the 536s. Let's do the math again with 20K. At 11 o'clock today, right here, you would have bought it for 700 and then it ran to 720. So you running from 700 to 7. Actually, what was the low? 699 was a low. Nah, we wouldn't have bought at 700. We would have bought at like 705. So we would have bought it for $705, and we would have only made basically $20 per contract. So unless you're buying 100 contracts which is usually not the case. 100 contracts, just so you can understand, would equal 70,000. So if you're trading 70,000, you know what I mean, and you go up $20, that's not bad. That's a pretty crazy amount of money that you're gonna make. However, we're not playing with 70K right now. I'm giving everybody the explanation of how to trade 20K. So you're going to go 17 days out, if not 13 days out. I'm usually still trading 7 days because, again, I've gotten to the point where I can't do that. For you guys, I do not want you to do that because you need that extra week just so you can actually test your ideas. Because what if an idea occurs tomorrow? Those extra 7 days of time are going to cause you to lose less money. They're going to cause you to make less money, but again, the purpose is not to make money right now, it's to test yourself. So when you get to these levels like 20K, you take the money out. That's the first thing you're going to do. Put it back in your bank account. Pay off any bills, pay off anything that's necessary. I want you guys to write this down. When you get to 20K, that's when you're actually going to take it all out. Take everything out. Pay off whatever you need to pay off. See what you're left with. If you got some big ass loans, like if you're more than 50K in debt, 100K in debt, just realize 20K ain't gonna help you. So you already know that. All right, for now, for the time being, just pay off whatever's the minimum payment for like the next 6 months, 3 months. Just literally just keep paying that thing off. Just save that money on the side, pay the minimum. Just worry less. Your job money should be for food and whatever else you got to pay for, and save your job money. Your job money should not be for bills. What I teach you should be for bills because it's capable to pay your bills. All right, let's continue the example. 20K divided by $700 is 28 contracts. So then 28 contracts times 720, 720, because the top was 725, so we're probably not going to sell at the top. It's $20,100. Ladies and gentlemen, is that worth it? Absolutely not. That is not worth it at all. So if we would have traded with that today, the first thing I would have told everybody is to sell right here at the top. If not, I would have allowed everybody to go down to 680, which means we would have only been down $160. So we would have been up 160, down 160, and that's not hitting a stop loss. Your stop loss with a $20,000 account, honestly, in my honest opinion, because when we buy off of such a good area, a good location, it's usually never going to even hit the stop. But your stop loss for a $20,000 account should be $500. It shouldn't be $1,000. You do not want to lose $1,000. Where I come from, $1,000 is a lot of money. Let me tell you, I don't care how much money I have. $1,000 is a lot of money. Yes, I used to waste $1,000 like there was no tomorrow when I was building my account to 100K. But let me tell you, it's a lot of money. You know, we got to be real here. You can never kill that right there, that level of realness. You always have to understand that that is a lot of money to the everyday person. So you can't lose more than 500. You shouldn't lose more than 500, especially with 20K. That's the first thing I want to tell you all. That's how you would have controlled your stop loss, right? It's to be minus 500. So right there, that's not minus 500. So you wouldn't have had a stop loss on. Maybe this peak right here at 740, I would have had you all sell out. But at the same time, that's not a lot of money. Only 28 contracts times 740. Let's just say 735. We got to be real here again. Times 735. We're never going to sell at the top. Is... So again, wait, no, I multiplied it wrong. 28 times 735 equals 20,500. So that right there, I would have caused you to put your stop loss at $500 profit because that's our stop loss, right? Like for the downside, I would have had you put your take profit at that level right there, and I would have probably had you move your stop loss to 740 flat. So like 735, when it was running up to that level, I would have probably had you move up your stop loss canceled it, right? Because there's a lot of moving parts here. Remember that. So I'm trying to think about what I would do in that moment. And again, it's cancel it, my stop loss, move it all the way up to 735, 734. And then my take profit is going to be at like 760. I'm going to put it up a little bit higher just in case the market starts gapping up, right? And that's it. That's all you have to do. You would have probably sold out for like 480, 450. Maybe you don't take the full 500. But again, that's fine. Now, you would have done the same thing again down here. Actually, no, you wouldn't have. I wouldn't have had you buy calls at all. Why, everybody? Because the weekly. What does the weekly range say, ladies and gentlemen? That this thing could fall out the sky like a meteor. It could literally go straight through the earth. That's how much SPY wants to go down right now. So would you really have played 20K with puts or with calls today? No, everybody. You actually wouldn't have. If I'm being real with you, you probably would have only traded like 5K. You probably would have made only like a few hundred, honestly. Which is not bad. Or you know what? I would have probably had you trade 0 days. Like if you have 20K, you could put $500 in a 0 day. That's not bad. That's not a stupid thing to do. Because you're going to make as much as you would have made with the whole entire account with a 20-day option. If you really think about it. Just you using way less money, you could make the same amount of money you normally would be making. You don't have to put that much money on the line. The only reason why I was saying 20K is because you guys have the capabilities, especially the students. They have the capabilities to be able to actually trade like that. I know they do. I've taught them. Now, do they remember everything? Maybe not. That's what we had to work on. And that's what we had to make sure that it's well refined with everybody. So I need people being loud with that. But aside from that, I know what their capabilities are. Every single person here. I may not know of the peak of it. Maybe I don't see everything they do behind the scenes, of course. How they trade, how much counts they trade on. You know, the thought process, how they take their notes, how serious they are maybe. Maybe I don't know about that. But you could tell with the profit. That's the seriousness right there. Profit it speaks volumes. You know, it says everything. So, yeah, that's pretty much your whole entire example right there. The example is that we probably wouldn't have traded calls right there at all. Honestly. I probably would have had you all just trade the puts. The only reason why I would have had you trade calls here was because it hit the weekly range. So I know it could hold here. If I'm being honest with everybody. Look at how it perfectly held. I told you in the morning. I told you yesterday. I'm waiting for it to hit this level. Hopefully by today or tomorrow. That's why I'm buying a 1-day option. And look at that. The 1-day option came perfectly into play. And again, the only reason why I knew that can happen was because of last week. When you hit the top, the next day you were at the quarter point. The day after, the same day you were actually at the midpoint. But then the next day you hit the midpoint again. So, no, yeah. Because the range was a little bit bigger, it makes sense why I only hit the 1/8 point and ran up again. But then it also makes sense why I was able to go down lower. That's the reason why our options were up so much. They went from $20 all the way up to $115, $120. That's a lot of money. You know that, right? $100. It was just at $20. Are you kidding me? But the only reason why we're able to trade like that is because we know the weekly range, you see? And now since you all know it, you could trade like that now too. Literally, me just showing you how to trade like that, I want you all to understand that every single person here, even if you didn't trade, you literally made that trade mentally, psychologically, and now you have a new skill on your tool belt. That's what I need you to understand right now. Maybe you don't have a crazy amount of profit, but who cares? Your skill is supposed to dictate your profit. If you're not having profit, it means you have just no skill. We just got to give you skills. That's it. Just like how with some things I have no skills. I can't cook. I can't swim. I can go on and on and on about my, insufficiencies, the skills that I know I need to learn. And I'm fine with saying that. So if I say that out loud, everybody, you better not feel some type of way. It's with the understanding of, you wanting to be the best at the whole idea of trading. So again, be open with your skills. Inform me about the skills you need to learn, such as trading in the beginning of the day, trading in the middle of the day, trading towards the end of the day, weekly trading, swing trading, leap trading, futures trading, crypto trading. Even though I don't like crypto, but I'll still show you how to trade it if you want to. But again, I don't advise it. Cough, cough. Not right now, at least. Wait 6 months when crypto has a low. I'm gonna have everybody buy into crypto, and you better have capital for that. We better not get 6 months away from here and nobody has capital, because that right there is literally what's been happening for the past year to everybody, and that can't keep happening no more. We need to put an end to that. So every time we hit a low or something juicy, we get a good price, boom, buy into that thing. Buy that thing up. But yeah, you all get what I'm saying. Come on now. So what is the whole point of this conversation right now? Because I haven't finished the conversation. What am I doing right now? What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to explain to you, and I want you to understand that if you were trading with a $20,000 account, you would have bought puts at the opening price. That's the first thing. I would have had you buy puts up here because you hit number 1 on the reversal points. Now, if you would have got above number 1, let's say you would have basically ran up like this, somewhere over here like that, I would have had you sell out for a loss. That's, again, if we're trading 0 days. If we're trading 5-day contracts, you need to understand it's different. I would have waited for you to actually get to reversal point number 2 before I sell for a loss, which would be around $1 of change, which means 1 strike price. Meaning, if I buy a 17-day contract, I'm just going to fall from 716 to 655. That's how you understand how contracts change prices. That right there is an important skill. I hope you all pause the video and rewind that. I'm going to say it again. You need to write this down, and you need to visually see what I'm doing here so that you can remember this. If my option costs $716 and the market goes up $1 against me, I'm going to drop to 655. If I can't stomach that, I'm not going to get into the trade. That's the first thing. Because that's a change of like $60. $60 times 20 contracts is not a lot, but when you got $20,000, it's going to kind of be a good amount, you know. Think about it. 28 contracts times $60, you're going to be down $2,000 right there. So you're going to be down basically at your stop loss. Like your stop loss is around 5%, 10%, honestly, when you have a bigger amount. So truthfully, no, we would have actually stopped out in between it. I would have had you stop out right here at 639, like 12 or 10. If it got above here, I would have had you stopped out of these contracts, which are 17 days out. You all got that? Because that right there is too much money. I do not want you down more than $400, $500 per trade. If you're down $2,000 on the trade, that is terrible. That's a lot of money. I don't care if you have $1 million. $2,000 is a lot. I mean, obviously, if you have $1 million and you're trading with $1 million, probably one wick is going to be down 5K, 10K. So the game is different at that point, I guess. So I guess, yeah, it really does matter how much money you have. If you have 200K, it doesn't really matter either. 100K, 200K, if you're trading with only 1,000, I guess, yeah, when you get to that level, because of, it's just speaking of the environment you're now in, right? So it kind of makes sense. But you get what I'm trying to say. I wouldn't want you down a certain amount, because then people start to get a little anxious and a little weird. I see it happen all the time. So I don't like doing that to people, because I remember when I felt like that, and that wasn't really a good teaching lesson. I didn't really make anything out of it. I just caused myself to get stressed out for no reason. But, okay, so you would have made only $500 here. I think we made that perfectly understandable. And then if you bought down here, you would have made a certain amount. Now, I would have actually had you buy a 17-day put. The reason why is because I knew the market was going to drop to 634. Now, let's go to the price of this in the beginning of the day. The price of this in the beginning of the day was around $420. So you would have been in the trade. Let's do the math again, everybody. 20K divided by Actually, no, we can't do 20K because remember, you're having 20K right now. We only have to do 2K. So 2K. Let's do the measurement for 20K though. I want to see how much you would have made with 20K. 20K on a day like today, if we were playing aggressive, because I would have had everybody play aggressive, that's 400 and we probably would have bought this. It's at 420. That's a low. We probably would have bought this for like 430. So 430 times 28 is how much? Wait, we could buy a lot. Wait a second. No, we can only buy 2. 4. 430 times 5. Yeah, so you would have bought 5 contracts, right? And actually, no, what am I doing? I keep stumbling on myself. This is 20K. Let's do 20K first. 20K divided by 430. See what happens when I keep looking at numbers? 46 contracts we would have bought. And then you would have ran up to 570. That's what I pretty much would have had you sell out at number 4. So a move of number 1 to number 4 on a 17-day contract with 20,000 would cause you to make around 46 times 570, let's say $6,000. So if you had 20K in the market, and again, you would only invest 20K into a market if you have around 100K. So as long as you have around 100K, you would only invest 20K into the market, and you would only make 6,000 off of that trade. Got it? That's basically the calculation. Don't forget that. Because it's going to change. Some days it's going to be more. Some days it will be a little bit less. But it's going to be around that metric. And that's just us looking at the contract values right now. Not me and what I was talking about for last week. Because you have to understand, my knowledge expands all the way from 2021 till now. And let me tell ya, this thing changes so often, it is not even funny. So whatever I say for last week or this week might be different for next week. So from right now, from here today, from where I'm currently speaking on, we would have made $6,000 with 20K. Now, if you had only $2,000, I probably would have had you trade a contract. Or if you had 20K, but you were only going to trade $2,000, let's say you don't have 100K. If you only have 20K, which means, again, you're only trading with 2K, I would have had you trade most likely a 7-day contract, just like that. I would have had you buy a put for $634, and I would have had you buy in the morning. These contracts were around $230. So you probably could have bought almost around 10 of them. Honestly, I would have been fine if you bought 10 of them. So 10 of them is obviously going to be $2,300. And let's say if the market looked really good, honestly, this type of trade, I wouldn't be mad if somebody had 20K. I wouldn't be mad if they put 4K right here. That's like a $4,000 to $10,000 trade. Let me be honest with you all. Just because on the weekly, let's look at it one more time. On the weekly, you were at the high. That's basically the whole reason. So, yeah, I probably would have told you to put a little bit more. That's the trade that we would have had today. The only problem is if it would have ran up, we would have took a bigger loss than normal. But I would have done the calculation and told you what to put your stop loss at. Because then if it goes past a certain point, now it's starting to hit the code red point, and we got to get out the option. I agree with everybody. And I hope you all agree with me. When it hits a certain level and you're down a certain amount, that should not be the case, especially if you're at a certain level. I don't care what nobody says. You shouldn't be down a certain amount. If you are, something is happening that you're not understanding right now. So get the hell out. Just run away. Get to the drawing board, wait 30 minutes, and then maybe you might buy into it again. But wait 30 minutes, especially if it's a lot of money. So let's go back to the example real quick. By the way, I'm trying to buy another SPY call, but fall! Just fall down to number 5. What's your problem? This thing is consolidating. Hitting just random points in the middle. It might be game over. We might have to wait for tomorrow. We had some good profit today, though. A bunch of percentages. So let's go back to the explanation. So 230. Honestly, I'm being real with y'all. If you had 20K, I would have had you probably put 4K starting. So you would have probably put 4K into this trade. So 4K divided by $240 because it hit 232 at the low. So you probably would have bought it for 240. Let's be honest. So $240 equals 16 contracts. 16 contracts. If you just held them and you didn't add more, you would have turned 4,000 into, let's see, 16 times, the top was 388. So let's be honest, you probably would have sold it for like 360. Let's just say 370 because it went up way higher. Actually, let's be honest here. The volume looks very crappy here. I probably would have had you sell it right here at 1130 at 360. So at 360, we'll say you sold it for 355. We got to be honest. You can't just look at the bottom and look at the top and be like, no, yeah, that's what I'm going to get next time, because that's never going to happen, because you're not planning for that to happen. You get it? If you're planning for something like that, you're trying to trade the extremes, that only happens when you actually have my trading styles on your screen and you've gone through rigorous testing. Because just because you have what I teach on your screen, you're not going to really understand how to trade off of it or how to flow with it, because every situation every day is going to be different. So that's where you come into play. And what does that mean? That means you need to trade as much as possible. Everybody here in this group should be trading 20 to 30 to 50 times per day, especially if they don't have a job. If they have a job, they should be trading around at least 5 to 10 times per day, because you don't need to look at the market. You could put all your buys from yesterday. Meaning if SPY was going to fall to if you knew SPY was going to fall to 634, which we all knew, you could have had a limit to buy something at a certain price if it falls to 634. So that something would have cost like $600. You probably could have put a limit to buy for 400 and then be like, all right, I'm just going to sell it for 440 or 450. I just want a little something because I'm working. Or you would have just bought the puts with us. Because remember, I'm giving you the example of calls, and that's the worst example for me to give you because there was no momentum on the call side. Or do we all agree? Like, it was mostly puts today. So now that I'm giving you the put example, which is the 230 to the 300 and something dollar option, this is truly how much a person would make, because they actually took the true trade of that day. So again, they would have made 16 times 300 and let's just say 45. They would have made 5,500. So they with 4,000, they would have made $1,000 just off of that. Just like that, clean off the top. 7 days, they had 20K in total. Now their account is at 21K from $4,000. Now, is that a lot of money to make, everybody? Yes, that's a lot of money. But is that truly changing your account size? No, it is not. So what do you think I'm going to tell you? Exactly. You need to put more money down. So the next day, instead of me putting only 4K down, now I know I need to at least put 8K. If I would have put 8,000, I could double the gain. And probably actually, no, let's do the math. Because if you double the gain, sometimes it doesn't truly... Sometimes the math is mathing wrong. I can't explain it, but... So the price is 240. 240 times 32, how much is that? Yeah, you would have bought way more than double. A little bit more. So you would have bought, let's just say $8,000 divided by 240. Oh, 33. So just one more. So you would have bought 33 contracts. 33 times 345. Because that's when you hit reversal point number 4. I mean, honestly, you probably would have got close to the perfect sell of that one. You probably would have sold it for 350. So let's be honest, you probably would have sold it for 350. So 33 contracts times 356, 355. Because remember, you hit the high of 323 or 363 at reversal point number 4. Do not forget that. So you would have actually had a perfect sell here. Because you see how when it hit number 4, it then got bought up? So yeah, you would have been good here. You would have sold out almost at the perfect number right there, if I'm being honest. So that's $11,000. That means you made 3K right there. So now you're up $3,000 off of just 20K. Now you're up, basically a few percent. That's not bad. That right there per day, that's enough to change your account within a week. You could be at 30K, no problem. Just like that. So again, just me putting $8,000 from the initial 20K, it's enough to make me enough money for me to remove some money from the app, pay my bills, as well as still grow my account. If I can't grow my account still because I have too much bills and too much, like my maintenance for life is just too much, one, that's just stupid. You need to lower your cost of living first. Like my cost of living, honestly, is around $800 to $1,000. I literally do not waste that much money. So, of course, that's going to change soon, right? Once I get my house and everything, and I get my car, I'm going to have insurance and all that BS. So, of course, I'm going to have to deal with that later on. But right now, my cost of living is nothing. That's the reason why I don't complain about making a stupid amount of money right now, because it's purposeful. There's going to be a time for it. There's going to be a place for it. I'm not rushing the journey, and I'm not rushing my story and my life. You see what I'm saying? It's going to happen when it's supposed to happen. I'm not going to hold myself back, but it's going to happen for a valid reason. Not just because it was a random Tuesday afternoon. I don't like that. Especially when I'm the only person that does it. Because then there's no value. Remember, the value is created when you have a community to experience it with. I can experience 100K, 200K, 300K, but if we all have it at the same time, trust me, and we can experience it together, it's a whole different story. But yeah, so you would have made 3K. Me, on the other hand, if I had 20K and I'm trading a 7-day option, this is the difference. I would have loved to do something wrong with it. So whenever we get to a high number, the one thing you guys are going to need to watch out for, because I know myself, watch and listen to me very closely. When I say I am testing something, you do not put too much money in the market. Whenever I say that, I am testing something. You're going to put a quarter, if not half, of your initial amount that you wanted to trade that day. Even if it works out, you should make more money, which should offset how much less money you use. So in theory, it should almost look like a regular day, but it would have proved my hypothesis correct or wrong, right? I'm going to have an idea. I want to see if it's going to be right or wrong, because that's the only way to grow with this market. It's to understand flow for what flow is. Not for what people are telling you it is, but I actually understand it for what it looks like. Trump goes live, starts talking crazy about Powell, announces more tariffs. How does the market react? Watch it. Stare at it. Because then you'll learn properly how to actually learn how to trade off the news. That's why now I know how to trade CPI or PPI or FOMC. That's why today we're trading this as if tomorrow is a regular day. Even though tomorrow is one of the most important days of the year. But we're still trading it as if it's nothing. And that's the difference. That's level 1 to level 100. Because in the beginning, trust me, I used to listen to people and they would be like, CPIs tomorrow, don't put that much money, don't do this, don't do that. And then I started realizing that was the best time to put money. Was on the days where people were saying not to trade. And I'm just like, what are you guys doing? Like, are you guys even making sense? And then when you look at their account, or when you look at their post, they were trading that day. So it's just like, oh my God. I'm telling you, even if you're a beginner, you want to trade on the craziest days, which are the news days. But do not listen to the news. Just listen to the green light that I give you. Because again, I've spent thousands of hours learning technicals to prove the point that news does not matter. It simply accelerates. So in the beginning, your technicals are the thing that matters the most. Before you walk, you crawl. Got that, everybody? Before you walk, you're going to crawl. If you're just straight up walking and running before you crawled, that's a very special baby right there. Right? Not many people are like that. You should look at yourself as different, and you should use that to become something that's greater. Use that as a fire in yourself, right? But in all logistics, I had to, honestly, yeah, that could be the case, because I ran before I crawled here. Think about it. My first month, I went from 3K to 100K. But that was only because it was a situational thing. One, I was making around 1,000 to 2,000 a week, right? Two, I didn't have that much bills. Three, I was very young. Four, I had a nice car already. Five, I already had a bunch of people around me, friends. Six, I was going to school still, and I was still working and making all that money. So I didn't really care about the market. I was just literally doing it for fun. That's the only reason why I turned 3K into 100K. I hope you all understand that. It wasn't just because I turned 3K into 100K. That's not something you randomly do. It was all for a reason. And for like a year that passed after it, after I lost all my money, all my friends, they would all tell me, stop it. Don't do this. Move on. Get a real job. Do this. Do that. The relationship I was in, terrible. There was no actual push. It was just trying to throw these feelings and these ideas at a person so that they can feel like you think, you know what I mean? That they care and they want to help you. But there was no real growth. And I had to experience that for a couple years before I actually realized, hey, wait a second. If I just remove myself from the situation, if I think about something and I feel like this should be this way, so let's remove myself from everybody, remove myself from the situation, let's improve myself. Because why am I even thinking about another person? You know what I mean? Why does it matter if a person is not doing what they're supposed to be doing as a friend or as somebody who's next to me? Just remove yourself. We're all grown-ups here. And I didn't learn that. Because of course, I just didn't want to be alone. Honestly, that's all it was. So, yeah, once I got rid of all that shit, then I went back into making a good amount of money again. Once I got rid of everything. Once I cleaned up the mess, because then it cleaned up my mental mess, and I was able to actually articulate what happened. Why was I not making money no more? If I turned 3K to 100K my first month, why 2 months later, 3 months later, I'm only making a little bit amount of money? One of the reasons, of course, was 0 days. That's the first thing I tell people. I started losing all my money because I started trading 0 days. Because I didn't learn how to trade 0 days when I first started. I was doing something I didn't start with. That right there is an issue. Meaning if you're going to trade a 7-day, 5-day contract, you must keep trading those same contracts because they all go up the same amount. Sometimes it's a little different. It varies, of course, a certain amount. But those contracts go up the same amount, so you can make the same amount if you just do the same thing. That's why I keep telling people they can make 20K or 50K or 60K, is because if they use a certain amount for a certain reason, at a certain time, certain amount of days, everybody has a different stop loss. So somebody buying a 5-day contract, 7-day contract, their stop is going to be different. The person with the 7-day, is their stop is going to be a little bigger. Just so you can understand. So you have to find the sweet spot of what you're comfortable with. Everybody's different. I'm just here to give you a proper baseline that I know is factual, logical, and is something that won't make you emotional. Because now you're thinking like an animal. You know what I mean? All instinct. And that's what we need. Is you to think with all instinct. So yeah. You would have made 6,000 off of this if you were trading 16K. If you were trading 8,000, you would have made around 3,000 off of this. Which is not bad for 16K. And you make $6,000. That's not bad. That's a pretty good amount right there. Because then, now per day, you're making 6,000. That means now you have 26K. You do it again tomorrow. Plus, you have more money. So now you're probably going to put in 10,000. I would put in 10,000 if I make more money. So, like, let's just say I get my account from 20,000 to 6,000. I just use 8,000 the previous day. I would probably use, like, 12,000. Honestly. Because there's no point to be emotional. Now, of course, if I don't have any money in my bank account, that's the reason why I told you guys to take out your money and pay for everything. Take out your money and pay for everything a couple months out. Every single time you reach a certain level. That's what literally will not let you lose money. Because if you lose the money, who cares? Really, who cares? You made a mistake and that's it. Don't beat yourself up over it. You lost 20K, 30K, and that was the only money you had? Who cares? Now you have more experience than the everyday person. Use that. Build back. Get back to your prior glory, is what I had to say. Never get emotional. Of course, if you tell me you lost some crazy ass number, of course you're going to have me looking at you like, what in the world happened? Now I gotta know what happened. And I gotta know it all. You gotta show me your buys, your sells. I want to see everything. Because then I can show you how you could turn your prior losses into just a little taste of success. So I'm serious. If you guys have had a ton of losses, you should be very happy right now. The first thing you should do is show me them. I don't care how old it is. I don't care how many days back. We can't look at the options value, of course, but I could show you what I would have done in that situation on that day at that time with my current trading styles and how to put them on the screen, how to trade off of them. I would show you everything. Just you got to show me your trades. Stop trying to, put it under the rug a little bit or kick that thing under the fridge. We can't keep doing that. I used to do it all the time. I know it burns. Trust me. I know the money. It would have been nice. I know. But it doesn't matter now. What matters now is you getting back to that level where you have that money. That's the most important thing in the world. So, yeah, that's all I had to say regarding that right there. So you would have made, so if you had, let's just say 12,000 the next day and you made 6,000 the previous day off of just 8,000, you probably would have made maybe like 9,000. So now 26K plus 8,000. Now I'm at 34,000 day 2 from 20K. And again, I'm not putting my whole account into it. So meaning if I make a giant ass mistake, 1, I have extra profit, extra capital. 2, I took out the money and paid for my bills. 3, I'm not using my whole account, so I still have something, right? I still have at least 3,000, 4,000. As long as you always have at least 4,000 on the side, don't stress it. You're good. If you have less than 4K, all right, that's a problem. Now you should be ringing that red buzzer every single morning. You should be spamming me and calling me nonstop so that you can get to 3 to 4K. Because once you get to that level, it's very easy to get to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's going to be a little slow. When you hit 7,000, 8,000, the first thing you're going to want to do is put it all in. I know. But you're not. You're just going to put in 3K, 4K at a time, 2K at a time, 1K at a time until you get to 20K. Once you get to that point, we're then going to go back to the drawing board, see how your success was. We're going to look at every single loss, every single positive trade, look at everything you could have done better. So we're going to take probably like 2 days off. You're not going to trade. You're going to go to the drawing board, chop it all up, write it all down. And then after that, you're going to come up with a game plan so that you can turn that 20K into around $50,000. Because at 50K, let me tell you, now you're approaching a level where you could buy a house. Now you're approaching a level where you could pay off a crazy amount of debt. Now you're approaching a level where you're making the same amount of money as most citizens in this country per year, annually. You just made their amount of money like that. That's the first thing you got to realize. You got to understand that. You got to become very self-aware. And you have to be grateful for what you have. You have to be grateful for that 50K. I better see you guys giving out some money, helping people, doing stuff that you normally wouldn't do. Because, again, you got to transform yourself. And I know maybe not giving people money is transforming themselves, right? Unless you're giving it to people who can't get money, people who are disabled, unless you're building foundations. That's the stuff I want from you guys. That's the stuff I want to see before you guys start buying yourself stuff. Because again, that's the type of person I am. That's the type of stuff that I want. So if I'm going to teach people, actually, no, I want something from them. You know what I want from them? I want them to breed the same love that I have for this world. And I want them to be explosive with it. I want them to truly love the world back. No matter how much they hate the world, they got to show a little bit of love back. Various ways to do it. I don't care how they do it, but they have to do it. That's what I want my students to do. And yeah, 50K is a lot of money, let me tell ya. Go on a vacation. Take the 50K, literally drop what you're doing, take your family on a vacation. That's the first thing you do when you hit 50K. Why? Because there's no way in hell you're going to spend more than 10,000. If you spend more than 10,000 of that 50K on vacation and you get back home and you tell me you spend 10K, I'm going to be very upset. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to be very happy. You should only spend 8K, 7K, 6K, 10K if it's a crazy ass trip. All right, like a 2-3 week trip. You're getting a car, you're getting a crazy ass Airbnb or a hotel. All right, fine. But 15K, 20K, you're bugging. You are bugging. Like even my trips, all of my trips, the most I spent ever on a trip was probably my Hawaii trip, the last one. I think I spent around 4,000 for the trip, and then
Yeah, with a wife and kids, you multiply that much, right?
no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you have a bunch of kids, like I understand, it's probably gonna be a little bit more because the food, extra rooms or a bigger room. If they break something. So if you have 50K and you have a big ass family, it might not work. You're probably going to end up taking too much money out. So if that's the case, you know that that's not something you could do. So maybe 70K or maybe 100K is the number where you could do that. So write it down, right? If you have only 5 kids, you should be able to take, because how much is a Hawaii trip? A Hawaii trip is about $1,700 per person, $1,700 per person times a group of 5. I did divide it by 5. Oh my God. Times 5 again. $8,500. So yeah, your whole entire trip should cost around $8,500. Now food, your car is probably going to cost $100 a day. So let's say if you go for 2 weeks, that's easily going to be $100 a day because they charge you insurance. Or at least me, they charge me insurance. They be overcharging my ass every time I go because I'm so young. That's also one of the reasons why I hate traveling. Because if I go somewhere, I'm 24 years old. Even at 24, they're looking at me like, nah, now we got to charge you extra. Like when I went to Hawaii, they charged me, they had to have $1,000 debit card hold. So I had to give them an extra $1,000. And then when I got my Airbnb, I also had to give them an extra $1,000, the hotel. So I had to pay an extra $2K unnecessarily. And then when I got the money back, they charged me some BS ass fee. They were just like, oh, since you did this and did that, and we're going to have to charge you $200 or $300 for this, so we're only going to be able to give you back this much. And I was just like, you know what? Just give me whatever. Just give me what it is. I'm going to look through everything when I get home, and if I find a problem, I'm just going to communicate that with you guys later. Because I wasn't trying to deal with that. It was just too much. I don't like dealing with numbers. I don't like looking at my bank. I told you guys this. That's the type of person I am. I should be making enough money. I put enough work into this. I don't care what anybody says. I put enough work into this. I should be able to make whatever amount of money I need so that I don't have to look at my finances and be like, oh my God, this is a problem. And now I'm overdoing it. Because I was never a materialistic person growing up. I never cared about jewelry. I never cared about clothing. I never cared about trips. I never cared about the car that I drive. Right? So if I'm like that now, that's a problem. Especially if I can't support it. So when I went on that trip, it was kind of stupid, but I got myself a really nice car on the trip, and that shit was a lot of money. They had to charge me an extra $30 per day for insurance, which I guess is not a lot of money. It's only $30. It's like a little spy trade, right? It's like how much we made on one of our small accounts today. Not the bigger account. The bigger account, we made a lot. But that's wild to me. You know, within one day, I could pay off my whole entire trip. And that's the one reason why I decided to pay so much for that trip, honestly. But yeah, I spent $1,000 for that. My hotel room was $1,700 for the flight and for the hotel. I had to pay 2 tickets, so that's, how much is that? That's $1,700. That's $2,700. That's $3,400. So that's $3,400 right there, just like that. And then I had to pay for food every day. So I paid basically 2 plates of food every day. So what is that, like 60? 60 times, it was, how much days was I there? I was there from the 7th to the 5th. I was there for 10 days. So that's 3,400. Remember, count it with me because I'm going to forget. So that's 10 days times 60. That's $600. So that's $4,000 in total now. Ready? You counting with me? All right. So parking in Hawaii is $30 every day, but my cheap ass is not going to pay $30 just for parking, especially when I'm in a nice ass state or nice ass place. Now, if I'm not in a nice place or I'm in a random ass country, maybe I will pay for it, right? I wouldn't trust myself getting towed or a ticket. But since this is basically the U.S., you know, I could read. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to park this thing at the zoo. So it was free at the zoo for a couple hours, and then you got to pay for the nighttime. It was only like $2 for 6 hours. So I would have to wait. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I was doing a lot. I would have to wake up 6 hours later and always pay the car because I didn't want to get it towed. Because then that would have turned from me paying only $2 per night or $4 per night to then me now paying $50 per night. That's how much it was. It was 50 per night. Now I remember. Some hotels, they give you like a free parking, but this one, it did not. And I'm so stupid because the one next door, it literally did it. And I should have done that. I should have just went with them. But yeah, so I had to do the most for that. I was walking like crazy back and forth to the zoo, but it was cheap. You know, I basically didn't really pay for parking. So that was one thing I didn't have to think about. Because the way I was structuring this trip was basically everything I do, if I want to do something extra, I got to make the money for it. And the week before I went on this trip, I basically paid for my whole entire flight. Just in one day. We turned the $60 account into $1,400 within one day. And then the SPY account, because that was with NVIDIA. And then with the SPY account, we turned that one into around, I think, like 800, 900. So we had like 2,500 in total. So my ticket was paid for. I'm not going to count this other person, but my ticket was paid for. So I was like, okay, I just need to make their ticket, and then whatever food I spend, the car, and then whatever activities I do. That's how I think, honestly. Because then it makes me feel like, all right, like now this is a game. Now this is, all right, let's do this. You know what I mean? If you think about it any other way, it's just like boring. So that right there that's $4,000. Now, what else did I spend? I didn't really go on nothing crazy. I didn't spend no money nowhere else, honestly. So yeah, because I didn't spend no more money on nothing else, honestly, in total, I mean, no, yeah, let me stop lying. I bought myself shoes. This was very stupid. This was my stupidest purchase. I swear on everything I love. This was so stupid because I know the reason why I did it, but it was just so stupid. I should have just put that money into something else. I bought shoes for $1,500, like a dummy. It's because I could, you know. And it was so stupid. It was just the stupidest thing. Because now I'm trying to get rid of them because I haven't worn them. And now I can't get rid of them nowhere else because everybody wants less money. And I'm not going to lose money. I don't take a loss. Come on now. Not playing. But I'm not trying to sell it for that. I'd rather just wait for a certain special day and then I'll wear them. At the same time, this was stupid. You're going to call this stupid. And I agree with you. I bought a jacket. When I just bought a jacket before I left to Hawaii, I spent $200 on a jacket. When I got to Hawaii, it's hot as hell there. Why would you buy a jacket? I don't know. But I had the idea to buy it. I was just like, this would look good for the story I'm writing. Maybe I could use this for a character. So that was the reason. It was pure-hearted. It was intentional. But I shouldn't have done that. That was $300. And then the same store, I was just like, it was Keith, basically. The store, I was just like, you know what? This jacket looks really nice. It's another $200. So that's how much is that? $300, $200, that's $500 plus the shoes. That's $2,000 right there. So now I spent $6,000 in total. And then I think that was it. So that's the most expensive trip that I've ever had. You said SPY's down at the reversal point? Go! Go, 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 go! Can I buy calls? We have to buy a one-day call. Screw it. Let's buy a one-day call, everybody. Calls, one day. Wait, what number are we? Wait, no calls. Wait a second. False flag. False call. Wait. You might crash down way lower here. Remember, you might hit the midpoint. If we're going to get calls here, it has to be very cheap. You guys got that? I'm talking about $40, $30, $10. Please don't buy. Oh, wait a second. I'm trading on Webull. I think they might let me buy here. Let me see. Do you guys let me buy still? No. 1 minute. They let me buy 2 minutes ago, literally. So 1 minute ago, I could have bought. I missed it, everybody. We've been literally talking too much. I apologize. See what happens when I talk too much? This is literally the third time this happened today. That's going to go in the notes. Talking too much. But honestly, I'm enjoying myself. So I don't think I'm talking too much. I'm enjoying this. I really am. And we got the puts up here. So I'm circling all the locations where we bought. All right. Yeah, this is fun. This is really fun. I'm actually having, I haven't had this much fun in a little while here, everybody. After I just talked all that shit about me not having fun doing this. I don't know. Is it because of you guys being here? I don't know what it is. I think it is because of you guys. You guys just make it more fun for me. As you could tell, I talk a lot, and when I'm by myself, I'm just talking to myself. But yes, I would have bought a call there only because you were at the same point you're at earlier, just slightly below it, which is what I told everybody the market was going to do anyways. So if we look at the puts here, the puts, yeah, those were really good puts actually. Let me see something real quick. Let me add one of my trading styles real quick. This one is basically the strongest trading style, or one of the strongest 0-day trading styles I've ever created. Because remember, every trading style is for a different reason. This is your 0-day trading style. And this one's awesome, let me tell ya. You're gonna love this one. I'm not gonna teach it publicly though. You gotta learn it from the Discord. By the way, if you want to know the name so that when you join, or when you're in the Discord, you actually know where to search this up, it's called CS Zones. Consolidation Snap Zones. That's the name I gave them. And yeah, you're at the bottom of it. Ah! This is a juicy entry right here, let me tell y'all. You might run right back to the 200 moving average on the 5-minute. But then again, there's only 40 minutes. I think we got to go with a 1-day. Let's go with a risky 1-day, everybody. Remember, we're just looking for a little snap. The market should be able to run up higher here and at least hit this. But then again, it might just stay stuck here. Ah. You know what? It's a good option, honestly. It's a good buy. It's just I kind of don't want you guys buying into this right now. This is not safe. A call right here is not safe because you might just tank out the sky. So today's one of those days where I don't think we're going to do something overnight. You know what I forgot to check all day? The NVIDIA option. Oh my god. Hey! NVIDIA! Thank you. It's up now. 24%. That's what I'm talking about, NVIDIA. This made my heart sink for a second. Yeah, we haven't really been talking about no other companies. Just SPY today. Tesla fall, please. Hurry up. Taking your sweet ass time. You better hit the bottom by Friday. I'm trying to get everybody into a Tesla trade. So again, we know what the market could do, but it's just a matter of when it does it. That's the only thing that sucks. That's why I look at so many companies, because sometimes it's just like, I want something to happen now. And the only way you can make that occur, really, is if you're looking at a bunch of companies, because then you're going to find something that's about to snap right now. You know what I mean? Or like in a couple of days. For instance, if you guys want to get into a good trade with the rest of my students here, a target trade is phenomenally amazing right now. Phenomenally. Is that a good way to say it? That might not be the correct way to say it. But going off of the last low, which is this low down here, or one of the last lows, it looks like you got a nice little wedge here that you're holding on right now. So if you guys want to buy target, this is not a bad idea. Remember, I told everybody to buy it where that circle is. If you're going to buy it right now, just understand you had to get something that's at least 200 days out. At least. And what your goal is basically, let me go to the 1 hour real quick so everybody could be on the same page for target. Because this right here is a juicy play that everybody could get into. There's still potential. There's potential now. If it falls down lower, there's even more potential. Because it only fell down to 86. Now, honestly, to me, it doesn't look like you're going to fall lower. Especially when I did the DARP. It doesn't look like it. But if it does fall lower, what we're going to do is once you get below 96, we're going to play puts going down lower. So from 104 to 97, I want everybody buying calls. Like right now is literally the perfect location, as you can see, because it fell down the past couple days. So let's look at target real quick. TGT. Boom. Target. Look at the options. Look at 200 days out, 234 days out. Too expensive. Look at 172 days out, 171 days out. Yep, this is pretty good. 130 calls right now are $280. A couple days ago, they were at 400. I first had everybody buy into these options at 220, and they fell to a low of 150, I believe. So again, I had everybody buy this at first for around 220, 240. It fell to 140, ran back to 400. Right now, you're right back at 280. This is literally a cash cow right now. This is insanity. So if this thing can hold right here, I could see you making a good amount of money. Now, if we crash and we collapse, I could see it happening as well because you're at a wedge. You might want to break down, and you're below the wedge. But then again, yesterday and a couple days ago, you were below it, and you just flew up to the sky. So if you hold here, everybody, you're most likely going to run up to 113. So if you want, what you could do, because if you buy a 130, it's kind of far. What you could do is you could buy a 130, which costs 286. That's your first play. And then what you're going to do is you're going to buy another play. You're going to buy two of them. This one's only going to be 30 days out. And you're going to get a 112. These cost around 260 here. There's no open interest, though. So let's go look for some contracts that got some good open interest. 24 days out. Let's see. Nope, it's garbage. Let's look for something else. 38 days out. Nope, garbage. 52 days out. Pretty good. Not bad. Yeah, it's pretty good. 52 days out. There's some good volume here. Some good open interest. So yeah, I would have had you buy a 52 day out contract for 115. It cost around 260. And basically you would be selling these at $600 very shortly here. So if you want to be aggressive and you want to be a very wild individual, that's what you could do 52 days out. Anything less than? No, because I do not have experience with Target. I don't even know what the hell they're doing. All I know is that they got sold off and that the CEO is trying to save the company. So he's putting a lot of deals, a lot of discounts, which is going to attract more eyes, especially in the summer. Now, going into the winter months, that's the only thing you have to worry about. That's why I'm telling you to only get 50 days or more, because you have enough time. Trust me, you'll be good. I'm gonna make sure you end up profiting. Even if this thing drops to $60, $40, watch. I'm still gonna make sure you end up profiting after the conversation, as well as after the trade. So again, Target is a really good trade right now. A couple days out, 50 days out specifically. Or if you want to be crazy, 52 days out if you want to be crazy, honestly. Don't do nothing less. Honestly, if I tell you something less, it's stupid because I don't have the experience. So if you're going to buy 171 days out, you would buy the 130s because they cost 290. And then you could sell this basically for, when you run up to 115, you're probably going to sell these for how much? 1, 2, 3 strike price changes. So 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness. If you buy a 171 day out call for 130, and we literally run to the next high we're supposed to run up to, this thing is going to go straight to $640 from 280. I might buy this here. No, yeah, I might. We might get into this right now again. Might just buy another one, honestly. I have one that I kept. I'm still holding. I have another one that I bought that I already sold for profit. And then I could buy a third one and hold this to like September. Be a nice little birthday gift for myself. Because I still think you're going to run up on Target. Because remember, people are still going to buy gifts for people and still go to Target and still do all this extra stuff. Be a consumer, right? People are still going to do that. I'm talking to myself like I'm not a consumer either. Trust me, I am one. So it's not something disrespectful. But people are still going to consume, and buy until at least like September, October. That's when things should calm down. Going into like the winter. And then the news of next year is going to affect the stock in the winter time. Like what is Target going to improve? Are they going to be able to change up their business structure? Can he save the company? That's how you have to be thinking about these options. It's all different. So, yeah, if you want to be wild and you want to be a lunatic, you could get a 115 a contract right now because you would be selling these out at around $1,000, $1,200. Again, as long as we don't fall. But that's the thing. If you buy something expensive, even if you fall, you can't really average down on this because it's too expensive. If you got to buy another one, you're gonna have to buy another one at $800, and that's too much money. I do not want you guys having to spend that amount. Unless you got 10 to 20K, then it's fine. I'm fine with that. But until then, just trade with one contract right now. I want everybody selling out at 100%. I want everybody buying this. I'm even gonna post it onto the Patreon. I should actually go about posting that right now before it's the end of the day. So everybody, just give me 1 second. Let me post this for the Patreon, because I don't post nothing there. I gotta start posting more stuff there. Let's see. You got a 625 put that expires 7/21. I'm looking at your trade right now, Johan. 7/21. That is for Friday. 625. Average cost is 83. Okay, currently costs 68. So you got a 625 put. Let me go look at it real quick. 625 put. Let's see if it still is in the range. Come on now, everybody. Let's see. So that's 2 days away from now. And then you got a 625. 19,000 open interest. That's really good. So you got a shit ton of open interest. The puts were at $24 this morning, and then they ran up to 73. So that's 300% gain in 1 day today. But if I think you bought this the 23rd. So let me see when you bought this. I can actually see the price you probably bought it at. You bought this on the 23rd. So you bought a put up here on the 23rd. These puts were around $180. And then you average down, so your average cost is now $80. So now it ran to $80, okay. And then the current price ran up to $68. And then right now it's currently at 68 right now as we speak. And this is for a put to go down lower. You average down, I'm guessing, right here in the morning. Did you average down in the morning right there, Johan? You bought it at 634. So you bought it at 634 on the 23rd. Let's go ahead and go to that date real quick. Actually, let me just go to another chart where I have it open already. I'm not about to zoom out. So you bought it over here at 634. Yeah, you bought it literally off the same point that Miss Michelle bought hers. So you bought it over there. I love how you're still following along with that play, brother. Amazing job, bro. Absolutely amazing job. That's what's up, Johan. There we go. And you had another low right here. And you have the same low, Mansa? Yeah, you guys are right on top of it, honestly. Because remember, it just happened a little bit later. It wanted to go up a little bit higher. In fact, let's actually go to the boxes that we had before, which was for here. On the 23rd, let's go look at it. The 23rd, in terms of the weekly boxes, that's right by the quarter point. The 1/4 point. So since it was at the quarter point after the weekly was done ranging, what you all need to understand is that right now you're at the point where you bought it. So this is a perfect situation to be met with, because now tomorrow is your profit day. Basically is what I'm trying to tell you. It's either going to be very negative, very bad, or it's going to be very good and you're going to be profitable. In my honest opinion, I would honestly say be very careful because it's FOMC, but hold it. Come on now. Hold it. Hold that thing. Keep holding it. Keep it going, because if this thing falls to the middle like it did last week, you just might need to average down tomorrow once more at like 11 o'clock. Maybe you need to average down at like $10 or something like that. Or maybe, you know what? You could just take a loss right now if you want. Because now since you have most of your value back, you could just straight up be like, you know what? I'm going to tap out. It's unsafe. You could do that as well. Because right now your contract should be up a little bit more now that I'm thinking about it, because the price. But remember, you have 2 more days. So because you have 2 more days, and because you average down a lot, Johan, I don't know if you average down at all, Mansa. You would have to tell me when you average down. But as long as you guys average down at the correct points,
I think you guys should be good here. Yeah, you guys should be straight. What time is it? 3 minutes to 4? Yeah, I should be chilling. Remember, the calls also right here, they worked out. We were talking about it earlier. I kind of was a little preemptive about it. But yeah, they did work out. If you did get into those calls, by the way. So that's awesome. Remember, nothing overnight. Let's look at NVIDIA real quick. I was supposed to also post this. I'm getting off topic already. Oh my goodness. Stay on topic, doctor. Come on. Look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, you better fall off the sky. Come on now. Someone throw a rock at it. NVIDIA, 160. Wait, I wasn't even pointing to 160. That was 167. Fall down to the bottom, please. Elevator straight down. And if you want to really make my month, and you want to make everybody else's month around me, you're going to fall straight down to 148. Because then I'm going to be $12 in the money, and I'm going to go from $100 to around $1,000. I think. Let me check it again. Come on, NVIDIA. You're going to be our summertime winner. We got one in the spring. We got to get one in the summer now. One crazy NVIDIA play. And then during the fall, we got to get something that's even 5 times greater than this. So if we turn $100 into $1,000 with one trade, I'm just letting everybody know we're going to be trading $5,000 in the fall with NVIDIA. We'll probably pick a month. We'll focus on just NVIDIA. We'll make sure it's like a really good month to trade NVIDIA. I'm not just going to make you all trade NVIDIA at a bad time. That's kind of stupid of me. So, by the way, I used to do that with SPY all the time to people. So I apologize. But that was only the people in the beginning. Now we trade stuff. Now there's structure to it, to say the least. Took a couple months, but yeah. And by the way, I appreciate you guys hanging on throughout the last year and a half, dealing with my structure I had in the beginning. I really appreciate that. Because, of course, when you're first learning how to teach, I didn't learn this from nowhere. The psychology, the lessons, the videos, like, it was so much. Like, I was young. I felt like I was like a little child doing all this stuff. So, yeah, now I feel a little bit more mature of everything. It's a little bit more stable and structured. So I really appreciate that, everybody. Thank you for that. I always had to say that. But, yes, for NVIDIA, what we're looking for is hopefully this thing to drop out the sky by tomorrow, because I have a 4-day play. It's very cheap. I didn't put much money into it. It's actually mad far away, now that I think about it. I might buy another... Nah, I kind of don't want to spend no money on this. I don't feel like taking another trade. We could, though, but not right now. We'll do it tomorrow when NVIDIA runs up. So, no more NVIDIA trades. But the 18-day contract is now 17 days out. That contract is back to $100. If you simply fall down to 160, you're going to be up $400. So you're going to be up basically 400%. $300 actually, but 400%. If you could run or fall down to 140, or let's just say, because 160 you would run up to that, you would be up 450%. If you fall down to 150, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we fall down to 150 on NVIDIA, I would be making around $1,000 each. If we fall down to, what is this, 5 more, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we fall down to 145, I would be making $2,200. So again, we'll see how much we make. It's gonna be all over the place. You know how these companies are. It's like you can never say something's concrete, but at the same time, you actually can say it's concrete as long as you're consistently following it and you're watching it all the time. So yeah, this NVIDIA trade should be really, really, really good. As long as it happens in the next 6 days. Which I'm thinking it is going to happen in the next 6 days. And that's the reason why we bought off of 175. I told everybody to buy these puts right here.
So you just peaked a little bit higher. But we did buy at a high, which was, I mean, pretty perfect. If you guys bought today, oh my God. You guys are up already. So again, another example of how sometimes watching me enter into trades and then waiting a day or 2 days to get into it, it actually ends up paying off. Does it do this all the time? Well, we don't really get into too many trades that we average down on. Like, I don't really tell you guys to average down ever. Because if we bought off of a good location the first time, you should be fine as long as you have enough time. As long as you have, again, enough time. So yeah, we're just going to wait for NVIDIA. Tesla, I don't like it right now. It's in the middle. I want to fall down to the bottom. As you all can see, it's following my grid really nicely here. So I want to fall down to here, and then we're going to buy calls again at 303, or we're going to buy puts up here at like 352, probably. So yeah, we're still waiting on that one. Let's look at Intel. Intel, we did buy another call yesterday. Intel, huh? There's something about Intel. I got to figure it out. But 2 times we went up 700%. And I never seen that shit before. So, yeah, look at how much. Literally, look. Look at where you fell. That was the reason why we bought here yesterday. So we bought calls right here perfectly. I didn't even look at the Intel chart. I'll be honest with you. I didn't look at it once. Just because I saw we were at 20, I was like, yep, it's at that level. So if you guys want, just remember 20. 20, you want to buy Intel. You also want to buy at 18. And you also finally want to buy at 16. Anything other than this thing is crashing out the sky. And we are all going to lose money. Together as a family. All right? Okay? Thumbs up. But right now, we bought our first trade. We just spent $14. I do want to buy more. Believe it or not, I do really want to buy more. It's just, when you fall down massively, sometimes you don't run up right away massively. It matters how you fall. Since this was very quick, very fast, what we're doing right now is simply consolidating like SPY does normally when it's on the 15-minute or on the 5-minute, but it's on reversal point number 2. So you have 2150 calls for 2 weeks out, but the hedge this morning with, yeah, that's excellent. Because one of those directions, literally, I'm telling you guys, you can literally buy a contract 2-3 weeks out for Intel, spend only like $16, $20, and that thing will hit $70. That's basically what happened to me 2 times. The 3-day contract, the 1 days, and the 0, those are all trash. Just stick with the 3 to 2 week contracts. I'm telling you. The flow on those things is amazing. That's where all the volume is. And that's when I started noticing the different companies have different amounts of volumes at different weeks out. So, in turn, what does that mean? That means that there's actually a correct time to trade certain stocks. And that's what blew my mind recently. That happened in June, I think, when we first traded Intel. So you have a 2150 call for 2 weeks out, and then you got the put. Yep, so that's a really good hedge. Let me look at the Intel again. Because I told you guys to buy a 2260. I told you guys buy a 2260 for August 15th. Or was it don't tell me I told you to buy a $23 option. I actually forgot. Let's go look at it. Where the hell did I buy it? Which account was it? Let me see. How many days out is this? This is only 10 days out. No, I don't want these. This is too short. 10 days out is too short. We're going to buy another one. 17 days out for 6. I mean, it's not bad. It's not a bad idea, though. Because I know this is going to want to run to 23. Let me show you. So, again, if you hold here on Intel, where are you going to bounce to? Most likely this blue box. Would we all agree? Look at how many times you hit this blue box, then this blue box. It's just back and forth, back and forth. And it looks like you're kind of staircasing up a little bit more, which means if you actually run up next time, this could literally be the reason as to why Intel is going to run up to 25, 27 next. Because of this low right here. So, honestly, I would tell you guys make sure you're at least buying a yearly option too. So, we're going to buy 3 different plays here. We're going to buy one today. Or actually, I don't think we could buy no more. I don't think you could buy Intel options after 4. We'll try. But for 17 days out, I want everybody here buying an option for $22.50 still. Because $22.50 is right here. You're literally going to go in the money, which is $60. So if it happens in 2 days, you'll probably only go up to like $50. So again, you'll go from $20 each to $50 each. That is not bad for a cheap option for 17 days out. So again, everybody, if you're not working with too much capital, there you go. Get into the trade now. Then you're going to wait 3-4 days. If it's still not profitable, I might have you average down because the market might just want to hit another important level. If it's still falling after we average down, no more buying until I give you the okay or I explain a new plan that we're going to have together. For right now, because I don't put too much work into Intel and because my brain is already fried right now, I feel like I have a dumbbell inside my head right now. I'm not going to go through the process of actually explaining all that extra stuff, but I will tell you that we will have a plan for that. Just not right now. We'll think of it later. So, boom, we have $22.50. They cost $19. This is not a bad play. Last time I bought this, I bought 10 of them for $16. And basically all 10 were at... So I sold them at 32, I think. 32, 34. And then they hit a high of 76. 76 or 80. So again, I didn't sell at the peak. Why? Because it was the first time I traded Intel. So I cut myself short. I didn't wait for it to hit the level I wanted it to hit initially. But that's fine. I made a mistake because I don't actually trade this all the time. I'm fine with that. Now, since I know of the mistake I made, since I trade SPY all the time, and I remember when I did that with SPY, the next thing you have to do is fix it. How do you fix it? Let's get into another trade that was as good. Why did we buy the trade last time? Because remember, when did we buy Intel last time where we went up 700%? It was literally right here. And then this trade right here, a couple days later. Look at that. Just this right here was 700%. So this right here, if you run from here to here, this thing might be 800%. I'll be honest with you. 900%. So if you're getting a 17-day option, boom, right there. That's what you could do. Where should we put money into something? Should we put money into anything? I don't know. Should we? What do you guys want to do? You guys want to buy anything? I'm kind of bored. Let's make a problem for ourselves so we learn. Who's with me? I'm just playing. Nobody. Everybody runs away. Paper trade this, if anything. Let's go look for a problem to make so that we can learn from it. And then we'll slip in with the damage control. Just remember, today we slipped in with damage control, and guess what? Damage control, what happened? Ladies and gentlemen, I was down 80% at the beginning of today. Did the damage control work? Yes, it did. I went from down 80% to being up 80%, which is also why I got rid of it at that number. Because that's an equal reaction upon the value. There's definitely going to be people that get rid of the contract, and there's definitely going to be systems that have been created for buying and selling that will react off of that. So like, let's say if my option only went to a low of $40, every $40, you're probably going to have a massive sell-off. Or let's say if the low of my contract was $15, every $15, you're probably going to have a snap, like a weird reaction. So unless you're not planning to sell out at these levels, now you can anticipate those weird reactions just due to the psychological numbers that a contract goes up with. There's a lot that goes into play here, and that's just one of the things, the psychology. Alrighty, I'm excited. You guys excited? You better be excited. I'm thinking about a $22 Intel option right now. This thing was at, how much dollars was it just at? Oh, this is big money, huh? This is just at $280. And then now, this thing is at $30. You guys thinking what I'm thinking? What day was this? Wait a second. This is the 22nd? Oh my God, that thing moved down so much. It literally just caught so many people. I think this is an awesome place to buy. I think we could buy more here. I kind of want to buy one more. Honestly, I really want to buy one more. So let's buy one more. This one's going to be an even better option than the first one we bought because it's closer and we have more time. So boom, we're buying it right here. You guys are going to see on the bottom left of my screen when it gets filled. Wait, I can't buy no more. Do they not let me buy no more? No. Ah, never mind. So yeah, 4 o'clock, they shut off everything but SPY. Yeah, they still don't even let me buy at 26. Yeah, that's okay. We're just too late to the party. I swear to God, you better not jump up overnight. We have one just in case it runs up, but now I want to buy more. This looks really, 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 really good. I'm telling you, they caught so much people, everybody's going to average down here. So what we're going to do is every 3-4 days, we're just going to buy Intel option. First thing we bought was 10 days. Tomorrow we're going to buy the 17 days. After that, we're going to buy maybe 30 days. And then after that, we're going to buy 200 days out. Sounds like a plan, everybody? So let's take the pictures of all the trays we're going to buy for Intel. Let's put them on the side burner for now. That's one option we want. $26. Let's go to Intel. Go over here. The next option we want to buy is going to be for 30 days. It's not bad. Prices are not bad, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, it's kind of ass. It's kind of bad. It's not bad, but it's kind of ass. Let's look at 24 days out. Go back to 17 days out. Let me see something. Yo, 17 days? Who the hell is buying this? Why is there so much open interest? 17 days out, somebody's buying $25 calls and they have 57,000 open interest. They know what they're doing. Because if this thing snaps right now, it's going straight to 25. I'm telling you. You're going straight to the new high. Damn, I should have been quicker with this. I should have saw Intel earlier. I should have looked at the damn chart yesterday. This is really, really good. Nah, yeah, I might put the whole account into this. I think that's what I'm going to do, yeah. I'm going to do it into the 17-day options. Honestly, I wouldn't even buy a 30-day option. Screw that. Just buy 17 days out or after you buy the 17 days. So you have a 10-day, 17-day, and then you're going to buy a 234-day out option. Sounds like a plan, everybody? This option right here is going to be for the $25 strike price. They cost $150 right now. A couple days ago, they were at $380. And they even hit $400 a while ago. $400 to $700. So right now they cost $150. This is 200 days out. That's the one we're going to buy. So let's put that to the side now. Let's see if we could trade something even more aggressive. Actually, no, I kind of don't want to do nothing more. I think that's good enough. 234 days out, that's good enough. That's March of 2026, you know? March. It's crazy how less than 200 days away is next year. But no, yeah. That's March of next year. I'm telling y'all, you good with just this one. And it's the $25 strike price, which is the next level you need to run up to. Nah, yeah, y'all good. Now, if you hit 22 and you don't hit 25, you know what the problem's going to be, right, everybody? You're not going to be up as much as everybody else who has the shorter contracts. That's why I have you buying 3 separate contracts. Because this is what you should do here. You're going to buy 10 of them, which instantly means you're going to spend $200. Which means, again, if I'm going to buy an option that costs $200 for the leap play, I need to at least spend $200 on my short-term play. So with that $200, I'm probably going to turn it into around $400 to $600. Does that not pay for my other option that's 200 days out? It does, right? There you go. That's what makes it so that you don't need to sell your $25 option out. You could just continue to hold it because who cares? You already made the money back from it with just playing a shorter option in the same direction during that same crazy flow when you knew it was going to run up, which is why you bought your bigger play. But again, you knew it was going to run up. So yeah, you just didn't care if it ran up higher. Now, if you sell out of everything, you better not buy back into that trade. Now you got to wait for the market to consolidate for at least a week. And you got to wait for it to fall down again. Remember, I sold out of my Intel calls over here, and you kept running up higher. Right? I would have made more money. It ran all the way to 24. Remember, we were buying all the way down here at 20. That's $3-4. That's a big change. But yeah, it's okay. Next time. That's what I told myself. And that's what I told everybody else. We bought over here. It ran up to here perfectly. We sold a little bit early. We sold at 300% or 100% instead of the 700%. We sold early again right here. We didn't expect it to hit the blue and run up to the next blue. It was just a thought that we had. We then waited for it to consolidate, We said this looks like it's going to fall. We kept saying it, and then you just tanked out the sky. You hit the first green circle a couple days ago. So yesterday I had everybody buy a $13 option for 10 days out. Now you're going to buy a 17-day out option, which is where you're going to put more money on it. You're going to buy 10 of them tomorrow for $230 or $200. You're going to sell out at $400 to $600. And then you're also going to buy an option that costs $260 out, or $260, but it's basically a 230 days out. So 230 days out, it costs around $260. And when you're going to sell your shorter 17-day options, you're going to make the money that you would have basically made or basically spent on those 200-day options. Does that make sense, everybody? I know I'm talking a lot, but again, I'm trying to make it simple. With the 17-day out option, you're putting a little bit more money into it because you need to make your yearly play free. So that if this runs up, you don't just tap out. Because if you tap out and that thing goes up, you're going to start beating yourself up over it, which is going to make you a worser trader. So you might as well do what's the best thing possible in that moment. Not a hypothetical, not a what if, not a maybe, but do the best thing in the moment. So yeah, there we go. We talked it over. We talked about it. Everybody's on the same page now. You all know what to do with this play. You all know what I'm going to do here. Now, what do you do if it keeps going down more? Again, we talked about it. Once you fall below 19, you're going to fall to 19 here, like 1850. So once you fall below 1980, you're going to fall to 19 flat, 1880, 1890, somewhere around there. And then you're going to fall to $17. So again, once we get below this midpoint here, we're going to continue to play the puts going down way, way lower. While we're still holding the 200-day call, and then we're going to average down on the 200-day call once you get to a new low. It's probably on this little, there's a nice wedge right here. Look at this. So yeah, if it ends up hitting this line here, I love how that circle was so close to it. That's going to be where you average down on the call that you bought basically right here. You got it? Anywhere in between is a horrible, terrible, stupid idea. You're just wasting your time. You're not properly averaging down at all. Now, if the prices keep going down and they just stay stuck somewhere over here above, while we bought the call, let's just say it just stays stuck at that same level, we're going to sell for a loss because we haven't sold any Intel call for a loss at all, ever. You guys understand me? Not one time have we sold an Intel call for a loss. Ever. Like ever. No losses, not a small one, not a big one. No losses ever. It's just been straight gains all year, nonstop. That's also one of the reasons why I'm showing you guys and I want you guys to trade this, because this thing moves real nicely. So yeah. All right, that's enough talking about stuff. My brain is about to blow up. We'll look at more plays soon. Right now, I want to handle some one-on-ones. Talk to me, ladies and gentlemen. Talk to me. Call me if you need me. Let's discuss today over the phone. Tell me how today went. Tell me how your success was. Tell me how the notes were. Did the notes work? Did they not work? Is something just still confusing the life out of you and you're just like, I can't do this no more? Are you getting to that level? If you are, good. But we still got to talk about it. By the way, that's the level you need to get to. You know how much times I got to the point where I was just like, you know what? I don't want to do this no more. It's only when you get to that level where you actually find out what truly means, value to you. What do you look at in terms of value? If you just never give up and you keep going, or even when you're about to give up, when you look at that, at the opportunity to give up and you're about to press that button to just sell everything and take out all your money, right? That's really where the winners are kind of depicted. That's where success is made. That little change right there, just an acknowledgement of that level, of you not being the best, of you taking losses, of you being at the bottom, of you always losing and then having all these problems, and then you have all these bills to pay, are you going to still show what it takes, right? Are you going to still try again? That's what really matters. That's it. Nothing else matters. The problems you have don't matter. To a certain extent, they do, of course. They're going to affect you, but to a certain extent, it doesn't. Only thing that matters is you being able to live and breathe and trade. Everything else grows from that. Of course, your mental and all that, you want to make sure it's good. But at the end of the day, sometimes, you know what? I don't care what people say. Sometimes you can't fix your mental. Sometimes you literally just got to keep it moving. And in the process of you just keeping it moving, you learn how to actually think mentally better. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can't think better and you have to trade. Sometimes you have to just get into it. Sometimes you have to just do it. And your mentality will grow with it. That's the one thing I've also learned. So yeah, make sure you enjoy this, please. This is something fun. This is really fun. You got to laugh at this thing. You got to make fun of it. When people say it's gambling, you got to look at them in the eyes and be like, it's a fair point. And move on. Don't fight with them because they don't know. They don't understand. They haven't got to the level that you're at. Right? Now, if you're trying to actually teach them, that's a whole different story. You don't have to be sarcastic. Because let me tell you, everybody's going to talk down upon every single person, no matter who they are. So, yeah. Just build and build and build and understand that this thing right here that we got in the palm of our hands, that we've been given by the universe because we want to actually teach more people and help a large amount of people. The only way that's going to be possible, again, is by me obtaining a skill that actually can do so. That's why I feel like the universe gave me the skill. So how can I grow the skill and make our lives even better? It's by helping more people. So if you guys want to help people, the universe will reward you for that. No good deed goes unrewarded. Remember that. Even if nobody could see what you're doing, the universe could see it. I'm a first-hand representation of that. I literally saw it. I felt it. So, yeah. You guys might think that's childish and corny. I don't really care. Think what you want. I can only share my experience. And my experience is that this world is something that most people don't even understand. The reason why I would say I kind of understand somewhat some crazy stuff is because of me and my extremities and my hard-headedness. Trust me, everybody used to tell me you can't help the world. You can't help the world. You can't help the world. You can't help the homeless. You can't help build this world or this civilization or this village or this city or this country. It's always this. But that doesn't matter. What matters is the one. What matters is the idea. Because everything stems from that. And yeah, I used to just keep going. I used to go harder, then go harder. Then I would be even more hard-headed. Now that I've actually seen my hard-headedness led to something great, trust me, I'm going to keep being this way. But at the same time, I'm going to make sure it doesn't get in the way of my success. That's why I always am very open with how I teach, how I talk, how I act. If everything's going on good around me, if my environment's good, if my mentality's good. That's why I'm always so open about that, because you need to understand that I'm still being able to operate with two different crazy things going on at the same time. The market and teaching and whatever other stuff that I speak about. I handle everything differently. So whenever I tell you I have a problem, you need to understand it doesn't impede me. It impedes me to a certain level. It impedes my growth, yes, but still we make it happen. That's why I was telling you guys, you don't have to be at that crazy good level. You don't have to be a pro to be able to trade. You just got to do a little something, even if you're a little crazy and you're a little wild right now and you can't think and there's too much stuff going on in your personal life, and you got to make this work. You got to make it happen. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. So as long as that's the case, boom, I know you're going to be good eventually. It's just a matter of when is your environment and your current situation going to burn more than you not reaching success? Meaning, when is your current environment and the current things you're going through, the trauma, the stress, and all that stuff combined, right? You could still make this happen. You just got to be here and show up. So that's the only thing I would tell you guys. But yeah, I'm very open with all that because now I can actually change it. Maybe you guys might have an idea. Maybe you guys been through something in your lives. And yeah, that's the only way I'm going to be a great leader is by learning from other great people. Why do you think Alexander the Great almost conquered the whole world? It was not because Alexander the Great had some crazy, skill up his sleeve his whole life and he was always a prodigy. He was a prodigy, I'll be honest with you. But it was just because of his motivation. It's just because of his hunger. He was also taught by one of the greatest philosophers of this world. So again, you have to understand, greatness oftentimes is not something that one person possesses. Greatness is something that a person unlocks with the help of other people. That right there is where greatness actually occurs. So yeah, I want you all to be great. I want you all to be at a level where it's something that I would never even imagine. And it's only going to come through planning. So I appreciate you guys for showing up today. We'll move on with the thoughts, with the psychology. We'll move on with the teachings. We'll move on with the want and the will to actually change everything around us, because then the universe is going to reward us with more beautiful family members here. That's all I want, is proper individuals who should, change their life, who need to change their life. The universe is going to direct them here. Let's be honest. The universe directed everybody else that's currently in this group. The universe directed you here. Because I don't market. I don't even market. I don't even market myself. So again, it was obviously, we had a little bit of leverage. So because I was teaching that other Discord for a year and a half, it was a little bit of leverage that I had that people normally don't have when they're a teacher. That's the reason also why I feel it's necessary for me to create a system where I could teach other teachers. Because if I was a person who was able to learn from a Discord, and then I was able to actually become a teacher on that Discord when I was just 23 years old. Remember, I was just 23 when I first started teaching. So if I could do that, actually, no, I was 22. What am I saying? This was before my 22nd birthday. So I was teaching before I was 22, right? When I turned 23, I started teaching more serious. And this was a group that had a lot of people, 20,000 people. So of course, it made sense as to why there was a bunch of people that joined mine so fast. But yeah, it's just, I was so stupid. Because then, you know what I mean? Then everybody's going to be like, oh, that person made you. Shut your face. That person didn't make nobody. You know what I mean? And I don't like that connotation, so I'm good off of that. It's better for me to do everything alone. But yes, since I did have that extra bit of a boost, I had 50 students come from there initially. I feel like it's necessary for me to at least give another teacher or another person who wants to teach the ability to have that many students that I had. 20 to 50 students. And the first month of you making your Discord or your Patreon, because you should get paid for this. As long as you actually know what to do and you actually have got to that level where you've made a certain amount of progress, the money doesn't depict your success or your knowledge. It doesn't. It does to a certain level, I guess, right? Because then you were actually, kind of testing yourself. But once you make around 100K, 200K, I mean, that's pretty much it. By my standard, that's good enough. Because that was the first number I hit. It was absolutely absurd, and I couldn't believe it. It was 100K. So I think, yeah, you guys should be able to hit 100K. Like, no problem. Like, that should be a walk in the park for you. Truly. So, yeah. You should be able to hit 100K. Should, because it's all reliant on you. And as long as you can hit that amount of money, I would consider you being a full-fledged teacher. Just because you hit that amount of money. So at that point, yeah, I would allow you to be a teacher, honestly. Even if you never paid for my teacher status, I would literally just allow you to just go from the 200 to 1,000. Right away, and then I'll let you start working right away, honestly. Because 200K, that's a good safety net. Now I don't have to worry about, people randomly leaving your Discord, because you're going to get angry about that. Trust me. I remember how I got. You guys are not gonna like it. When people leave, when you literally spend 6 hours, 10 hours on the phone with somebody, and they leave a week later, you're just like, all right, screw me then, huh? Because if somebody doesn't have the money, they could just be open. Before anybody's just like, what if they didn't have the money and they needed to unsubscribe? Communication is key. That's respect. If you don't have the slightest ounce of respect and you can't communicate, if you leave, I'm not going to tell you nothing no more. But if I have respect for you, I will say something. I will ask, right? Because you need to tell me. You need to tell me. You didn't sign up for this for no reason. If you just leave, that's for no reason. Now I feel like an asshole. Now I feel like I got to give you a refund. You know what I mean? I was giving out so many refunds, it's not even funny. But then everybody just started taking advantage. Because even though I would give them a refund, they would still be in the Discord because the Patreon wouldn't kick them out. And trust me, I'm not going through the process of having to kick out people. That shit is just so annoying. I did in the beginning, and I was just like, yo, like, I'm not doing this no more. So I don't care. I'll let the Patreon keep you here for another month. But at the same time, it's just like, nah. You're not just going to, ask for that and still be here. So whenever I do give refunds, I do remove those people. Completely. And they can't join my Discord ever again. Basically. That's the one thing that people don't understand. Now, if my Discord, let's say, because Patreon charges sometimes, like if a person joins, let's say if a person has been paying $50 on my Discord or $200, and let's say you want to join the $1,000 tier, if you join that tier the same day that your subscription charges you, it will charge you for both tiers. So that happened to somebody, and again, I was the one who pointed it out. But because the Patreon only produces around $1,000 right now, you know how long it takes to save $1,000 on the Patreon? So it's not like I could give refunds like that because the Patreon itself no longer makes the money, and I am not zelling people nothing. I will never zell a person nothing. That's for family. So everything has to be done by Patreon. That way I have proof. If I go through zelling, and that's too much, because then people are going to use that against me, which, cough, cough, people have. Just so you understand. That's why I'm not playing with that stuff no more. And it was a good person too. Like, I trusted this person. And that's also another reason why I don't trust nobody no more. I straight up trusted this person. They had a good career, amazing person. It's just they couldn't handle the pressure. They couldn't handle the heat. That's all it was. And I couldn't understand that in the moment. Because I was burning. And I've been burning for a very long time. And I've been on the fire, max settings, just burning. But I don't care no more. I'm willing to burn because when you burn, it gives your life meaning. If everything was easy and everything was always happy all the time, you wouldn't have meaning like this. Now I have a lot of meaning. Now I understand the highs, the lows, and all that stuff. But now, yeah, it is stressful dealing with students, let me tell y'all. So I need you guys, when you become a teacher, you got to be straight up, you got to be blunt, and you're not meeting nobody in the middle. Do not meet nobody in the middle. Meaning, if they can't pay for your Discord, right? You come to me, you give me whatever you taught them, show me your messages with them. I'm then going to speak to this person, and if I feel like they're worth it, I will pay you whatever they're going to pay you. If you're a teacher, I swear on everything I love, I would do that for you guys. Of course, you would have to show me, because I don't want no stupid sneaky shit going on later on, because I'm not going to have time for that. I'm not going to have time to look at this person and break this down, and I don't care about that. Again, that's the trust that I want to build with you guys. I want you to know that I'm here to support you as much as you were here to support me when I first began. That's the only way this makes it right. If I don't do that, then literally I'm not respecting none of you. You understand now? The reason why I try to teach so much and I try to push this so much? Because I owe everything to you guys. You guys literally made me... I thought I was a good trader when I made 100K. I thought I was a good trader when I made more. No, that was all random. It was structured, but it was random. Now this is structured. Just like today. Look at that money we made today. That's structure. That's structure beyond comprehension. And by the way, Culinary, I appreciate what you said earlier. I'm trying, bro. I'm really trying. Like I said, I know I'm the best teacher in the world. I know it before I even ask you guys it. I know it. But I want you guys to know it too. I don't want to, myself just to know it. And I want to do some crazy things for you guys. I want to show you guys how to take $10 to $1 million, even if you guys don't want to do it yourself. I want to do it for fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. But I got to work on it. Am I working on those $1 million accounts? No, I'm not taking them serious right now, honestly. I'll be real with you guys. Because every time I go into the $1 million account challenge section, there's nobody else posting it. Except John. John's the only one. So Coinair, I need you posting stuff there. AC, I need you posting stuff there. I know you were taking a little breaks, AC, so that's fine with me. But like within this week, you need to be posting on that $1 million account section. Mansa, Johan, and Sherman. You need to be posting there. As long as I have you guys posting there, I'm fine with that. But if I don't have my main team, my starting 5, come on now. I don't have a team then. And I need a team if I'm going to be a coach. So, yeah. Make sure you guys understand that. Do it whenever you can. I'm going to be looking out for it. I'm going to be posting structure in case you guys need help with it. My $1 million account is now at $200. We started with 50, added 25 today to average down. Tomorrow we're going to take out the 25 that we added into the app because we only added it to average down. And then, so we'll take out the 25. We're then going to buy an Intel option tomorrow. I still have the NVIDIA put. So if NVIDIA crashes out the sky, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to buy ourselves something luxurious. We're going to buy ourselves a Peacock, all right? For the first time ever, I'm going to buy a Peacock, all right? As long as we could do this. As long as we can get this done. I think they cost around $5,000. We're going to get a little nice piece of land for them. I probably can't house it here, but I'm being dead serious too. I don't know if you realize that. The Peacock is what started everything. So, we got to get one. This is going to be the company Peacock. We're then going to get a family of them. The first goal is to have 100 Peacocks. Right? Once we have 100 of them, we're going to have a party with them. All right? How do you have a party with peacocks? Doesn't matter. That's besides the point. What matters is the idea. I told you this. Don't think about all the other unnecessary stuff. That's for planning later on. We're then going to purchase a big-ass farm. You guys ready for this? And we're going to make the food that we eat. You guys ready for this? But we're going to have structure. Because does anybody else want to stay on the farm? Not many people do. Do I want to? Hell yeah. So we're going to make a farm. And I want this farm to be a farm that literally topples all other farms. Not because I don't like farmers, but because... Actually, you know what? I could even give this to the farmers. But then again, farmers are too federal. Actually, I don't even think I could farm. I think it might be too federal. The federal stuff, they take care of that stuff. That's the reason why farmers make nothing. Because the federal, they literally, I don't know what the hell they do, but they control your money. Basically. So the only time a farmer really makes money is when he goes for taxes. The taxes is really where a farmer kind of can make their money. But they're not really making money, obviously. So it sucks. I'm telling you, that whole situation, that shit sucks. And plus, they're playing with the food. They're adding all this random shit to it. I think the first thing we need to do is control that and fix that so that people can actually live a little longer and not get all these diseases and shit. All this sugary shit that we're eating. This is the reason why everybody's dying so soon. This is the reason why people's getting Alzheimer's. It's the reason behind diabetes. Sugar is the reason behind so many diseases. It's insane. But yet, they still want to add this shit to everything, I guess. You know what I mean? Who cares, right? But again, that's the one thing we need to change. If anything, we'll go to another country. We'll go to Japan or something. I'll get a farm out there. And then we'll have a whole entire situation going on out there. We got to make this happen soon, though. Within the next year to 5 years, we are most likely going to have to make this happen. That's why I was kind of being serious about that. Not kind of, but I was being serious about the peacock thing. Because if I have a peacock and it's at a farm that's near me in New York, and I got to always go to the farm to see it, You know what I mean? It gives me more reason. It gives me more understanding of how I can actually make this occur and make this happen. That's all I really care about in life, is doing stuff like that. Having the right people around, doing the right things, getting to the right level, and then once you get to that level, building from that level. So yeah. All right, everybody, you heard me talk long enough. I think you're already tired of me. We're going to take a break here. We were supposed to take a break like 4 or 5 hours ago, but today was such a good day. We didn't take no breaks. I didn't even eat food. I didn't eat no food at all. I just realized that. That's probably why I'm so energetic. I swear to God, when I don't eat food, people call me weird for this. I don't know why, but when I fast all day, yo, I be feeling like I'm about to go through the wall, like the Kool-Aid man. That's how I feel. I feel like I go straight through a wall. Yeah, I swear. When you get sick, that's when that thing starts to eat me up. I don't normally get sick because I fast so much, but when I get sick and I fast, oh my goodness, that shit be killing you. Because your body has no energy. So like your back starts hurting, legs start hurting, everything start hurting, your neck start hurting, coughing up, just random mucus everywhere. Nah, yeah, like that's the worst. But yeah, other than that, yeah, maybe you guys should try it. If you guys eat too much food, try fasting. I'm telling you, fast. I'm telling you. Fast, fast, fast. Don't drink no water. Don't drink no food, or drink food, but don't eat no food. The first day is going to feel like the worst day. You're going to feel like you're going to pass out every 5-10 minutes. After like 6 hours, after like it hits 1 p.m., you're going to want to pass out. But then if you keep going and you just hold yourself down, don't pass out, the way you feel is absolutely absurd. And then when you eat the food, it tastes so much better. It tastes better, feels better. There's not that much stuff going into your body, right? Don't eat chips. Don't eat that sugary shit. I know everybody be eating that of all ages. I be seeing it all the time. And I'm like, yo, that's killing you, right? That's literally why I don't eat nothing that's sugary. Or, like in terms of food, like snacks and stuff. They got like 20 chemicals in that stuff. Especially over here in America. In Japan, okay. I'm not going to lie to you. In Japan, I went wild. I just ate everything. Except suspicious looking chicken. That right there, I don't like that weird stuff. That, I don't know. I'm just eating straight chicken. That's the only thing I want. Chicken or cow. You know what I mean? That's it. I don't want nothing else. Nothing else. I don't care what it is. I don't care how good it tastes. I'm good. Just those two things. Of course, the vegetables and stuff like that is good over there as well. But yo, the chips in Japan, tell me how it's 60 to 90 calories per bag. And over here, yo, it's like 200 to 400. That's not good, And you get more chips with the Japanese bags. And it's cheaper. Don't even get me started. It's better, cheaper, healthier. Like, come on. And people are putting up with this. You buying those chips for $4 is you putting up with it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. In America, it's such a stupid mindset. And it's not our fault because everybody had their mindset handed down upon them by their parents or their environment. It's not your fault. It's just something we had to fix. But yeah, it's just ridiculous that nobody says nothing or nobody tries. And then they let them put more chemicals in that stuff. And it costs more money. Like, come on. What? I can't be the only one that's looking at that like that. But not yet. So like, our health is the most important thing here, everybody. Your mental state is the most important thing. And food goes into your body. You are what you eat. Your body is like a damn machine, though, of course. It's like a computer. Computes everything. It always removes most stuff and most things that go into your body, and it has a system to kind of filter it. But we got to stop that. Like everything, all the bad stuff, bro. As well as for the ladies. Because it's just like, nah, yeah. Let's not try to force our depths here. The same thing with vices, right? everything that you could think of in terms of a vice, because there's many different vices. Food is also one of those vices. That's why if you see people that are kind of a little bit more unhealthy, many people oftentimes, and this is what I've noticed, many people oftentimes have something to say about people that are unhealthy, mainly because the unhealthiness, which is the first thing that people see, right? Of course, if you're in person, the first thing that people see is an automatic indication that you can't control yourself. You understand? If you can control yourself, you can work out, you can take care of your health. That shows consistency. I could see that person being a good trader. Honestly. Like I had one of my friends, he worked out all the time. He goes to his job all the time, nonstop, always on time, never causing problems, always got good energy. Tell me how he started trading and he started doing amazing. Made sense though. Because he was like, he had structure. That's one thing that I've noticed that we don't talk about, that people don't like talking about, honestly. But I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to poke the bear because now there's going to be change. Because maybe people don't realize that. That's why, again, sometimes, with vices, even with me, it gets a little out of hand. Honestly, it does get out of hand. It gets out of hand for everybody. But it's only you allowing it to get out of hand where you can then be like, all right, now I know how to control it. Now I know what not to do. Now I know what's smart, what's stupid. I know what I should do. I know what I shouldn't do. Keep it at that. Just like that. That's it, everybody. That's all you have to do. Please take care of yourselves. Same thing I be telling myself that I need to do. Just take care of yourselves. Fast at least once a week. The first time I want you to fast, if you never fasted in a long time, is don't drink no water. Most people would say just drink water the first day, and then the day after you don't have to drink no water. Like if you're going to do 2 days in a row. Some people do 2 days in a row. Some people do 1 day in a row. I specifically do 2 days in a row sometimes, where I don't eat at all, morning till about sundown. And then sometimes if I feel really unhealthy, like if I've been eating too much stuff or just going out too much or just doing too much, I will fast like 2 days in a row where I only eat late at night. Or not late at night, but in the afternoon, around like 8, 7. And then I also drink water then. But again, I don't want you to drink water because I want you to experience what I'm talking about. When you deprive your body of everything, it actually makes you operate at a higher level. And I want you guys to feel what it's like operating and trading at that level. Because when I trade, I'm pretty sure you all already know it. Even when I'm teaching at night, there's a curse that we have that floats around this Discord. You know what that curse is? The curse is if I eat food because I barely sleep, my body is going to shut down. I'm just warning you guys. You guys should all know this by now. So if you ever hear me say I'm going to eat food or I'm eating something, if you then hear me go silent after like 10 minutes of me coming back downstairs and me watching a YouTube video, or I finish the YouTube video and then I turn everything off, I put the charts on and you don't hear me talking after 5 minutes, I am gone. I'm in a whole nother dimension. So that's also one problem that I'm having now is every time I eat, I literally knock out for some reason. I don't know if it's because of sleep. Because if I fall asleep and I wake up at 2 a.m., I will stay up. Like my body sometimes does not shut down unless I force myself to shut itself down. But kind of don't want to do that, right? So yeah, usually I can't sleep. But yeah, so that's I would say probably the only thing you want to not do. But just fast at least 1 to 2 times a week, right? Make sure you're making yourself cleanse your body. Just like Culinary told me before, and just like I think a few others have told me, when you don't cleanse your body, when you keep eating junk food or you keep eating regular, even if you don't eat nothing that's garbage, what happens is your body has a bunch of dead cells and you're just feeding those dead cells. You need to let those dead cells completely die. The only way you can let those dead cells and those parasites in your body die, because they're all parasites. It's like literally little worms in your body that makes you want food. It makes you want chocolate. It makes you want to smoke. It makes you want to drink, right? All these parasites. There's different parasites for different things. Maybe with smoking and drinking is a little bit different, but if drinking is with sugar, there's parasites for sugar. So as long as you're aware of that, you can control your body at this next level And you don't have to deal with you having a down day or you not being motivated or you being tired, or because that all comes from you cleaning your body. But yeah, make sure you're fasting. Make sure you're fasting. That's the most important thing. Make sure you're fasting. Make sure. And make sure you stop eating garbage. Also, make sure you take care of your health. If anybody needs help fixing their health care, I could show you how I did it. I'm not going to give you, any type of advice. I don't know if I could get screwed over by that, but I could show you how I did it. I could show you what places to contact, as well as when you open up a business account, let me know and I could show you what business healthcare you can get. That's also very important. Make sure you got good healthcare. Make sure anytime you go to the hospital, you don't got to pay an arm and a leg. If you do, make sure you're making enough money so that you could pay it. Because trust me, I've had situations where I didn't have enough money to do something and I let it get out of hand, and it literally destroyed half of my mouth. I had 2 problems literally in my mouth. And instead of me needing to take out the infection and clean it, I had to remove basically 5 teeth. I haven't removed them yet because I'm so young, so they could just stay stuck there. I'm going to try to get some diamond teeth, let me tell ya. But like that right there was because I didn't have the money. It was because I couldn't pay for my work. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, that could have killed me. That one infection could have killed me. I had two different infections on 2 different parts of my mouth. So yeah, it could have killed you. Could have killed me. So make sure you guys have money for your healthcare. I don't want to, hear somebody passed away because they didn't have money. That's the last thing. You guys deserve the best healthcare, the best help, the best relief, the best this, the best that. I don't care what you call it, but make sure you're thinking about that as well, and not when something bad happens. Just like how people pray, they only pray when something bad happens, right? That's how you know they're not actually worshiping nothing. That's how you can tell they're not serious. Or when people, they go to the mosque or they go to the church, right? And then the next day they're doing some BS. Like, what are you following? What are you doing? And kids see that. That's why kids become the way they are, because they see their parents doing this and then they see them doing that. It's so lukewarm. Everybody lives in this weird lukewarm territory, no matter how much they want to admit. It's not until you can see it for what it is, where you can actually change in and out, truly. And people feel it. I'm telling ya, sometimes I'll be walking around and I'm a very antisocial person. But sometimes just me looking at people, like I be having people pull up to me and they be like, yo, like, why am I so happy? I swear to God, like random people on the street, like they'll be going up to me and like telling me like, why am I so happy? Or they'll give me more respect for some reason. I don't know what it is. They'll call me like sir, or they'll say hi first before I say hi. I never had that happen to me before. I feel like it's only happening because the level that I'm operating at, that frequency, is just much higher now. It's like literally like a ball of energy. So when you're walking around with that, it's like you're walking around with a crazy big ass ball of energy that's surrounding you. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but when cats look at you at night, or when cats like look at humans or anything that's alive, usually it glows in their eyes. It glows like this. Look, let me show you. So, okay, wait, I think the first thing it says was no. Wait, we gotta read it. No, cats cannot see humans as glowing, while humans do emit a very faint glow of visible light. It's far too weak for the human eye to perceive, and cats' eyes are not widely equipped to detect it either. According to Science News, there was a certain spectrum that a cat's eyes could see. I don't know if it was spiritually or if it was just something that they actually found with studies, like some type of crazy lab study that they did. But it was something having to do with spiritually or something else. But yeah, like that's basically how I would say that people are in terms of I mean, would this pop up with something? Yeah, it's like this kind of. Like I feel like when people walking around, like this is literally what it feels like. And if you're somebody who's been doing some stupid shit, who's been a bad person, you could fix it, obviously. We all can fix ourselves. That's the reason why we were put here, is because we have an opportunity to still fix yourself no matter how much of a mess up you had. Truly. But a lot of people, they don't work like this. A lot of people, they actually pull the energy from you. I feel like they don't emit nothing. They're like a black hole. They just suck in your energy. But they also have the opportunity to glow with you, but most people, all they know is how to suck in energy and how to take from others. They don't know how to glow and how to... And I don't know. I feel like my life recently has changed because of that. I feel like when I step in the room now, without me even looking up and without me even I could feel everybody staring at me. And then when I look up, everybody's just looking at me randomly. Or like, you know what happens to me a lot now? Or like I walk down the street and I instantly could feel somebody looking at me from inside a car. And I'll instantly snap my head to them and they'll snap away. And I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, how did I know that? I'm like, what? Like, it's so weird. I feel like other people have that ability too. Like normally, like if you pay attention to the spiritual stuff, that energy stuff, a lot of people, it's just a bunch of hoopla to them. That's why I don't talk about this because, you know, yeah, just how people are, I guess. I don't know. But, nah. Yeah, you guys need to work on that. That should be your first goal right now, is working on this. Fixing any inconsistencies you have, turning yourself into a really good person, because you start glowing and everything starts being attracted to you. It's the craziest thing in the world. Of course, with great power comes great responsibility. That's the one thing you have to understand. You got to make sure you use it for the right thing. Got to make sure you're always doing the right thing. You got to be ethical. I don't care about your businesses. I don't care about what you guys want to do in the future. If it's not ethical, I'm going to say something. Because you guys are going to have a lot of capital soon. So I'm just letting you guys know. We got to do things ethically. It's not about money. If the first thing you do in business is think about the money to, you know, be able to have a business running, you're already getting left behind. Because you're going to have another competitor. You know what he's going to do? And he's going to find other ways so that he can have other avenues of money coming into this business so it doesn't even have to make money. That's how he's going to make his company more valuable than yours. It always happens that way. You can't put too much value in something without having, you know, insurance policies, you could say. But yeah. Make sure you guys are trying. Make sure you guys are trying every way that you can. Sleep more, eat better. Don't curse at people. Don't scream at people. Don't talk down upon people. Most certainly don't talk down upon people because the universe is hearing that and the universe is then gonna talk shit about you. It's going to make your life worse. It's going to give you karma. So there's no point for that. Trust me, I tasted it. I tasted the karma. I don't play with that. I don't play with that at all. I already have my fair share of mess ups, and I'm good. I am straight. I'm good. Right now, I'm good. You know what I mean? It's like I've been in the furnace for 3-4 years because I've been trying to force the teaching over me trading myself. And it, of course, made me have some bittersweet moments. Like in, you know, socially or... Because think about it. Any 24-year-old, if I just took out, you know, any amounts of capital and you go to a certain place, I mean, you could make anything happen. You understand? But it's just like the way this country's ran, the way taxes are. If you make $100, you got to... 50 of those dollars is going to taxes. So unless you're kind of thinking of that and you have that in mind, you're not going to grow, like, at all. That's why the LLC stuff is very important. Which, speaking of which, I got to pay for my LLC stuff. I think I had to pay, like, what do I have to pay? I had to pay, I think like, how much is it? Like $1,200, I think, for everything? Not $1,200, $200. Like $200 for the... My fault, I'm opening mail. What the hell is this from Robin Hood? What do you guys want? I don't know what this is. Let's just put that to the side.
What is this? Charles Schwab? What do you guys want now? But yeah, make sure you guys are taking this serious. Make sure you guys are opening up your LLCs. Remember, that's the only reason why I'm doing this. Is for the benefit of you guys. Oh, they're showing me my... This is not Charles... Wait, this is Charles Schwab? What is this? Charles Schwab is... Since when did they give you a thing that's to what you purchased? I literally have my buys and sells on a piece of paper. Since when they did this? I would honestly love this. Wait a second. How did I do that? Maybe I sent it to myself? If I can have this, and I can make you guys send me this, this is good enough, honestly, for me to help you. This literally makes me have an easier life, honestly. Because then you don't have to do nothing. All I gotta do is go through your buys and sells while you're in the background. I could tell you what was good about it, what was bad about it. You don't have to circle it on your chart. You don't gotta put the picture on your chart. So it's you doing less work, me doing less work. This is perfect. We might just do this. What is this called? Is this piece of paper called something? What is this? Manage your account. So this is only one account they send you, which kind of sucks because I have 15 accounts with Charles Schwab. So yeah, I think I don't know how the hell I did that, but I gotta somehow do it on all 15 accounts. So yeah, are you guys ready? We have to literally trade on Charles Schwab next, and we have to take 15 accounts and grow them. We're going to do it one by one. Every Monday, we're going to start a challenge. Just like how yesterday we started the challenge. Every Monday, we're going to start a challenge. They're going to get more crazy, less crazy, sometimes depending on the week. But most importantly, the main challenge, which is the $1 million account challenge, we're still going to be working towards that. And we're still going to be actively trying to get to that level. So make sure you understand that if you want to trade to $1 million, the first thing you should do is get a smaller account. Put in $50, take it to 100, take that to 2,000. And then after you take it to 2,000, from $100, you then go to the planning board with me. We're going to plan for like an hour that night. I'll tell you what to do the next night. Because I need to still have you learning. I know you guys need the money. We all need the money, obviously, for a certain reason. But more specifically for you guys, because I'm teaching you, you need to at least get to 2,000. And then once we get there, I can show you how to get to 5 and 10. Just like how I did it before. You guys seen the pictures. You guys seen everything you need to see. So that's going to be the next priority for everybody here. And that should happen by the end of August. All my original students from last year, we should be able to at least get to 510K by the end of August. Everybody across the board. And then for the top students, right? Obviously, you know who you are. I'm not going to put no names on the board right now. But for the top students, I basically want you to make around 20 to 50K by the end of August. Because around that time, I'm going to be trying to get more students till the end of August. And then we're going to pause everything for September. Where I want to take a little vacation for September. For my birthday. So, yeah. If you guys have family that wants to join, remember, do not invite them yet. Not until you're financially successful. Don't invite no family because they're going to ruin everything for you. I see it happen all the time. Happened to me personally. Happened to people I know personally. Happened to people I don't know. People on the internet. Happened to 2 family members that join my Discord. I see it happen all the time. It's always going to be one person or the other. One of them will eventually drop out. So, do not invite your family yet. It's not time for that yet. Maybe if you hit, not even if you hit 100K, because when I hit 100K, I started trying to help people, and that thing went against me. I would say wait until you hit like $1 million, $1,500,000, then you could turn around and help a person. Because you need to be attentive to them. You need to be there for them. You need to be on their neck non-stop so that they don't make a mistake. Because if they make too much of a big mistake, that's it. They're not going to try to do this again unless you give them money now.
You know what I mean? But that's the last thing we want to do. Also, yeah, do not give people money to trade. I've done that before. And guess what? Every single one of those people, right? Every single one, remember, every single one of those people that I gave capital to help trade in the beginning, they just wanted me to do it. So tell me how I was trading with my own capital on another person's account. Like, what? I might as well just trade on my account. Like, what is this? I mean, of course, they're going to have to pay the taxes for it. I don't think they understand that. Nobody takes taxes serious as well, which confuses me. I mean, I didn't, so I understand why a person doesn't. But after you get to a certain level, it's just like you got to pay attention to that. That's literally going to smoke you. You get arrested to a certain degree. Especially if you're trying to hide stuff and you're trying to do stuff stupidly. We do not want that, ladies and gentlemen. We do not want to ruin our freedom, ladies and gentlemen. They already try to get everybody for any little reason. So we might as well not do something like that. But yeah. Again, I'm going to take my little break. I keep talking. I'm going to keep talking for like the next hour. It's already 5 o'clock. I'm going to keep talking till it's like 12 a.m. So we're going to take a break. I appreciate you guys showing up here. You guys made me very proud today, honestly. This is probably one of my happiest days I've ever had. Truly. From the bottom of my heart. This is definitely one of the happiest days I've ever had. So, yeah. I know you could probably tell, too. The energy is just superb. Oh, this song is amazing. Well, I gotta go after this. Let's look over the charts real quick. So SPY's down here. It's at the quarter point. We wanted to buy calls, but we skipped out because we're going to buy tomorrow. Screw that. Especially because tomorrow's FOMC. Oh, wait. See? I knew it. I purposefully didn't check this chart all day because... Yes. I wanted to prove something to myself. This is awesome. This is really, really, really good. This means a lot to me, honestly. This means a lot. Why? Because again, you hit the bottom of the blue, and I told everybody yesterday when you were still in the middle of just random areas, and you didn't even hit the green one yesterday. I told you should be able to hit the middle point, but I'm gonna specifically put a circle here because I think this is the best area to buy a call at. So yeah, we talked about it yesterday. Now that I'm thinking about it, to buy the calls. That's the reason why today we felt so strongly about buying the calls at the end of the day. Makes sense now. Completely forgot about that, which is my fault because again, I didn't specifically specify that during the day. I have no text where I wrote that. So we got to fix that. There we go. Entry was that price. Exit was that price. Entry was that price. Exit was that price. That's excellent. There we go, Miss Michelle. There we go. Entry price was 194, then you exited for 279. Entry price was 96, then you exited for 174. Come on now. That right there is exciting for me, ladies and gentlemen. She's the most recent individual that joined the Discord. That right there, that just made my day. That was the icing on the cake right there. Now I gotta walk away. Now we gotta walk away. That right there. Look at the notes channel if you're confused, by the way. The way she just documented her notes right there. Excellent. Look at that. She has an upside plan. She has a downside plan. List of strike prices and expiration days of all the call options you're watching. 0-day trades. One strike above the price. And you're paper trading it as well.